know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if you're living like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if you're living like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. Get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright, because I feel so alive. Yeah. I
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on in to Moose Wars Verdant Ruins, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I'm with Graffiti. Graffiti, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
Oh, I'm feeling really good. It's actually been a little bit since I've been on the mic. It's felt like a long time since we've last had a Moose Wars. So I am so excited to be back on a Moose Wars. This is going to be a good weekend. I can feel it in my bones.
Yeah, we've had a lot of bracket matches happening in the background. For those of you guys that don't know, this event started at 2 o'clock. So we've been having a lot of matches happening before broadcast, and we've had some crazy upsets as well. But with that being said, though, we kind of have to explain how this event works. It's a 2v2 event. So a brief TLDR of how this works for any Brawlhalla event. They're usually best out of 3 up until top 32. And then going into top 32 onward, it's best out of 5. And then from there, Graffiti, usually it tends to be double elim, right?
Yes, it is double elimination. One way that I like to explain the way that double elim tournaments work is that, in a weird sense, it's less so about winning and more so about not losing twice. And that also, that's really the main way that I like to talk about the grand finals bracket reset, but we'll get to that in just a second. Everyone starts in winner's bracket. Everyone starts in there. If you win in winner's bracket, good. You're still in winner's bracket. If you lose in lower bracket, which means if you lose a set, whether that be BO3, BO5, whatever the rules dictates, if you lose in winner's bracket, you were sent down to lower bracket. If you win in lower bracket, you are still in lower bracket. There's no way to get back up to winner's bracket. And if you lose in lower bracket, we have some bad news for you. But anyways, if you keep winning in lower bracket, as unlikely as it is, if you keep winning on lower bracket and you make it to grands, something pretty interesting does happen.
Yeah, and with grands, if you are coming in from the elimination final or losers final, and you go into grand finals, what happens there is you face the winner of the winner's side of the bracket, so the upper part of it. So the winner's final faces losers final for the teams, and they go into grands. The winning side has a set advantage, which basically means for the losing side to win from losers finals, they have to knock out, or they have to win 2 sets over the winner's final team, because they have to knock them into the loser side bracket to have a proper best of 5, and then knock them out bracket. So grand finals with double elimination is a little bit more unique. But that's kind of how the setup of the bracket works. You go from top 32 starting with BO5, then you go into this whole event being double elimination, grand finals reset with how double elimination works. With that being said, we've had players, Graffiti, play so far in this event, and we have some very, very unique teams coming into this event that have surprised us a little bit.
We do certainly have players coming through this event, AJ. One team that I would like to give a quick little mention to is Snowy and Fakey. This is a team that I wanted to highlight a bit, is because they are 2 very, very good players. They are players who have found their own successes in various places. Snowy is, did he not win? Please correct me if I'm wrong. He won BCX 22 doubles with Boomy, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then he would continue to win a lot of doubles majors throughout North America with a few different teammates. I think some of them being Luna, some of them being Sandstorm, some of which being even more with Boomy. So Snowy is the cream of the crop when it comes to doubles. Fakey is also a very interesting player. Because I mean, the guy is also fantastic at doubles, but the thing is, I don't think the 2 of them have teamed together too much. A lot of the highlights that we have going on is Fakey and experience, Snowy with one of his various teammates. So Snowy is a very versatile doubles player and could team with a lot of people. And Fakey is really, really, really good. But these are 2 people who maybe don't have, you can even see Snowy and Meg D. These are 2 people who maybe don't have as much synergy as a Snowy or Boomy. So this is a very interesting case of 2 players who are just breathtaking on their own.
Yeah.
But can they really prove that they are greater than the sum of their parts? Because the sum of their parts is good, but sometimes you're looking for a bit more.
Well, and two is like with Snowy and Fakey, they've gotten third in the Autumn Double Championship back in
Oh,
2024. So they have a decent amount of synergy. We haven't seen a whole lot of them together recently, but Fakey's been riding the doubles team by storm. Snowy kind of took a little bit of a break there with doubles and is starting to come back. So we'll see how this team goes going forward. But we also have a couple other teams that we do want to bring up. And this one's kind of unique to me, I think to a lot of people as well. We have the teams of Jakeyy and Hybrid. So Jakeyy is PR number 2 in Europe. He's playing with PR 24 player Hybrid, and they are playing in this event together. Now, these guys are both powerful players. They've been some insane teams so far tonight. But when it comes down to Hybrid, he usually tends to play a lot more of the Ulgrim. We don't really see... He tends to play Lance. That's the main weapon he tends to play. You know, he's teamed with players like Fakey that we just brought up. But when it comes down to Jakeyy, he's EU. You know, he's got that 80 ping connecting to North America. I'm thinking Hybrid and Jakeyy are trying to plan to play as a team at CEO maybe, and they're trying to get practice in. But when we look at the bracket for Jakeyy and Hybrid on the winner's side of the bracket, they beat Experience and Shade 3-1. And they were doing really, really good so far in that bracket, beating Rhea and Cypher, and now going against another team that we'll talk about a little bit later. But, you know, Jakeyy and Hybrid are in this strong. They're very powerful there. And I mean, they beat Seed 7. You know, Experience is PR number 2 in North America for doubles. But he is with a new teammate, but he's been making some strides in loser side. But we'll talk a little bit about those players a little bit later. But another team that we saw come up there, Graffiti, I think you know a little bit about as well.
We do. This is going to be Money Holla and Costelix. This is a very interesting case. Now, when I talked about Snowy and Fakey, those are two players who are breathtaking in doubles, who are trying to make something work together. And they do have a bit of synergy, like you reminded me. They did play in Autumns. You are right about that.
Yep.
The thing about with Money Holla and Costelix is that sometimes they put more of their energy into singles than they do doubles, and that more often than not, most of their money comes from singles. That's not to say that they're bad at singles or doubles in any way. It's just that sometimes you put more of your eggs in one basket than the other. And so this is something that's going to be very interesting to see of two players who are great in singles trying to make 2v2s work. Earlier, it was two players who were great in doubles, but how great are they together is still the question. This is two players who are great in singles, and sometimes the really high placing spots in doubles is sometimes a bit of a sweat for them to break for. And this is also very another interesting thing is that Money Holla seems to just get better every single day. And I would say that, oh, he's on the come up because he's still getting better, but like he's been a pretty fierce presence in the scene for at least a year now. So it feels kind of wrong to say, oh, it's the young gun on the block, when in reality, no, he's been a feared name for quite a while. It's just that he's still getting better. He's still growing as a player. And Costelix, quite the opposite. I feel like some people might even put him on their Mount Rushmore of North American players. Costelix, a very long-standing old soul for the game, knows the game in and out. I think AJ, correct me if I'm wrong, is still finishing up recovering from an injury. That's part of the reason why maybe we haven't seen a lot of their gameplay to the caliber we know and love him for. Costelix is a great guy, and sometimes it did kind of break my heart to see him not get the placements he wanted. So he's going to try and de-rust. Money Holla is a great friend to have by your side. Costelix, we're hoping to see you can recover bigger, better than ever, and show that he can still hang with the new kids on the block. That would be pretty fun to see. They're both fun players anyways.
Yeah, they're both really cool in their own aspects there. Costelix being that OG player. These players have played together before, though. They played at CEO in 2024 together. They got 17th there, but them teaming again, beating a top 3 team, which they actually brought up. Costelix brought up on Twitter too. You know, there's synergy there that's really cool to kind of see. But I mean, we're going to be seeing them a little bit later in the bracket. But another team that we do, and this will be the final one that we get in depth with a whole lot, is Hideaway. And Hideaway and Zen, I mean, if you've been in Brawlhalla, you know of Hideaway and Zen of being a team and being really, really good. as well. I mean, both these players are crazy in their own aspects there. Zen's PR1, Hideaway's PR3. They've won a variety of different events together as well. And, you know, Zen and Hideaway, I think Hideaway might be playing that Onyx, while Zen might be playing Wushang or Kaya. We tend to see that Kaya pick, but it all depends. These guys are very powerful players in their own right. And we'll definitely see how they do going forward as well. Maybe Hideaway picks that Terrorist like they did with like the Kaya pick previously as well. But very powerful players. They are seed number 1 for a reason, and that is why they're here. And we'll see if they're able to keep that reign there of seed number 1 going forward in this bracket. So, but yeah, that's a lot of the major teams that bring up for the pre-show here. But another team, Graffiti, that we did go ahead and see come in the bracket is Jakeyy and Erks. Because if we look through the bracket, Jakeyy and Erks, I believe, beat Future Bubble and Marky Moot 3-0. So they're killing it right now. And they're going to be against the Jakeyy and Hybrid. So this will be a huge opportunity for both Jakeyy and Hybrid and Jakeyy and Erks to go ahead and get into winner side top 4, because they're facing each other. The two upsets are facing each other, which is cool. And also, if I'm right, Future Bubble and Marky Moo are out already at this event in loser side top 16. They lost to Experience and Shade. So, yeah. You have any thoughts on Jakeyy and Erks? That's seed 18.
I honestly, these are two names I very rarely hear. So if you told me Marky and Future, they got upset in it's okay. They got upset in a tournament, I'd be like, oh, okay, you know, that's pretty surprising, but that's still pretty cool. By who? Jakeyy and I have to double check the name, make sure I'm saying it right. Erks. Those are two players I very rarely see in bracket. That's something I still can't even fully wrap my head around. That's ridiculous.
I mean, PR 85 at 72. Jakey's 85, Erks is 72. I think Jakeyy has more top 32s. Erks has 1 top 32. So, I mean, these guys are really cool players. I want to see how they do against Jakeyy and Hybrid going forward. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get our predictions in so we can go ahead and get into our, into the bracket matches for the players to play. But when it comes down to our predictions, though, Graffiti, our predictions kind of got mixed up a little bit, right? Because we had so many crazy upsets that came out of nowhere.
Oh my god.
So, based off of, at least for my predictions, for my top 3, based off of how bracket is kind of progressing on which players are going to face who, I had Zen and Hideaway. We'll go from third of the first. I had Soul getting third. Because I think they could do really, really well. They're going to run into Zen and Hideaway, though, so I think they're going to go into the elimination side from that, depending on how that really goes. They could also win that, right? So I at least see Rise and Soul getting top 3. When it comes down to Fakey Snowy, based off of how progression is going, I think they also have a really good run, too, because they're facing Monty Hall and Koslix and the winner of Jakeyy and Jakey's teams. So based off of like seeding, they should have an opportunity for that top 3 there. And then when it comes down to first, I have Zen Hideaway, because I mean they're running into, I think the big deal. I mean they are facing Radiation Volst, they are facing Rise and Soul, but I mean they're powerful players within their own right. So based on progressions, based off of who I think will be in elimination side, that's kind of my top 3. But when it comes down to yours, Graffiti, who do you think is going to get top 3 in this event?
So. Our predictions have actually been pretty interesting comparing them side by side. If I could be brutally honest, I was actually procrastinating putting my predictions in because there were so many weird little upsets. I like to say spring is the season of upsets. I don't know if it's just because I'm like a little superstitious. It's just a thing I like to say sometimes. In my third spot, we got Jakeyy and Hybrid. I think Europe is a region that is very popular for its players really doubling down on doubles, pun intended. they have some powerhouse of doubles teams and players, and that along with the fact that hybrid, I think hybrid. Sometimes I'm tempted to say sometimes we don't say hybrid's name enough. The guy is insane at doubles, and sometimes when someone like drops hybrid from someone else, it makes me a little sad because it's like, no, that's hybrid. That's one of the best guys to do it with. Hybrid is such a stable and consistent doubles partner, and I think with Jakey's confidence entering in this tournament, I think the two of them are going to blend very well together. It's very funny you put Snowy and Fakey in second place because twinsies. I also put Snowy and Fakey in second place. As we talked about them a little bit, they're a bit of a newer team. They are still trying to build some stuff up, but they're not doing half bad for themselves. And even if they didn't already have that synergy, they're both just good doubles teams in the first place. And huge plot twist coming along. Woo, sound the alarms. Hot take. First place I have Hideaway and Zen. I even when they're teaming with, if one of them is teaming with someone else, if Zen or Hideaway is on that team, they're usually not a bad bet for them winning the whole thing. And then having them together, chef's kiss. Zen, I mean, he might be contender for one of the best doubles players in the world. I might just put it out there. You can flame me for that. If you have counterpoints, I'm willing to listen to them. But I think Zen's gameplay could just be drop dead amazing. And Hideaway, I would put him in a similar boat with Hybrid, where they're just such consistent and solid and good doubles partners. Sometimes I try and watch and I critique their gameplay and I'm like, can I find the issues in the gameplay? Sometimes I can't. They're just solid and reliable. So yes, hot take. I think Seed 1 will do well.
Yeah. So with that being said though, that was our predictions for this bracket. It's been crazy. I mean, looking at elimination side, we have teams like Experience and Shade. We have a qualifying match to get into top 8. Gucci and Hexo, Halo Prince, and Vayax, who I believe is also a different region player. And we also have Simba and Lampy coming back, which is cool. So we might see them a little bit later. But with that being said, though, what we're going to go ahead and do, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We're going to get Flaming and Graffiti back on here. And we're going to go ahead and start from the top of the bracket of winner side quarters. We're going to do Zen and Hideaway versus Radish and Volst. And then we'll go from the bottom, going from top to bottom from there. So with that being said, is there anything you want to say before we go over to break there, Graffiti?
Don't go too far. Me and a lot of the other mods will be lurking in chat, so feel free to put your "oh nah, who the hell let him cook" in the chat. We'll be there to read it. Don't go too far. We'll be back in just a moment. The games will start shortly.
Yep, go away. We'll be
Hello, everybody. My name is Graffiti, and welcome back to another episode of Moose Wars. Today, we're going to be playing a little chapter of Moose Wars called Verdant Runes 2v2s. This is actually a collab Let's Play. Today, I am joined by my good friend Flaming.
Yay! I'm in this episode. I'm so excited. You know, we get to get some extra progress. We did a little bit of off-camera grinding, so we are currently on our top 12. So I'm super excited. I can tell Graffiti's really excited. But what are we excited for?
We are excited to see, just double checking the bracket real quick, challenger mode. We're all still getting used to it. We are going to be watching Megd and Flower versus Rise and Soul, but that is not going to be at least until after we watch Radish and Volst try and take on the #1 seed. Both me and AJ predicting to win the whole thing, Zen and Hideaway. And while we have a moment, while our players are still, fastening their seatbelts, getting ready to go, it's a lot of pressure getting put on live stream. Flaming, did you have any thoughts about the pre-show or any predictions of your own? Let us know if you got any hot takes.
You know, I've seen a lot of different mix of teams. We have Jakeyy and Hybrid one of them coming from the nice UK. Jakeyy, I believe, taking 3rd place. That sounds right. No, I don't know. Jakeyy placed really well last weekend. Yeah, he's a great player. But teaming with Hybrid too, that's a dastardly duo, and we don't normally see many EU players go and come onto NA except for Godly. Godly did do it once. Or twice. I don't know how many times. He played with Luna, he played with Zen, he played with a bunch of people. But seeing that crossover happen once again makes me very hopeful for that team. But another one, a very big upset early in the bracket. We had, I believe, Jacob and Ertz take out Marky Mew and Future Bubble earlier on in the bracket. So that's definitely a team we got to be looking out for.
Absolutely. Radish and Volst, I guess. Well, we got a bit of time. Like I said, players are still locking in their seatbelts, so might as well do what I am best at. What I was put on this blue earth to do, that is yap. Professional yapster here. Radish and Volst is another very interesting team. To be fair, everything is an interesting team to me. I'm a fat nerd. But Radish and Volst, very interesting because Radish is one of the most dominant and scariest names in just the entire continent the past year or two right now. Volst is also a phenomenal player, but I don't think a lot of people would put him in their top 5, at least not as confidently as a lot of people would put Radish in their maybe even top 3. So this is something that's very interesting to see. Both players that sometimes put a bit more of their effort into singles and doubles, but are still more than confident in doubles. It's not like they never play doubles. Radish has it was Radish and Megd that had a year-long grip on the North American region, and Volst knows how to have a demon run in communities just like this one, with a few of his friends tagging along. He's had a few doubles teammates, so both of them have a decent amount of experience in doubles, but them teaming together, I'm not sure how often they have teamed together, and they're also at different levels of I guess they both get paid different amounts, really. They're at different levels of gameplay. Volst is great, and Radish is really great.
I feel like that's kind of unfair to separate people, because yes, there's a fine line between pro and semi-pro, but you also have to realize, Volst puts in the time. They've been improving significantly, but Radish is just so freaking good. But on the other hand, we have Zen and Hideaway. That is a team that I think is very dominant. And like you said, like you and AJ predicted, they're going to go far. And for good reason, pulling up a 2nd place at Spring Championship earlier this month. So obviously an incredible team. And, coming in at the 1 seed, they're bound to make things happen here.
Yeah, hot take incoming. I think seed 1 is going to do good.
What? No way.
Yeah, no, roast me if you want for it.
That's like cheese on a cheeseburger, dog.
We're getting into the first streamed game of the night. Winners quarterfinals is currently underway. The 3-2-1 brawl queuing us in to a fan favorite demon violent.
Yeah, you know, I'm excited to see how this plays out. Obviously, Hideaway and Zen have that, you know, the team playability, and they did amazing at Springs, but Radish and Volts, both players didn't see too much success. At least Radish and Greenwood picked up a 5th place, but I don't know how well Volts did. Already we're seeing a struggle of the axe coming through, trying to go for that sider. Hideaway is going to whiff. Now a big opportunity, whiffs on the ground pound. Volts needs to get back, but Zen with a quick retort, he like ground pound.
2v1 does not handle it well. Aya DC gonna send into the depths, and right now Volt's gonna pull a little bit of a, I guess, not a good player I named that actor, but like when someone tries very hard to avoid the 2v1, wasting all their jumps in the air, so this is very stressful. Well, either way, Zen doesn't need any jumps to get sent high, gets sent to the blast zone, and Hideaway joins him. Everyone on second stock, but slight damage in favor of red team Zen and Hideaway, but still nothing that can't be evened out pretty easily. A bit of chip damage. Radish could be shifting into orange, but still, so far, this is only a very small lead that could get turned into something much more treacherous. Everyone off stage, axe ground pound seals their fate. Someone on blue team is not making it back here, Flaming.
And it looks like it's going to be both of them, actually.
Neither of them.
Beautiful job there by the red team to secure both of those knockouts. Volst even caught the neutral sig, which I thought was actually going to end Zen's stock there pretty early. But I know it was there ready to take some of that damage and interrupt it. But now red team needs to kind of cruise a little bit more. Yeah, they got a little bit of damage here, but they can't put their they can't take their foot off the pedal just yet. There's still numerous opportunities, and it is always winnable as much as it is losable.
Pretty cheeky, gonna take Hideaway out. E-Sig almost gets pulsed out. That would have been very dangerous. Either way, team combo starting up rather impromptu over on to Hideaway. Another grab pound, gonna build up a little bit more damage on him. I would keep your eyes on Radish because it could be just a few more hits until the guy gets taken out of the game. And that would be very, very bad for Volst. You could say a similar thing about Hideaway, but Radish is more damage. Volst is also more damage. Zen the most healthiest one on the board. This could
if they could take out Hideaway, that would be huge, but a nice... Oh, the the side sig in the neutral air. Neither of them are going to KO. Volst needs to make it back, able to finally side light and light. Hideaway with a huge opportunity. Stomp Sair gets the job done, as well as a D-light Sair from the opposing teams.
Okay. That was, trying to find a way to break down that first game. First game, red team had a slight lead. And you know, you could bring it back if you slow down the game a bit, or maybe it's putting on a bit more pressure. Maybe you gotta come to the center stage a bit more. I don't know, whatever it is, there is a small adjustment you could make to come back from that small of a lead. That was workable. That was until there was that huge offstage clashing and interaction and bashing and whatnot. All the fists, it was like a cartoon fight, where it's just a cloud of smoke and there's just arms and legs popping out. It was until that when both Volst and Radish lost a stock maybe a bit earlier than they can afford, and then Zen and Hideaway just kept playing as solid as ever. So we've learned a lesson. Be a bit more careful off stage. We got to learn what to expect. Red team is also starting to get a bit of a read on blue team a bit earlier on. There was a few times when Zen was able to commit pretty hard to certain signatures, like a spear N-Sig or D-Sig, and it would either catch or come very close to catching. Like I saw that spear N-Sig mere pixels off multiple jumps that past game. So they have a bit of a read. They have a bit of a leg up off stage. So, I mean, there are things you can adjust and things you can learn from. It's kind of hard to say where both these teams are going to stand at the end of game one, but maybe we're hoping we can pick their brains a bit better after game two. Better.
I think the blue team's definitely playing a lot more aerial, right? Just getting a lot more of those siders.
Big lead already.
Off of them, but a neutral sig still not enough. Demon Island keeping Hideaway alive a little bit longer. Try to go for a read there, but not going to connect the end sig. Now Zen on the spear needs to put some more damage here, but Radish very, very healthy. However, Hideaway gets a nice sider onto Volst, able to make it back. However, a very hard edge guard with a ground pound, and Volst is down to that second stock, and Radish maybe soon to follow.
Hideaway is making Axe Ground Pound look like the best move in the game because even if it doesn't get the knockout, it covers so much space. I mean, it's not a bad move either. Oh my goodness, they try to extend the combo. Zen accidentally knocking Hideaway off the top. Doesn't fare well all by his lonesome. Gets sent down a second spot. Everyone is on a fresh, brand new slate. Boss is looking a bit unlucky, but is more than willing to look that up. Maybe even get a trade or two, and is looking to get a good bit of damage in. However, might have to step back. Radish now put himself in the fray because all it takes is one stomp Sarah. Volts is in trouble. That also puts Radish in trouble. Trying to dodge the 1v2. How much longer can he dodge it, Flaming? Volts tried to step back and saying, no, I can't take these more hits. But Hideaway knew to chase for them. There was another N-sig. That was so close to catching.
Hideaway is doing very well, but Radish's ult has been looking phenomenal. However, Volst is taking so much damage. They need to run. They need to play back, but just, dude, this red team is so oppressive. They just don't allow for that. A nice D-Light Sarah for Radish. Finally one coming from the boots, not the hammer. But still, regardless of that, Volst is taking so much damage. There goes Radish down to that last. However, Volst is now out of there.
Knowing that Stomp would get priority over that ground pound was a very interesting interaction. Another Axe Ground Pound. I feel like I can smell a signature coming from Zen pretty soon. Although we're looking to just finish up this ledge guard, and that was so clean. Recovery into Sarah. That is going to be 2-0 up on the board. And after that second game, I'd be a little bit more worried if you bet your channel points on Volst and Radish because they had a very good lead that started that game. They could have started that game up 2 whole stocks, and I don't know what it was. It was just poof. Come on, Zen and Hideaway, they're magicians. They make stocks disappear, but maybe they use that sleight of hand for something a bit more treacherous. Maybe they're less so magicians and more so thieves. So their stocks were stolen from them.
That game was very, very rough for Volst. He really couldn't get a foothold. He had a really big string, but after that, I mean, he just kind of fell flat. Dropping 2-0-2 in that game. I mean, you have Lance, you have control. You just gotta find a way to use it. But Zen and Hideaway, they're just on top of everything. They're able to find perfect situations to, just kind of explode out into the battle. And, on this edge guard, though, Volst has priority with that Spirit Neutralite. But now, as we return to stage, who's going to get the damage? Who's going to get the better of the other team?
They're so opportunistic. They're so well rehearsed. They're so synchronized. Watching these little two-piece handoffs that are quick yet efficient. Sometimes you see little handoffs and little mini games of tennis. Maybe they're not as efficient. They don't get a lot of damage, and it's really more so just to control the speed of the game a bit more. Very nice save from Radish. But these two pieces that red team are getting, they're very efficient. They get knockouts. Radish gets knocked out of that first stock. Volst looking to take revenge. Very cheeky haymaker. And Hideaway on the last stock. And they do the 2v1 against Zen. Just barely, kinda. Zen's still living though.
Zen rips it down heavy, but unable to get anything. Radish catches the recovery off of the sidelight neutral air. Now playing on the corner, whiffs on the D-light. Volst is playing much better this game though. Able to avoid anything. Radish goes for a down sig there, unable to catch either of the red team members, but still putting Hideaway in a rough spot. Now entering the red. Radish needs to try and play away as much as possible, trying to keep the lead. Whiffs on the sidelight. Volst returning now with the lance in hand, looking for potential KO onto Hideaway.
Gotta say, the way that Radish was drifting around this ball was... Whoa! Okay! You can't respect that space! What did I say? They're not magicians, Flaming. They're thieves. They're pickpockets. They'll steal your wallet right out of your back pocket.
What is it, Skyrim?
I don't know. They're passing the skill checks. They're pushing all the right buttons. They're passing the skill checks. Like, they earn the steals in a weird way.
That is absolutely incredible. But even though, I mean, even that, evened it up the game. It didn't really take the lead as much as it really felt like it should have. But even though some damage is going out. Ooh, good interrupt on the decent. I'm sorry, side. Oh, goodness. It's very even.
Could be dangerous. Zen, bow in hand. There's a stomp there. Zen focuses on Pulse, but tries to get the edge guard on Radish. Radish is able to make it back, and now it's up to Hideaway to try and deal with Radish's last stock. Zen also steps back. Both of these teams are constantly target switching. So hard to tell who's going up against who, but you know for a fact Zen was chasing for that recovery, and a sidelight Sair to close Radish out of the possibly stay. If Pulse doesn't come back. Stop Sair! No, the D high. Make it the follow up. Can Pulse makes this? Can he make this 2v1?
It's certainly possible. Now it's impossible. Zen with a beautiful spot dodge coverage there with the unarmed ground pound. And blue team is going to get blown out of the water and sent down to lower side.
Gotta say, using the weapon throw as a bait, that was clean. That was good. That's something I don't know if I've even seen that much. And the ground pound to follow up after. I mean, hey, nail in the coffin. Very nicely done from red team. Blue team tried to adjust a lot of things. They were staying even for quite a lot of those games, and even someone was having a bit of a lead. It's hard to say what red team was doing right. Maybe they were doing everything right. This is a tough team to stand up against.
As soon as Volst lost that second stock, Radish was immediately targeted, and that's really what I think screwed the blue team there. They just could not get enough coverage and keep Radish alive long enough. But definitely a much better game from Volst, but Zen and Hideaway, absolutely incredible damage. I mean, Hideaway is so good at picking up those KOs. As that unarmed recovery, that was absolutely insane off the top to secure the KO. That was such a huge decider in the victory.
Also, the numbers do agree with you, Flaming. Radish not having as much damage as you would really need to have your say in the matter in a doubles game. 150 and 100 damage on each weapon, less than 200 each. Yeah, no, being hard focused and having the space around you restricted, having the air around you cut thin. It's kind of hard to get your say in the matter. It's kind of hard to take a deep breath when the pressure is that intense. So yeah, I think the numbers really do agree with you, Flaming. Radish had a very tough time in that last game, throwing himself in the fight, getting a say in the matter, and was just hard targeted because we would really expect a lot more damage from either of these weapons on Radish. This character he's been playing for the past 2 or 3 years now, and that is just unfortunate to see, but still, for Hideaway and Zen, that is yet another of many feathers in their cap. They're moving on still in winners bracket, and I mean, they're looking pretty good, Flamin'.
Absolutely. Moving on with sweep is always good to do, but we have to see who they're going to be going up against, and that is going to be our next set coming up. We have Rise and Soul and going up against Meg D Flower. Now, you mentioned Meg D earlier, having played so much with Radish, I believe last year, but now they're changing it up. Meg D is now playing with Flower, but Rise and Soul have been a very good team, improving very quickly, picking up a 4th place recently, and you know, they've been doing really, really good. So I'm certainly excited to see how they perform tonight.
Waiting for the players to get their last sips of water and making sure that they're joining the lobby. What else should we mention? We got a bit of time to yap, Flamin'. Players taking us some time getting in the lobby. We got a bit of time to yap. Meg D and Flower. This is I have the memory of a goldfish. Can you talk a little bit more about Meg D and Flower and remind me what some of their recent history has been? Because I know they've teamed together a little bit. Because I'm blanking on some of their results.
I honestly don't see any team. I don't see that they've teamed at all. I mean,
I could have sworn that they've teamed at least in communities.
Maybe in like a community tournament, but definitely not a major. Flower would teamed with. I don't actually remember who Flower teamed. Oh, Flower teamed with Anime last tournament, picked up the 17th, but Meg D ended up getting a top 8 with Snowy, so that was certainly something. And you know, unfortunately Meg D has never had like a super consistent placement in 2v2s, but you know, maybe this is the step in the right direction. Flower's been needing a new teammate, and you know, Meg D might as well try. You know, you never know until you try. But going up against Rise and Soul, how do you think that's gonna figure?
Oh, I am not sure. I might say because you have Meg D on your side, if you are Flower, that's definitely going to give you a big upper hand. And yes, I could be talking about his skill. The guy is a beautiful twos player, but it's also more so just that he's got the longevity, a very long-standing mainstay and high-level doubles gameplay. And you can go back, you can watch his doubles gameplay sets in top 8 North America back. I think even pre-pandemic, the guy knows how to bin placement in doubles for a very long time. You got two players like Rise and Soul. They're very hungry with something to prove. Like you said, they're improving very rapidly. But that's also, these are new heights. They are only just now reaching new depths of the ocean, and it's hard to say if they've come prepared to that pressure. And you could almost say a similar thing about Flower. Flower's been a threatening presence in the scene for quite a bit, but not to the extent you could say Meg D has. So I feel like any amount that maybe Flower might overcommit, because Flower still has something to prove. Flower still, maybe there's still some people who doubt Flower. So I feel like if you're gonna have that hungry new kid on the block, granted Flower isn't that new, but still that hungry new kid on the block, I feel like having Meg D as someone that can maybe prevent those overcommits and kind of cool things down. We know him as a very great support player. He can hold, he can fill in the gaps and whatnot. I feel like having that experience on your side while you're going up against Rise and Soul, just full send team of the hungry new kids on the block. They are looking for something to prove, and they know they have people counting them out, and they want to prove them wrong. That's a lot of energy they're focusing into that. So I might say just for Meg D's experience alone, I might put the scales just a few grams that way.
I mean, I have to say, Rise and Soul, I don't want to count out Meg D and Flower, but Rise and Soul, they've played 5 tournaments, 2 of those including Moose Wars. I mean, or no, they played 6. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know how many they played, but major tournaments they've only played in a couple. They already have a silver medal. They already have a second place. They already have, They can show they can go that far to grands, but it's the concept of winning grands that always kind of stops a lot of people. We've seen time and time again breakout performances halted at the grand finals, and being able to win either from elimination side or from winner side kind of determines, am I good enough to win a tournament? But will we see Rise and Soul rise to the occasion? Or they fall flat?
Winners quarterfinals is just one of the tests during the semester that it's good to pass.
Oh, God.
If you want
Graffiti, I don't want to talk about school. I'm done with that, man.
Oh no, I don't blame you.
I'm tired. I deserve my break.
Oh no, you do. You certainly do. Winners quarterfinals is definitely a barrier you want to pass if you want to prove that you can not only make it to ends, but win the whole thing. We are starting off with our next, I'm going to say it again, winners quarterfinals match. Flower and Meg Dizzle.
What part are we at?
We're at, we talked a lot about grands. This is grands already, right? Meg D's here.
Yeah,
already.
grand
Might as
final.
well be
Yeah.
grands.
Winners quarterfinals. Okay, let's get that set. All right, 3, 2, 1, brawl. Let's get gaming.
Are there any maps other than Demon Island?
I don't think so. I think it's really all the same. Try to go for that D-Sig already, right? Okay, so this is new. I don't think Soul actually played Rayman. Well, maybe they did. I don't know. Ooh, try to go for a quick combo. They're unable to get it, but now Meg D on this Rayman as well. Lots of people have been picking up Rayman, especially since I believe it was Wes and
Soul.
That no, ground
dude,
pound.
This is
And
what I was
Soul
saying. It's
saves
the overcommit. This is exactly what I was saying, Flaming. It was the overcommit that started the snowball.
Oh goodness, it's okay. I mean, it's always winnable, but man, what a hot start from the red team. Can they keep it going though? So they huge side sig to even up with that stock. But still, they need to remove Meg D's. Can they get it quickly is the question.
Team actually really good stage control right here. They know they have to make it back, and they're definitely acting like it. They're putting some pretty good pressure on red team, and still red team only just barely trying to grasp stage control, bit of team damage. Maybe red team could be bringing that momentum back in their corner. Flip team combo. Flower on the other side of the stage couldn't stop it. Meg Dizzle falls down to second stock just like everybody else. Like now he's the healthiest one on the board. Everyone except for Meg Dizzle himself could fall out of the stock soon. I mean, maybe I spoke a little early because that team combo, very nicely done. Maybe they do have a bit more experience than I'm giving them credit for, as Soul is dominating right here. This, I mean, you said it's not often he picks the Rayman. He's making it look like it very often.
Well, man, I don't know. It's been a while. Anytime I see someone playing with a Wushang, I'm like, oh, they probably played Olden at one point. And that could be true, could not be true. Regardless, this Rayman's working very, very well, and these players are making it look so good. The Axe and Spear has been working wonderfully for both teams, but Meg D, not enough to fall just yet. But Soul needs to be playing on that back foot a little bit more. Needs to try and play a little bit more towards the corners. Cannot afford to be taking too many more hits. Flower, the nice ground pound now. Big opportunity for the red team. Has to play very, very carefully. Weapon throw. Soul able to make it out of the 2v1 alive, but still bad situation here for the blue team. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon!
Gets out! Meg D in the 2v1, and also his path is clear. They know that Meg Dizzle is going to probably try and focus down Soul, so Rise is stepping in and really put himself in between Soul so they can keep it a 2v1. So really, really close game we have in here. Meg D trying to be as careful as we can. That's one thing that we really know from him. He's a very careful player. Sometimes, you know, he's like a shark in the water. Only attacks when he knows it's right. But maybe there isn't the right time. Maybe Rise and Soul, despite their overcommit, are able to snag game one. In an entertaining manner.
What I really liked was how Soul played right at the end there. In that 2v1 situation, he didn't want to commit too hard for too many options, so he kind of stayed in that distance in the pocket from the corner, to which, you know, okay, Meg D's going to come up and hit Rise, but I'm there to punish and get some damage out of that. And they were almost able to convert off the sidelight neutral air with another neutral air from the gauntlets. But regardless, still a wonderful KO combo, this neutral into side sig to finish it off. Can that momentum carry over from game one?
I might have to check Wushang's stats, but you can kind of say both teams are Rayman plus a high defense spear. So a bit of a slow matchup for both of them, but a Saracen's Flower off stage, that's going to be a huge lead. Now it's an offstage interaction, punishing an overcommit, this side on the favor of Rise and Soul as opposed to going against them. And not only did they come back from the lead against them, but they got a good lead of their own this early on in the game. So I think, never mind, very cheeky side sig. Gonna slap Rise out of the first stock. Stock's even. Meg D and Soul, it could be very important in this game as the last one's left on the first stock. Which one goes down first. Might not bode well for the rest of the game here.
But Flower's taking a lot of damage already. They need to back it up a little bit. I mean, finally, Soul's going to drop down here, but Flower needs to stop committing so hard. Random gravity cancel Silite at the corner stage. Not a great spot to be in, especially if you're on red. And now, Rise and Soul looking for the KO. Flower needs to try and live a little bit longer. Here comes Meggy to relieve some of that pressure. But, man, that was very, very dangerous. And a nice side sig by Rise. Team combo opportunity's going to whip on the side light. So unfortunate, to say the least. But here goes Rise, the gravity cancel D-Light. Popping off, going haymakers. Just going absolutely in. Great plays by the blue team. But, oh my god, look at this red team.
Hard to say. who has a big lead in the set. Megdi could go down to last stock, but so could Soul and Rise. Flower needs to hold on very long, doesn't get clashed out by the dare, recovers back to the stage, picks up spirit of his own, has to try and fight Soul on stage. Rise and fight Rise and let Megdi come back to stage. That goes up in smoke. And it turns out, are we seeing a double KO off the side of the stage? Megdizzle goes down to last stock. Flower just barely makes it back to stage, and could we be having a bit of a team? Hell no. Both members of blue team are able to make it back to stage, but maybe not long. Red team, very nice stage control. Could be setting everyone down to last stock gang. Flower, weapon starving, hanging back, sticking by Megdi's side, planting his feet on the ground. He's not going anywhere soon. Bit more weapon starving. Flower has to stay alive as long as he can to make sure that Megdi has a space that he needs to work with to make this an even 1-1.
Flower got both players into the sidelight D-light, but unable to convert off of too much of it. Both red team members in the red. However, it may be different soon. Rise looking for a KO, Soul looking for a KO. Both blue team members feeding for it. Sidelight recoveries, there's going to be one. Neutral air, not enough, but Flower's out of jumps, finally able to touch. But another recovery from the gauntlets. It's going to put the blue team up 2-0 in the set. Graffiti, it's not looking too good here for Meg Dizzle and Flower.
Yeah, no, maybe I was wrong. Soul and Rise are putting on quite a movie for us to watch here. They are poised for a 3-0 because they started for... I'm getting the games mixed up, but one game Rise and Soul started with a lead. They still won. Another game, they started with the other team having a lead. They came back and still won. So, if they have a lead, they're going to keep it. If they don't have a lead, they're going to make it. This is going to be pretty hard for Flower and Megdi to try and make back the work from. But hey, don't say it's over till it's over. These players know something I don't. There's a reason they're here and I'm not. I would love to see Flower and Megdi make the comeback. We all know Megdi is surgical precision, pinpoint, laser sight, sniper precision, knows how to get stuff done. I'm keeping my eyes on this Rayman here, seeing if he could work his little magic.
Already a nice D6 from Flower. Gonna send Soul into the red, get a weapon start going. Nice neutral light, however, is going to hit his teammate, and Rise is unable to get the neutral sig. However, D-light's there, not enough to KO Flower, able to return to stage. Floating in the sky, side sig gets knocked away by the opponent, and now
no trade
leads to a full team wipe. Unlucky.
Blue team, full stage control. How do they do with it? Red team able to separate them, so maybe red team is getting a bit of stage control. No, blue team is fighting for it back. Both teams really just trying to tip the scales in their favor, even though the scales are already kind of Soul and Rise's favor. They are staying, I mean, I just kind of cursed it by even thinking of the sentence. They were staying quite a while in the first stock, getting close to a minute and a half in, and Rise still yet to be taken out of the first stock, although they were sent off stage, and, you know, Gasp Curse always creeping his head around the corner. Still, Flower, I mean, this is an issue we saw with one of the previous games here, Flaming. Flower is taking quite a bit of damage. A minute and a half in, could already be halfway through their time in this game. We could be having a 3-minute or 2.5-minute game here, because if they go down to last stock soon here, Rise's first stock almost completely overlaps Flower's. This is, I'm starting to bite my nails here for Megdizzle.
I mean, they have to be a little more aggressive, and they cannot be getting KO'd like that. Megdi still looking for the KO on the Soul. Did not produce all the options just yet. Does catch the final frame of neutral light, so almost taking out Soul, but now back on the axe, back to putting some damage numbers on the board. Soul goes for recovery, unable to get it. Sidelight, D-light for Soul, and it is not looking good. Red team both down to the last stocks here in winner's side, or potential last stocks, I should say. I'm gonna throw down, not gonna do too much. They're so close to eliminating Soul, but they just can't find any KOs right now. Flower still looking for something to do, but can't get in anywhere. Not looking good here for Red Team at all. There goes Soul.
Oh, no.
Hold on. It ain't over yet.
That's just what Ryzen Soul needed, is to keep the stock lead. And now, if Red Team plays their cards carefully, they can get Ryze out of this second stock. Ryze is doing a pretty darn good job keeping these stocks alive, and partially because Soul is always there to save them. You saw Meggy was trying to skirt some Devious up on a Ryze, but Soul was able to kill highlight Nair on Gauntlets, but the Enzig almost connects. That might have taken Soul out of the game for the 1v2. The trade! Oh my goodness, wait, what was that? I gotta look at the feed more carefully. I don't know how that trade went, but that was very worth it for Ryze and Soul, because Meg D is now sudden death, facing down the barrel of a fully armed Ryze and Soul, staring down a 3-0 set. This Gauntlet duo, they got more than something to prove, Flamin'.
Dude, absolutely, man. Ooh, Ryze and Soul absolutely popped off game after game. Even when they didn't have the lead, they somehow still brought it back. It's like, that's mine. You can't have that. There were some huge opportunities. If I'm not mistaken, that D-Sig into N-Sig probably would have KO'd.
I think so.
Rayman has some pretty stupid signatures, and yeah, that absolutely would have KO'd. I mean, it's so unlucky. That honestly could have been the game, but Ryze still had two stocks left. So realistically, there's so many what ifs, but we are in this universe. We are in the universe where Ryze and Soul took a 3-0 set over Meg D and Flower. They will be moving on, and Meg D Flower will be dropping down to elimination side of the bracket. Graffiti, what happened there, man?
That was actually really smartly played from Ryze, as we saw a little bit ago. Okay, both members of the other team are on their last stock. Both me and my teammate are on second stock. I can trade my teammate's stock for one of the opponent's stock and have the team stocks be 1-3 as opposed to something else. And so that was actually a really smart trade. And then even still after that, Ryze would then also get the stock on his own. So very smart trade. That was a very good end game, thinking that through. So I gotta say, I was proven right. I was saying, like, Ryze and Soul, I know they still got a few things to prove, but I'm waiting for them to prove it. Proven I have been. Fantastic team. Now a fan. Very nice to see them coming through the bracket. We're gonna be seeing them face off against scrolling through the bracket. We're gonna see them face off against Zen and Hideaway.
The 1 seed versus the 4 seed.
Electric set. Oh,
that's
I'm gonna be
so
creeping in
good.
chat for that.
So
that's gonna be so fun. Woo.
Okay, so with all this excitement, we have to put some we gotta put some space between. We gotta build some suspension. So we'll be right back. Stay in your seats. We'll be back. Don't worry. We got a banger set coming up. We got Jacob and Erdix versus Jakeyy and Hybrid. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the next episode of Verdant Ruins 2v2 tournament. Today, I'm joined here by our co-star.
Hello.
Hi, Graffiti.
Hi.
We're going to come back for another playthrough of some more Brawlhalla 2v2s just for you. Yes, you, the viewer. You're going to see some more 2v2 action. Starting off with... What are we starting with?
We are starting with so we're starting off with Jakeyy and Hybrid. Very interesting team. I mean, you expect them to do well, not only on their own, but together. So not too many surprises, but still very fun to see them here. Up against Jakeyy and Erks after they 3-0'd Marky and Future Bubble.
They 3-0'd Marky and Bubble? Huh? They 3-0'd Marky and Bubble? What?
Yes.
What? No.
I don't believe
That's
it either.
impossible.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Marky reported the score himself.
All right.
That's
wow. Okay.
That's what's there. They've yet to contest the results. That is what is written down, and thus that is what it shall be.
All
That
right.
was
Well,
let us hear.
Jakeyy and Erks. That's certainly a team that I don't think anyone really has seen. I think they played. I think they played in Springs potentially, but we definitely haven't seen them here. But
No.
I mean,
yeah.
what's funny is that's not even like the black sheep of the match. We have Jakeyy.
Oh
We
yeah,
have Jakeyy from
I mean,
Europe.
Jakeyy
He's coming-
fits in with the group the least, but it's still out of all the teams we've gone through. The Erks and Jakeyy have been the biggest surprise. But yes, Jakeyy, that raises some eyebrows. Welcome, happy you're here, but still, what?
Welcome to North America. And also, welcome to the Level 100 Club. Oh my goodness. We have Olgrim, Teska, and Orion all sitting at that triple-digit number. Ooh, this is going to be a great game. It's going to be great.
I
Olgrim...
genuinely don't know if I've ever seen Erk's gameplay. I can't remember the last time I've seen Jakey's gameplay. I've read their name in bracket maybe a few times. My eyes are peeled, flaming. I don't know what's in the water where they're playing together, but it's working. Because my goodness, are they on a roll today?
Absolutely. So we're going to have to see how they fare against an actual champion Hybrid. But there goes Hybrid off the top. And immediately
I almost spat out my
Jakeyy-
water. Oh my god. Nope.
Wow, what an early KO.
I thought I had a break to drink some water and prepare for the set, but no, we were supposed to come prepared. That was a great interrupt from Jakeyy too. There's no stopping. There's no breaks. Jakeyy might get his...
What? You okay?
I saw Jakeyy off stage and I wasn't sure if Erks was gonna target swap, but no, lets him get back on stage just to duke him out for the D-Sig, and Jakeyy is out, but a lot later than I thought he would, but Jakeyy is still alive?
There's like 90 damage on the red team and 80 of it's on Jakeyy. I mean, Erks has taken nothing so far.
Oh my god.
Hybrid's
I
almost
thought
down to
was
that
second
last
stock.
stock.
I thought that was second stock on Erks.
No.
Oh my god.
Finally, the red team's gonna lose one. But dude, Erks is still on the first stock. Finally entering light yellow, but a big team combo. Hybrid's in orange already on this last stock.
Erks, you gotta go down at some point. You can't hog that forever. You gotta let someone else have a turn.
Oh, Jakeyy with a huge...
No, he can't get the save! It was a good trade, though. It was a good trade. If you're up stocks, you might as well trade. That's just the rule.
Here's the thing, though. Hybrid is so heavily damaged already. This is just such a... You needed to wake up earlier in this game, I feel. If you're blue team, you kind of had to get going much, much earlier. Erks with a side air into recovery onto Jakeyy, but doesn't have any options. He's just exhausted. A little bit more damage there onto Hybrid. But man, ground pound here. Jakeyy is struggling. Hybrid is struggling. This is not a fun game for the blue team. Not enough to take out just yet. Another signature. Probably going to be flying soon. It gets interrupted. What? Hello?
Never seen that interrupted in that way in my life. It's been how many years? I've never seen that D-Sig result in that. Erks almost gets sent down to last stock, but no, he does not, because he's Erks. Hybrid and Jakeyy, though, full stage control. They can't really get out. Jakeyy was actually lasting the 2v1 quite well. Erks is able to get Hybrid out of the game. Jakeyy, I mean, it's a doable 2v1. You focus Jakeyy, and Jakeyy...
It's always winnable, but
yeah.
not so much. But my goodness, what a start from the red team. What an absolute start.
Where did these kids come from?
Around the block.
I want to move to that block.
This is like when
I'm
you
packing
enter
my
a new
bags. I'm
area.
moving.
It's like when you enter a new area and all the people there are just like 10 levels higher than the previous area. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like in like RPGs or something.
You're grinding the previous area and it's like, I'll be ready for the next area. I'm a few levels above, and then you just get bodied. Like, no,
you just get
not even
slammed.
I
Oh
thought
my
I was
goodness.
prepared. I thought I was prepared. I made an effort to prepare. Why am I getting slapped around?
They had an absolutely insane first stock there on the hybrid last game. And, you know,
Nothing but cray.
they did a great job. And now we're going to see a little bit more team combos coming out from the blue team. It's definitely a slower start. Just do not want this red team to have any bit of momentum. But double Lance neutral air, hogging up the screen. This is going to be very, very rough for the blue team.
I do find it very, very interesting that they're bringing Lance back and their other players don't know how to act. So, red team double D6 synchronized. Oh, they're brothers from different mothers here.
Oh, Jakeyy with a huge ground pound.
Erks gets sent out. I think that's a bit too early than what your Erks is used to. Jakeyy, very smart breakdance, but gets punished for it. It does not result in a trade or anything. Stocks are even. Stocks were even last game, but the damage was far from it. And now stocks are not quite as even. Jakeyy is going to be a pretty interesting player in this game because can they hold on? Can they stock tank? Or is it Erks who was showing how hard of a tank they can play and hold on for dear life that's going to end up maybe even overlapping Jakeyy? So I'm still trying to pronounce that name. I'm saying it like Jakeyy, like the artist.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how to say it, but I believe it's Jakeyy. But even
Some of us in the setup BC were
enough.
saying like Jakeyy.
Side saying that should be the KO, and that it is. It is.
Erks is on last stock already. Wait, blue team is coming back.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
Uh-oh.
this is huge. Yeah, some of us in the setup BC were saying Jakeyy because we didn't know.
Oh my
okay,
God!
that was dirty. That was dirty.
That's
That was
EU
dirty.
for you. That is EU for you. That is something that mainly EU players would be going for. I mean, Jakeyy is absolutely incredible with those signatures. And I'm surprised how well he's playing, especially on the ping div. Hello?
Wow, I couldn't even say your name, dude. Caster's Curse is that strong? Okay, thanks, I guess. Jakeyy, trying to get back to stage, making life a bit difficult, and Jakeyy gets the weapon. Yes, grabs a pair of boots, gets punished for it though. Hybrid though, making some very good stage control. Erks can't respond, and Jakeyy gonna suffer a bit of worse for wear damage from this. Off stage, Hybrid has to try and come back for some of this some of the stage control that red team has. Can they make it back? Jakey's out of a game. Erks and Jakeyy, why are they in a lead again? Wait, how did this happen?
They got rid of they had a huge combo. Hybrid gets stage spiked. Red team had a great combo earlier on. They took out, I believe, Jakey's second stock pretty early, and then finally getting rid of that one there. That was just the nail. And then Hybrid falling very, very soon. That snowball that you always mention, it happened, and it's going to happen time and time again. But man, I mean, I thought the blue team had that one. I mean, they had a lead. Jakeyy held that second stock for quite a while, but man, it's just, unfortunately, just fell flat there.
Dirty, though. I will say
Oh,
that side stick, that felt
Absolutely.
dirty. That was fun.
I think that was like a dash. I don't think I consider dash charge, but like, you know, when you dash a sig and then you know what I mean. You know what I mean. This guy gets it.
You
use your momentum. You use your
quite.
momentum from the corner. It makes sense, I swear.
It's like somewhat of a slide charge, but not entirely.
It's like slide charge, but fast.
Slide charge, but fast. Okay, we'll elaborate later. Game 3 is happening. Blue team have shown some fantastic signs of adjustment. Game 2 almost looked different. from the first. Actually, it did. Never mind. I'm getting ahead of myself. Game 2 actually looked quite a bit different from Game 1, and they're also trying to make Game 3 look a lot different. Regardless, because they're switching the maps. Jakeyy even switched the skin that he's on, so maybe, you know, a lot of mental buff, plus the best level soundtrack in the game is playing. So I mean, blue team, they've made a lot of effort to adjust before, and they're going to continue making it. They're not out just yet. I'm keeping my eyes on y'all. What do you have cooking?
Side earlier for Eric's playing in the corner. Jakeyy whiffs on a side sig.
Nice.
Delay recovery will be enough,
Nice.
though. Hybrid trying to play up top. Not going to find anything off of it. A nice side sig from Jakeyy. That's going to be Hybrid stocked on. Getting the follow through with the Sayer of the boots. Jakeyy able to touch, but
punish.
here comes Eric's with the ground pound.
Covering the wall. Really smart. I like the way that that brain is thinking. Jakeyy gets sent out, and Eric's almost gets sent out, trying to avoid the 1v2, knowing that a team is best when they're together. There's no I in team, buddy, but there is a we. There's a we in team. I think. I failed math.
Yeah? I think
Yeah.
you failed something else there, bud.
Yeah, maybe.
Uh-oh. D-like ground pound. Not going to be enough to take out Jakeyy just yet, but so much damage. Blue team definitely feels a little bit more alive here. D-like dare for Jakeyy. Resets the corner, trying to get anything nice.
Damn.
Neutral sig, not enough. Weapon throw should be it. And now Eric's temporary disadvantage needs to try and stay alive. Hybrid tried to get the neutral life, but just could not convert because the neutral is sent through the platform. But definitely a much better situation for the blue team.
Oh yeah, blue team is very much alive. Like I said earlier, they were doing a lot of work to try and adjust and overcome the pressure red team was putting on them. And although, you know, it took a few tries, the effort that they were putting in to try and adjust is now paying off. And they're acting like they want to win because they could win this game. We could start to see a bit of a pivot in the momentum. We could see Erks and Jakeyy pushed on the back foot for the first time in a while and have them say, huh, should we change? Because Jakeyy is stock taking pretty efficiently. Hybrid isn't too damaged on that last stock, but that could change in the 1v2. Especially considering that now actually Jakeyy is back and Erks could be looking a bit worse for wear. If they get Jakeyy in the 2v1, Jakeyy trying to snipe that stock out of thin air. We're could be coming down to sudden death all apiece. Erks can save his teammate off the ledge guard. Blue team, perfect stage control. Is this where they turn it around?
Ooh, weapon throw not enough. Jakeyy. Whiffs on the neutral light. D-light Sayer and Sig. What a catch, Hybrid.
Ooh, I'm getting giddy.
Oh man.
I'm getting giddy. Ooh.
I don't want to downplay the blue team at all, but when the
No, that
red
was
team
good.
got
That
to
was
their last
good.
stocks there, and that late in that game, they did a very, very hard reset on neutral. They significantly slowed the pace of the game down, and that's really what brought it back. I mean, they slowed it very, very. I don't know if you could tell, but I mean, it was guns blazing first couple stocks, and like, okay, let's lower the speed on the treadmill a little bit. All right, let's take it down a couple notches. They slowed the pace, and that's really where they were able to shine. But Hybrid and Jakeyy, beautiful ending to that game. And once again, we're back home on Demon Island. We don't have the platforms this time, which I think Jakeyy and Hybrid quite liked from the last game. And big opportunity here. Oh my gosh.
Ow. You start that unarmed and you still manage to dodge DI for that long.
There were like 4
even
neutral lights
still-
in that, by the way.
Oh,
Jakey's
wow,
gone.
early stop,
Hello?
Jakeyy! Wait, Erks and Hybrid, they were on cooldown and they're activating the ability again.
Uh-oh. Hybrid's already in red. Jakeyy is on a bad
my goodness.
Uh-oh.
No,
This double
Jakeyy,
lance edge guard is
it
not
can't be
fun.
this soon, Jakeyy. Live a little longer.
Hybrid's
Oh my
gone.
God, he's out. Jakeyy could fall down the last stock. Wait, no, he could punish Urk at the ledge guard hybrid, more extra ground pound. We know extra ground pound's a good move in doubles, covers a lot of space, but the TC feel like can give him a bit more space.
Ooh, hybrid!
Blue team starting to take some stage control. Can they get the stocks even? Say it with me, folks. Yes, we can.
Jakeyy has to play so far back. Gets a nice cider there, but Urk's still in red. Hybrid entering red as well. Sair not gonna be enough. Weapon throw barely gonna whiff. I think tried to interrupt that. Jakey's gonna drop here to that last stock. Hybrid still has an option. Sair's going to be not enough. Still has enough to touch. Now Urk's trying to go down there. Unable to find the confirm, but down sig from Jakeyy will secure it. And now both blue team members on that final stock here already.
Stocks are 2 to 4. Everyone's still on yellow. And red team is taking a bit of a beating, but they have a lead. Oh my god! I was about to say they can afford it. Maybe not so much anymore, because blue team, they are still evolving, but no!
Jakeyy!
He almost overcommits! Almost just grabbed on his opponent for the Clash Hybrid, almost just died for that! Jakeyy just barely makes his way back to stage!
It's like the line graph. We are so back, it's so over. We are so back, it's so over. That's what I'm feeling with this blue team.
My heart rate is going all the way. No, the heart rate is just staying up. My heart rate is just constantly at the 200 BPM. Oh my god. Now blue team is on sudden death.
Goodness.
Here it is. Blue team is on sudden death and they're down a star. Oh, Lord.
Oh,
and that's the snipe. Jakey's out.
Hybrid has not enough.
Clean this up.
And like,
one and light.
That
is enough.
It.
Red team wins.
What a set, man.
Jakeyy and Urks showing off just a fraction of the power you need to overcome teams like Hybrid and Jakeyy, along with Future Bubble and Marky Moo, landing themselves a very, very nice spot in top 8 winners side. Jakeyy and Urks, may I say to you, gentlemen, all eyes on you.
Oh my god, man, that was a wave of emotions. I mean, absolutely incredible set played by both sides. Jakeyy and Hybrid made their best, but man, Urks and Jakeyy, they had so much pressure and covered so much of the stage with that double lance. And, you know, I feel like that's kind of what, you know, that contributed. I mean, they were able just to control the pace. Sidelight neutral air is such a great damage builder. And paired with another axe, or paired with axe or another lance, I mean, you could just kind of take them off the top in the elevator, neutral air, neutral air, neutral air. I mean, so much pressure, so much damage. An absolutely incredible job there by Urks and Jakeyy. Oh my goodness.
Just insane. Oh my god. Thunderous, explosive set. So many adjectives about that set. But we're trying not to stay too long in the past. We're looking towards the future. Jakeyy and Urks will be going on to the winners bracket top 8 side winners semifinals. Along with them is going to be Zen and Hideaway versus Ryzen's Soul. And you're wondering, why do we not know who Jakeyy and Urks' teammate or opponents will be for winners, winners semifinals? That's because we're about to find out right here. 2 teams that we actually, I know that we talked to your ear off during the, pre-show. Sorry about that, but still, we talked quite a bit about both Fakey and Snowy, along with Moneyhala and Kasalix. So this is a match that, honestly, this is a great way to end winners quarters off with. This is our last winners side quarterfinals match. So we're gonna have to see. Flamin', is there anything you want to say about this? I've been yapping for long enough, and I'm losing my train of thought. I'm tired from that last set. That was a journey. Flamin', what do you want to say? Because we didn't give you a chance to talk about these teams during the pre-show. Tell us your thoughts.
Well, I gotta be honest here. I gotta go. I personally gotta say, I think this is an easy Fakey Snowy dub. Like, I love Costlix, I love Money Hollow. They're great people, you know, they're great players. But I just Fakey and Snowy have the medals to prove it. I mean, Snowy has 5, Fakey has 3. Recently picking up a C, or it wasn't CEO. It was what was it? I think it was Max Mode, right? I think it was Max Mode doubles that Fakey and Lores won. So I think, I mean, overall, I mean, I gotta go with, you know, the team that's shown time and time again they can win here. But Money Hollow and Costlix repping that Woogrim comp we've seen so many times, but they don't have the Fakey fact.
Touch him back down on Demon Island.
Good interrupt there by Money Hollow with a nice D-light to punish the grab and cancel of Snowy. Rips a interesting D-sig. But, you know, we're not honestly used to seeing Money Hollow on Spear, are we?
Money Hollow's played a little bit of Spear, but no, not that often.
Okay.
And it seems to be working because Fakey's already respecting it. Like, Fakey could have pressed something a bit harder.
Costlix.
He was already respecting it. Like, they're already respecting Money's Spear. And I gotta say, Money's Spear, although it goes down a second stock, is a little underrated because, yes, you're right, we don't see it much, but every once in a while he does lock it in. And I'm kind of secretly waiting for him to play it because Money's Spear, it's pretty fun to watch. Like, the few times I've seen it, I've been quickly made a fan, but I don't know. Maybe I can't fangirl for that long. I don't have that much time to fangirl.
Snowy able to make it back. Still on 3 stocks, but Money Hollow has taken so much damage. Costlix did finally fall to that last sidelight neutral recovery, the classic Lance gauntlets. Can they get a time combo going here? Catches the D-light. Money Hollow dashes a little too far for that side sig to connect, but certainly some good damage building. Commits for a ground pound there onto Fakey, unable to get it, but gets the second one. Money Hollow cashing in.
Blue team, they could gain some very nice stage control here, but Costlix, I mean, you said it earlier, with that Lance, great stage control, but still, Money Hollow gets sniped down the last stock. Stocks are even, but Costlix might have to play just a little careful, because even with that defense, could go down pretty soon. Both Kaya and Onyx could send pretty far with some of these signatures, especially if they catch you in a read. Fakey can read you pretty well, like a book. Money Hollow, very good D-sig. Try to get Snowy out, but Costlix is going to go down first. So attempted trade does not come through. Snowy, now the last one on second stock, and that gets shut out too. The 2v1 can... no, we cannot. Not even enough time for me to finish the sentence. They close it out. Snowy, I mean, we've seen Snowy pull off some crazy 2v1s, and this would go down as one of his craziest if it happens.
Man, that was such a clutch combo there for the red team. Beautiful job capitalizing on the power to play. But now they have to do a 2v1, which is pretty much the power, but for as long as possible. Did not get anything. Snowy's very, very good at staying, you know, away from that danger zone. However, double, D-light, Sair, weapon throw, not gonna KO.
Good jump though.
So much.
No!
Pressure.
Oh, he played the recovery so smart. Timed the weapon, the dodge for the weapon throw pretty well. Jumped over the Sair, faded around the what is it? The spear edge guard. Still just barely couldn't touch the wall. Snowy playing that recovery very smart. Still a 2v1. I mean, hey, how much can you do against a 2v1? Costlix and Money Hollow, not a bad start to a set. I gotta say, not looking bad at all.
I want to say, Fakey had a very, very early first stock, and I don't think it was a SD, but even then, it was very, very early. And big string here, side light nair, end light, D's light, side sig.
Fakey,
oh
dude.
My gosh, Fakey.
There's still time to SD for a reset, man. I'm just offering.
There goes Snowy out of options.
Okay,
Fakey
well,
has to return. Money and cost. You're doing so great side lights there, baby. Let's
I tried
keep
to
it
offer
going.
you a reset. You can't say I didn't try. I offered you a reset. You didn't take it. Okay. play with 4 stocks instead of 6.
They might not even. Uh-oh. Fakey able to return. But man, what an opener from the red team. Call that the Wushong Gambit.
Go to cover, to recovery, classic move. Now in a 1v2, I have to pull out something a bit better than classy to last long enough for Money Hall to touch back down on the stage and Nair to try and distance Fakey away from the stage and bring red team a bit more stage control. Worked a little bit, but maybe not as much as intended. That D-Sig, very nice catch of the stack options. So very nice thinking from Koslix, especially considering they're still up. Quite a nice stock lead. They're looking to extend it if Koslix plays carefully enough and they target Snowy at just the right moments. We could be looking at a pretty treacherous game here for Fakey and Snowy, folks.
Now they're kind of looking for a KO here on the Snowy, but they just can't find anything to get. Finally do get that. Gets the D-Light, but Money Holla didn't recognize it quite quick enough. Koslix still surviving a little longer than they should on this first stock, but Money Holla dropping down to that last.
Dare, double!
Following suit.
Stocks are 2-5.
Man, this has been such a game.
Fakey, I'd be a little bit worried about Fakey. Orange on last stock. Everyone else is either yellow or, I mean, look at the Watcher Man on second stock. So I'd be a little bit worried for Kaya, but I mean, Fakey has it in him. I'm not saying I'm worried because I doubt him. I'm saying I'm worried because it's going to be close. I'm worried for my heart rate at this point.
I don't even know what's going on anymore. All I know is that red team is taking out Fakey, looking for the KO on the Snowy. The Pogo does it. Wow, man. What a game from the red team. What a game, man.
I knew to expect something good from these two, but this is a bit better than what I was expecting, if I'm honest. Like, I go into a Koslix set, and I'm like, yeah, this is going to be fun. Koslix knows what he's doing. Long-time soul of the game, knows the game in and out. This is going to be fun. Guy's a great guy. This is still a bit better than what I was expecting. These two, I think they could be finding their footing as a team, or if not, they're having a great time together. Because that, what was it, 5 stock to 2 lead was pretty tasty.
Koslix and Money Holla did team for CEO I think last year. And they got 17th there. So obviously, incredible
doing something,
team.
right?
Yeah, obviously great. But, you know, Koslix did take quite a bit of a break. And this is, he said it on Twitter. I mean, it's the first tournament he came back, and they already beat a really, really strong team, I believe, in Hexo Guichibu in 5. So, I mean, they're here to play, and they're playing absolutely great. But Snowy's going to swap to the Rayman this game. The Kaya Rayman, very, very strong. Money Holla unable to get the D-Sig in the sky, but still absolutely great job playing from both teams. But Money Holla and Koslix are going crazy.
I'm actually really happy that you brought up their set against Hexo and Gui, because that's not an easy name to take. Like, that really puts things into scale for us, as that ground pound proves what we are saying yet again. These guys know what they're doing. Snowy the recovery. The one thing to note, switches off the Onyx onto the Rayman. The Cannon, I mean, I think I can see where it's going from. Cannon not getting as many knockouts as Snowy knows how to get. Snowy's Cannon can be pretty efficient with the knockouts, so maybe we're seeing a bit more tomfoolery with Rayman's goofy signatures, and also the Axe. I mean, come on, Axe, such a good weapon for space control, and is also trying to get a good read on Koslix's movement. Fast falls with him, trying to maybe catch him there. Doesn't find something to fully commit to, but I see the process. I see those gears turning. Snowy's finding something he couldn't see before here. Uh-oh.
D-Light.
Good catch for
Money Holla. Now, Koslix is pretty damaged here, but as long as he can avoid being KO'd, until they get Fakey out, that would be absolutely huge. However, Fakey now looking for a recovery. Snowy sidelight neutral air. Ground pound's going to connect onto Money Holla, now putting him into the orange. Fakey is playing a very, very well-paced run game, and he is getting away with almost anything right now. Trying to edge guard Cosalex, does hit the down air, and there we go, keeping it moving. Fakey avoids the Money Holla ground pound with another pogo, and now blue team is up.
They're up. I mean, the stocks could be lost soon, but still, a lead is a lead, and especially considering that sometimes a lead can be very hard to overcome, so a lead of even the smallest amount can be massively valuable in games like this one. And Sidesig gets interrupted, a new one starts, but it doesn't land its mark, and D-Sig tries to find its mark. Red team, they're starting to get a bit too hungry for these knockouts, and I think they're expending maybe a bit too much energy for the knockouts. Money Holla in the 2v1 stocks 1, 2, 4. It's gonna take a miracle for him to win this. This might just be a go next. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's unlucky. You know, normally it's like, okay, well, I can always, it's all, I can win this, but it's like, can you really? Sometimes you can, but sometimes
I mean,
can't.
Technically, yes.
What
technically,
am I looking at?
Technically anything is winnable,
gosh.
but like when you're talking about what's humanly possible and what's realistic, yeah, that changes things.
Hey, you seeing that right there?
What am I looking for?
You seeing that the bowl?
The bowl.
No,
yes.
we got Rayman. Or wait, did we got Rayman? We got Rayman.
Huh?
Cool.
What are we
You know what I
talking
want to see? I want to see.
about?
You know what team I want back?
Yeah.
I want Snowy Zakoi to come back. I need that team back. Man.
Ooh, my God.
Like
We haven't seen him in a
prime
while. We
Snowy
haven't seen
Zakoi, dude. That
in a
team was
while.
so freaking good. I love that. But
When's the last time I've seen
For now-
Zakoi? I hope he's doing good. How's Zakoi? Anyone know how Zakoi's doing? Can we check up on him? How's he doing? I hope he's doing good. I hope he's living his best life. I miss him. Just Zakoi in general.
all right. Well, anyway, with that being said, you got game number 4 here. Guys, there's other moves besides Neutralite. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear. There's more moves. Fakey might get dropped here. No, side sig from Money Holla, but a nice punish there by Cosalex to get rid of that down. So gets the final frames of Sair. Side sig, not finding another side sig to try and get something out of that. Sider onto Snowy, not enough. Fakey dodges an imaginary sidelight. Sidelight recovery, or sidelight neutral air. Sair onto Snowy, still not enough. Cosalex able to return.
Sudden death for everyone on first stock. 45 seconds in. Snowy has to recover back to stage, leaving Fakey in a temporary 1v2. Fakey does make it last, but Snowy can't make the recovery back, and neither can Fakey. Red
I'm
team.
sorry, but Snowy should have been gone like so many attacks ago. He was living for so long.
The fact that he got
Tough
sent
for
to a
him.
corner of the map as opposed to a wall, I think is part of the reason he lived for so long. If that
But even
trajectory
off
sent a
the
different
off the
angle-
right side, he was living side airs.
Oh yeah, no, you're right about that. I saw the one he was sent to the corner, and I was like, okay, that was surprising. Good ground pound from Snowy. They're trying to make their work back. Like I said, any lead is a good lead, and as good as it can be to hold on to any lead, no matter how small. You could say the opposite, that any lead could be overturned at any minute. These games can be very volatile, very unpredictable, with players that are so opportunistic, if that's the right way to pronounce it, because we have Snowy fishing for that Sair on Money Holla down the last stock. Everyone now red on second stock except for Money. How do the next few attacks go? Do we see trade? Do we see big commits? What are we looking for here, Flamin'? Is it that
That
uppercut?
was definitely not an option for Cosalex. I mean, that's unlucky, but Fakey didn't have, wasn't ready, so wasn't able to get a team combo off of it. But they need KOs soon rather than later. Recovery, double recovery takes out Snowy off the top, but clash on the red side. Gonna keep Fakey alive a little bit longer. Once again, Fakey's so good at playing the run game, and you know it's so hard to find a good KO option on him. But you know, one day they'll get it. But right now, Money Holla has to run. Cosalex might be going down here.
Oh my God, he
Able
even
to
goes
get
for the
Sair.
chase dodge! That was actually brilliant! Wait, that was brilliant! Excellent trade from Fakey to come back, get the Sair, and let Snowy chain that into an uppercut. Good grief, as we're starting our game 5 here, those last few minutes or seconds were actually played brilliantly from Fakey, trying to bait Kostelix out of offstage options, knowing he can't get back, trading yourself in for Kostelix's last stock. Here it is, revoking him from the game, trying to get a good confirm. Even a chase dodge Sair was not enough to get him back, and then just cleans it up. I like seeing clean end games like that. It's just smart.
We are in a game 5 situation here. Winner takes all. Money Holla making the swap over to Amugi, while Snowy swaps to Teros. So we have very big hard hitters on the field now. And this is really just the battle of brawn at this point. I mean, raw damage output is what's going to get you the win. I mean, we'll just have to see. I mean, currently, Snowy and Kostelix trading a couple hits here and there with Axe, but Money Holla coming in here with that Sair. Fakey getting taken up and out. Ooh, Snowy trying to get the recovery. Side sig gets thrown out by Money Holla. And once again, we're in the red matchup.
Yes, sir. Anytime that, Kostelix, similar situation last time, Fakey removes, and Snowy's hammer is looking better than... I don't know, maybe ever. This is some fantastic hammer gameplay from Snowy. Although he does get that first stock traded out from his bare hands. Still, anytime someone picks Greatsword in doubles, I'm looking very carefully because people have very mixed feelings about Greatsword. It might have been, I'm forgetting who tweeted it. I don't want to put words in their mouth if I guess wrong, but someone... Oh, okay, Fakey goes down. But someone said Greatsword is the best weapon in twos. Nobody just knows how to use it. And I don't want to put words in someone's mouth if I'm remembering it wrong, but someone tweeted that. And ever since they tweeted that, I'm looking very carefully at Greatsword and doubles thinking, what does that person think?
I have to disagree. I mean, Greatsword...
Yeah, no, it's very
It doesn't... Oh, good recovery there by Snowy.
That's not Greatsword and doubles.
Side
it's
sig
very
follows
divisive.
through, though.
It's very divisive. It's very hard to make work. It's not the easiest thing in the game here.
Man, this red team has to try and come up with something soon. They need to get rid of Snowy as soon as possible. But Fakey's always there to lay some damage out. Sidelight Nair, Sair, Kostelix going for a ground pound. Money Holla with a nice neutral air. Get back on the stage. Neutral. Sair getting rid of Snowy stock. Fakey trying to put some pressure. Not gonna live too much longer. But Money Holla with the Greatsword. Can they get something here onto Snowy before Fakey comes in? Unable to. Kostelix looking for something with down sick connects. Snowy gets get by his teammate. Able to live.
Oh my god! Catches the recovery again, chases into a Nair, the target swap on his Snowy. Can he help Kostelix make it back to stage? Everyone's the last dog, sudden death. Can Money make it back to the stage?
There goes Snowy.
Snowy's out of
trying
the
to get the side sig.
Fakey and a sudden death. The team combo starts. Spot dodges through. Out of a dodge for a little bit. Kostelix trying to find something fancy. Money Holla trading him in. The Greatsword. It might actually end up just barely working in doubles. Money Holla and Kostelix continue their run in top 8.
Wow, dude. Money Holla and Kostelix taking out Jakeyy and Snowy, man. What a final set, Graffiti. My goodness. Woo, boy, game 5, last stock Reds. I mean, that was just absolutely incredible. And look at this play from Money Holla right there. I mean, absolutely great. Knowing that, listen, I might KO my teammate, but he'll go too. 625 on that Greatsword. My goodness, Money Holla really living up to that name of Prodigy. Partnering with the veteran Kostelix. Absolutely incredible job. They're moving on to, I believe, face off against Urix and Jakeyy in that upper semifinals matchup, which will be absolutely incredible to watch. But my gosh, Kostelix, welcome back to the scene. Money Holla, keep grinding. What a set.
Oh my goodness. That just got closer and closer and closer to the wire with every waking minute of those 5 games. I would not have expected it to end like that.
Man, oh man, that was just. Dude, I don't even know what to say. That was just such a great set. It was so fun to see. I mean, 2 banger back to back. I mean, it was just, oh my goodness. Well, all right. Unfortunately, Graffiti, that is gonna be it from us. That we're gonna have to go bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Me and my brother, we're gonna order in some burgers. Flamin', what are you doing for dinner?
Anyway.
You gonna?
Huh?
No, I'm asking what are you doing? Cause I'm hungry. Me and my brother, we're gonna go get some burgers. Flamin', what you doing?
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of planned my entire day around this, so I just decided, let's not do anything.
No, I planned my entire day too. If you want, you can get burgers with us. We can invite you with.
Nah, I'm good. Thanks though.
Nah,
But
all right.
with that being said, today this is the end of the episode. Hope you guys enjoyed our block for the day. But stay tuned. As you've seen, there's some banger sets coming up very soon, as likes of Zen Hideaway versus Rise Soul, Jacob and Erks versus Costlix Money Holla, and then our lower side, which is not filled out just yet. But when it is, there's some incredible teams there. So with that being said, we'll see you all very soon. Stay tuned.
I'm gonna hide away,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all back to Moose Wars Verdant Ruins, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I'm with Nomad. And Nomad, how are you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm very excited to see what this tournament has brought up for us.
Yeah, we've got some really cool sets so far, man. And, you know, we just had the upper quarterfinals just finished up not too long ago. We've had some interesting teams show up on stream, some teams that we're not used to seeing, but we also have teams that we are used to seeing in Moose Wars and in official majors.
Yeah, we got
and
some
I think
fan
we have
favorites.
two of them coming up, right?
Yeah, we have Sin and Hideaway against Rise and Soul coming up next, but we also have a few other teams that I'm pretty excited to see, especially on the losers side of the bracket. We have unexpectedly Snowy and I believe Fakey together playing down there, and also on the other side of the winner side, the most unexpected team. I've been seeing their plays all day through Twitter and also through the stream. We have Causalix and Money Hala, who made a surprise appearance and are almost basically in the finals of the tournament right now.
Yeah, Money Hala and Causalix are teaming. We have a new team of Jakeyy and Urks that have come in here and gone crazy as well. So, you know, but before we get into the matchup between them, we're going to go and do Hideaway and Zen versus Rise and Soul. Rise and Soul being those up and coming players in North America, I would definitely say for this year. You know, we haven't seen a whole lot of Rise and Soul because they're a fairly new team, right? I mean, they started playing in consistently in probably 2024. They took a break after Moose Wars Sacred Uprising. They got third in Moose Wars Snowfall and then got second in the Winter Championship. So they're a fairly new team. They are PR9, PR14, and ready to go at it. But they're going at it against some of the best, probably the best NA team at the moment.
Yep.
Which is Zen versus Hideaway, based off of seed and stuff like that. And Zen and Hideaway were great in their own perspectives, right? And when they team with other teams. But this is the first time that we've seen them consistently team together and done crazy. I mean, if you look back at their pro stat stuff, you have, let me see.
I mean, all of their placements from BCX already is just, it shows the amount of skill they have. I believe, I might be wrong here. I believe Hideaway also has a few majors in his belt. And overall, even though there are two players kind of like Agno and Blaze that, you know, often you see them together, they do amazingly. They also tend to split and they tend to pair up with different pro players and they still deliver amazing showcases of skill. I'm very excited that they're playing together right now, especially with CO coming up in, I think, 2 weeks now, 19 days, something like that. So even though, you know, Rise and Soul, the up and coming, the underdogs in this set, you could say, I definitely have high expectations from Zen and Hideaway. Maybe if they make it all the way to the Grand Finals on the winner's side.
Yep. Yeah, and right now, currently, when it comes down to these two teams, we have Zen and we have Hideaway in the room ready to go. We're just waiting on the other team to hop on in. Room code's been shared into the Challenger mode chat with them as well. So just waiting for them to go ahead and hop on in. And, you know, we got Zen Hideaway. We're going to see how the team of, of course, I lose the team, of Rise and Soul really does well. I could probably just DM them in Discord, room, and message them. Rise.
Do you have any expectations for the upcoming teams over in the loser side? Because honestly, I feel like we haven't talked enough about the two teams that are waiting down there.
Well, I think a lot of it is because they just recently got there too. So when we had winners quarterfinals, we had those players playing in the background, and you know, we've seen these players before too. So Fakey's know he's back. They beat Simba and Lampy 3-0 to get up here. They're facing Jakeyy and Hybrid, who also, Jakeyy and Hybrid just beat Vayax and Halo Prince, which is EU and EU versus NA, in the sense of like you have one EU player and one NA player against each other. That went to game 5 and Jakeyy and Hybrid won that. So they're going to be back on stream later. You also have experience in Shade coming back from the elimination side, beating Megdy and Flower, which is cool as well. But as we say that, we are going straight into game number 1 and ready to go here.
Now, Rise and Soul right now, starting up not too well, though the weapons have been distributed in a very fair amount. Oh, There we go. Soul grabbing the Nair, sending Sen out of the stage. Already trying to separate the two of them just to make sure that they can come up with those team combos. And there we go. Rise and Soul starting with a neutral lane into side sig. Beautiful Nair right there from Rise, canceling out the recovery from... Oh, neutral into side sig. That was fast. That was less than a minute. We already got one of the teams completely taking the advantage.
Yeah, and that's huge for these players too, just because the fact that Rise and Soul have such good synergy, and we're really seeing it against Zen and Hideaway. Keep in mind, Zen and Hideaway are seed 1 for a reason, but Soul and Rise are showing that they should have been seed 1 for a reason. But we'll definitely have to see how that goes out. Right now, neutral control is coming back in Zen into Hideaway's favor, but Rise is getting risky off the ledge and might get punished for it. Oh, he does!
Yeah, that recovery was the end of that stuck right there. He got a little bit risky with that there, and especially trying to go ground pound against the Teros. Still, I feel like with the advantage and also the damage they were able to output against the blue team, they're definitely setting themselves up for a very nice end of match right now. Rise hitting that side sig, accidentally hitting Soul, but still not enough to KO. Ooh, D-Light from Soul sending away Hideaway.
Yeah, there we go. Nice neutral light coming in from Hideaway there. Rise definitely trying to stay alive a little bit. Gets a GC down signature, knocking out Hideaway. And then GC Silent recovering from Soul KO Zen. And the red team's currently up 1 entire stock.
Yeah, honestly, I feel completely impressed, especially because of what we were talking about just before the match started. Right now, Rise and Soul are putting up a showcase of skill against basically the most feared team right now on twos. And beautiful strings with the double gauntlets. Honestly, I'm surprised to see gauntlets being played this ahead of the tournament. Oh, the delay into the ground pound.
Whew. The neutral light into that side from Hideaway allowed for Zen to go ahead and get that double KO off that ledge with that spear. Now both red team members are starting to lose their advantage a little bit. They be careful. Hideaway's axe is definitely showing, but Rise with the spear combo, landing that very nicely. Rise with weapon starve there, making sure that no one gets a weapon. Oh, but silent recovery does not KO. Zen's still alive. Rise misses that signature due to a dodge. Hideaway gets a daily on his own teammate. Soul KOs Hideaway, and now there's a 2v1 with Rise and Soul, and then has to deal with this 2v1. He tries to get that recovery.
Ooh, that very cancel delay.
Unable to.
Almost able to hit with that. That could have been the end of the game right there. Sen is playing a very spacey type of game right now. Oh, that dare, double dare. Is still able to come back. No, that last unarmed dare from Soul will be the end of the stock from Sen. And honestly, what a way to start the set. Rise and Soul completely breaking any expectations that I had about this game.
Yeah, Rise and Soul definitely showing what they're made of. I mean, if you look at the first stocks on the replays too, you just saw a lot of team-based synergy KOs on their opponents, and silent recoveries on the second stocks too. And then going down into his final, I mean, we saw Zen and Hideaway do that with edge control there, but it led to Soul getting that gauntlet recovery, and then just coming down to a double dare by Zen, and Soul with the weapon throw dare onto Zen to go and confirm that as well. So, I mean, we saw Zen, we saw Hideaway come back very, very well, waiting for the room to go ahead and hit it on back. But at the moment, we are seeing, I think what's happening is we saw Zen and Hideaway have a disadvantage, and they were come back clean.
Yeah.
But it just came down to really controlling, like the overall advantage.
I feel like the beginning of that match right there was pretty decisive in regards to like who was going to take the lead. I feel like Rise and Soul knew exactly what they were aiming for when it comes down to, building up that damage real fast. And also just once the game started to slow down a little bit, once Sen and Hideaway were able to actually catch up to them and deal enough damage to take the stocks out, it was already too late in regards to the disadvantage that they were set on from the beginning. Now going into game number 2 though, Sen and Hideaway definitely have an idea of what they're facing and how they should be playing. So sometimes I think something's gonna happen and the second game comes around and it completely changes my expectations. Let's see if the change of map to Miami Dome has any positive on the blue team.
Yeah, I think blue team is definitely going to try to take advantage of those platforms as well. But Rise and Soul, I think, definitely have that skill set to really use that as well. It just comes down to their synergy and how they're flowing into each other. If they're able to go and get that that pickup of the momentum and the movement with each other at the same time.
Really, sir?
We were seeing a lot of team damage earlier from Rise, so we'll definitely see what can happen. But right now, things have definitely changed for beginning of game number 2 compared to what happened in game number 1.
Oh, a little bit of a twos combo there, building up the damage against Sen. Again, just like game number 1, they're trying to space them out, not letting them stay together and not letting them start any sort of twos combo. Rice and Soul actually have been having a lot of synergy when it comes down to not only backing each other up, but also keeping each other safe. Rice coming in with that neutralite, but gets punished by the dare from Sen. This is getting pretty tight right now. Ooh, that double KO right there. Hideaway and Rice out of the stage. Sen still with 3 stocks, just like Soul.
Oh. Now we're going to see Rise is Dilate recovery. Does not KO Zen. Oh, but now we're seeing Hideaway get the KO onto Soul as well. Soul wasn't able to get the KO on Zen, which allowed for that blue team to go ahead and get that advantage over them. So now if you're the red team, you got to go ahead and KO Zen real quick, have a 2v1 against Hideaway. And that will lead into the KO on the Zen. Now Hideaway having to deal with this 2v1 while Zen's coming back, but almost will KO the Rise. Oh, the flip beats. Will he come back? He does. Zen saving him, but Soul with the axe recovery, getting that KO, and the red team takes a 1 stock lead.
Honestly, like, I'm a little bit astonished right there. Hideaway was playing really great, especially with that hammer, putting Rice in a very tight situation where he almost takes the stock. Still, Soul not only able to protect his teammate, but also take the stock from Hideaway with that recovery. Oh my god, those combos with the gauntlets almost taking Sen out for good also and sending him to last stock.
Oh, Satellite downlight into the sider coming in from the blue team onto this red team players there. Rise right now very low in the red, same thing with Soul. Both players have the opportunity of getting knocked out pretty early, so you're seeing them being a little bit risky,
right there,
but also not too risky where they get overapproached.
Okay, that's there from Sen is able to take out Soul, but right now it's not looking pretty good. Hideaway with a little bit of damage build up already in his last stock. Rice still hanging around in the second stock. Sen is definitely going to have to not only protect Hideaway a little bit, especially with those... Oh, but just as I say that, as Sayer sends him out of the stage, putting the game again on the benefit of red team. I feel like they're definitely playing around them. They're spacing a lot, and the synergy in regards to how they are dividing the team is definitely benefiting them right now. That gravity cancel neutral, like, pretty risky right there, especially with a Terrace underneath you. Soul is playing like it's no one's business right now.
Yeah, and right now we do see Rise though going down into that final stock. Soul definitely keeping an eye out on their stock as well, make sure they don't get over punished by the blue team. That's going to be the main goal, is to KO Soul so they can have a 2v1 against Rise. Rise knows that, so they're trying to do team combos with Soul somehow. But now Hideaway launches Rise into the yellowish orange. Zen's starting to go down there as well. Blue team brought it back into their advantage, but Soul gets that recovery. Hideaway is gone. Rise is able to go ahead and get a recovery on Zen. Those recoveries might have been enough, but Zen now having his 1v1 against Rise with Soul getting knocked out of that final stock.
Now, 1v1 situation. This changes the tides a lot compared to that 2v1 situation we had last game. That Nair to cancel out the downer from Sen, that definitely saved his life right there, but he gets sent out of the stage. There's no options. He manages to touch the wall. There comes out, and he canceled out his recovery, and he ran out of options, falling into the depths of the map, giving blue team their win to put an even score right now, 1-1.
Well, it's funny because it looked like he didn't even touch the wall. I popped that back up on the replay.
Let's
but
take
it
a
didn't
look.
give him his jumps back.
Did he not touch? Because it might have been just a little bit of a misplay. I think everybody, the rest of us, get that to happen every so often.
Yeah, but that's,
you know?
like, he should have gotten his jumps back almost entirely. That's a little bit
take
weird, but we're seeing a lot of KOs back and forth. We did see blue team have that 1 stock disadvantage, but bring it back very nicely. Soul did KO Hideaway. Then we saw Zen with the KO on Soul. Rise didn't want to get too risky with that, and then he's trying to touch back. Okay, so he jumps, he goes into sweat beads.
He gets out of options. Now he does it there. I believe.
He touches.
No, yeah,
he dodges, but he's he uses recovery. Oh, it's a spirit air. Okay. So he had no more jumps after that.
Yeah.
That's so weird though. It should have had a little bit more opportunity coming back, but look at damage graphs here. I mean, or damage distribution there. I mean, we saw Zen do a lot of damage. He did 700 damage last game.
Zen was definitely like carrying the lead of damage in that game, especially right at the end after Hideaway got taken out. Oh, a little bit of 2 combos. Oh, but he gets messed up just by a little bit of spacing. Still, red team taking a lot of damage just from the beginning, trying to get those weapons out. Oh, Rice catching
nice
Soul by
Soul.
accident.
No, that wasn't on accident. That was meant to get him out of that combo, or else he would have gotten knocked out.
You are
I
completely
think
right.
Soul now is like, hey, follow-up options. There goes Hideaway's first stock. Now you're seeing red team trying to do some damage build up on the Zen. They were trying to lead to the team combo, but Soul just impulse jumped by mistake. Soul exiting his teammate. Oh, and does the KO there by Zen with that signature of Kaya.
Okay, Rice with that recovery able to break out the blue team. Oh, he's not able to continue the neutralite from Soul. They definitely have an eye on each other whenever they do any moves that may be able to connect into a combo and try to get that conversion. Right now, blue team though, utilizing that advantage very well. Send with that Kaya that a lot of people forget, but Kaya is a character with a lot of defense. That choose combo, almost able to connect that there into the side stick still. Red team is not looking that well in regards to Soul. He's taking a lot of damage even though his teammate is not. Oh, and just as I say that, Rice gets taken out.
Yeah. Now we're seeing kind of this exchange of back and forth from these players, and I don't know, it's coming down the wire here. I mean, we're seeing it's been relatively even in this game. They both definitely want that advantage.
Man, that choose combo almost connecting into that N6 from Sen. It would have been amazing just to get that little bit of advantage. That silent into recovery, he's able to time it properly. That nair from the hammer, but it's worth it because they're able to exchange it. And now Rice with that raid on gravity cancel silent recovery. Wow.
Very nice control coming in from the red team, still having a little bit of that lead. We'll definitely have to see what comes out of that.
Ooh, red team right now. Oh, that Sair from the Terrace is able to take Rice out. Still with a little bit of advantage. The blue team is not looking too healthy in that yellow bar right there. They might be able to bring this one back though if they're able to connect a nice choose combo. That double dare and the downer from the axe. Still trying to just share a little bit of damage. Red team going into the advance, but they're getting comboed pretty badly. Oh, Rice with a double nair to Sair.
He does get that, and that signature from Ryza launching Hideaway in the air. We'll see if they're able to get Hideaway out of that stock, but blue team is getting his team combo already on the red team. Now focusing on Soul.
Hideaway's not able to connect that Sair. If not, he would have been able to confirm. Sending out Rice with the same combo. He saw, Soul, but the nair from the Terrace is able to take him out of the stage. Now Soul in a 2v1 situation, very mindful of last game, but now reversed. Sair from Hideaway sending him out of the stage. Weapon toss. He's able to touch the wall. He has his options. He's coming back. All opponents in a pretty deep red situation. Everybody could be taken out with a good hit. Sair from Sen.
On the wire.
Oh, and the neutralite will be the end of it.
Yeah, indeed. And there you go. Blue team definitely taking that game into their name. And, you know, for Zen and Hideaway, they're definitely feeling a lot more comfortable now. If you're looking back at these replays here as well, you know, we saw a lot better control from the blue team initially of trying to bring back that disadvantage that they had. It went down to even, you know, and you saw red team start to do some stuff there. And then you saw, Rise with his silent GC silent recovery. And that allowed the red team to have a little bit of that lead, but it was relatively close the entire time these players are playing. It went down to all stock red, and Rise got hit by the hammer neutral air, and Zen went ahead and got that, or I'm sorry, Hideaway got that KO with the axe neutral light as well. So
yeah,
powerful gameplay, but we're going into game number 4 with Zen Hideaway up 1.
It was incredibly close, honestly. I feel like compared to game number 2, this last game was a lot more even in regards to who took the lead every so often. Right now, though, with the beginning of the third game, it's not looking too well. Rice is getting pressed up against the wall. He's not being allowed to go back into the stage and get a weapon. Soul helping him out a little bit, but now he's looking kind of grim against Sen, and Hideaway on the other side also cooking Rice. Blue team, that's silencing to Sair. He's able to take his stock.
It's also alive. Maybe not for long though, because we're seeing a lot of really good damage from this blue team, and we already have Rise all the way down to that second stock.
Oh, that unfortunate
Soul gets
Sair.
stumped side aired, and now Rise has to deal with this 2v1 while being in the orange of the second stock. Blue team trying to push in. Soul trying to help his teammate a little bit, getting that dare on the Hideaway, trying to get the KO, but misses that. Gets into a team combo, but then that allows for Rise to go ahead and get that 2-piece. And Rise almost get a team combo, but the blue team steps in.
Yeah, they were not able to convert off of that. But that weapon toss is able to at least take Sen out of the first stock. Rice not being able to confirm from that there into recovery. But oh my god, they nair it to Sair from Hideaway's hacks. Oh, Soul taking out.
Coming in. Dude, there we go. Hideaway's definitely stepping in his place right now. Hideaway with a double KO on the red team. Hideaway popping off now and allowing for the blue team to take this huge 2-stock lead over the red team.
Right now, it's not looking too
team
good
combo.
for the
Oh,
red
Rise,
team.
he missed the follow-up.
Oh, they dropped the combo. Blue team is still binding much more damage with those like half-pipe choose combos. Oh, side stick from Rise is able to build up a little bit more damage, but still it's not looking too well. They're getting hit a lot, and that terrace is definitely looking mean. Sen trying to catch with the grab against D-Light.
Yeah, red team needs to take that neutral control away from the blue team. There we go! Sidelight, downlight, side air. There's our KO option. Oh, it's on the Rise, and then Soul with a neutral light. It is 1-stock all. But keep in mind, this is a huge lead for the blue team. Can the red team do it?
Can the red team do it? That's the question right now. Rise is trying to play it safe, keeping his space out with a neutral light. Soul trying to back him up, making sure that the terrace is not able to hit him too well. That downer from Sen will send them out of the stage though. Ooh, Sen charging that NSIG against Soul, but still Soul's being able to move around. They're kind of just trying to space each other out. They're not letting them into the stage. They want to maintain that control. Sair from Soul. Hideaway though with the Nair, sending him out of the stage, leaving a 2v1 situation for Rise, and that neutral light might be it. No. It's a pretty close situation right now. Rise trying to confirm.
Can Rise come back from this? Is he going to be able to come back? He just a sidelight in, the weapon throw somehow lands. Actually allows for Rise to have an opportunity. But then Hideaway gets an unarmed recovery. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Zen and Hideaway beat Rise and Soul to get into the winner's final to go and face the opponents for the next match. But that's the way to go and take control over your opponents.
That was extremely close from both teams from the beginning, but Hideaway and Sen once again demonstrating their ability to just not only adapt but also figure out their opponents, completely change the way they were playing right there.
Yeah, and I have to give some credit over there to the red team. The red team adapted really well when they were under pressure in that final game because they had a 2-stock disadvantage, and then they were able to get the double KO on the red team with overall team synergy. And it all came down to his final stocks. And then Hideaway got that neutral air because Soul missed the jump ground pound. But Rise was so close, was trying to go and find a way to get the hit on the Hideaway, but Hideaway with that unarmed recovery to go and finish it off. If Hideaway missed that, that might have been a really closer than we would have expected.
Yeah, if he had gotten that 1v1 situation by taking out Hideaway, it was probably going to be a lot more closer than we saw. I feel like overall, the two teams really just went toe-to-toe against each other, and even though there was a bit of adaptation from both sides, it was just determined by whoever took the lead first. Every single game I believe that we saw, there was some sort of 2v1 situation or 1v1 situation, and I feel like overall all players were definitely not only showing their skills, but also I really like to see that although the characters were different, there was a lot of synergy when it came down to how the weapons were being utilized.
Well, another thing too is Hideaway started popping off a lot better in that last game too. We've really seen him throw a lot more damage that we know him for towards those final games there. The first 2 games, I mean, Rise and Soul were just in a place where they were able to take advantage of that. Hideaway just had a rough time in his first 2, but when we went back to 3rd or 4th game, he stepped it up, and he got all 6 KOs last game. And he did 646 damage. So
I was also
to him on adapting there.
Very surprised just to see double gauntlets. After a few tournaments recently, I thought the era of double gauntlets was being stepped down, especially because of EU bringing out the brain again and stuff. But to see them back again, and also the way they were displaying those mix-ups with the combos, it was a little bit refreshing for all gauntlet mains on there, and. Coming up next, if I am not wrong, we have Money Hala and Coslex against.
I like to call it Grimian.
Grimian,
right? Because we have Jakeyy and we have their teammate Urx, and their challenger mode name is Grimrian. Which is Grimrion. And then for Money Hala, you have Money Hala and Coslex. It's Moniosolix. Like the 2 names that combined or make cool names are facing each other right now. And then they're also the up and coming teams as well.
Yeah, honestly, I don't have a lot of information on Jakeyy and Eric, but I'm pretty surprised. They've definitely made their way pretty high into the tournament right now. And same way, Money Hala and Coslex. I've seen Coslex talk about it on Twitter a lot today, and I'm definitely surprised. Not only it's an unexpected team mode, I think it was something that was a little bit of a last minute thing, but also Money Hala once again demonstrating that he's a very, very adaptable player, showing off his skills on twos. And I'm pretty excited to see what sort of comp they got running right now. Are they perhaps mixing up GS and Rocket Lance, or maybe we will see Money Hala playing a different character? I'm pretty excited to see what we're about to witness on this next set.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think we got. I want to see how Jakeyy and Jakeyy and Erks really do against Money Hala and Coslex, because Money Hala and Coslex went to Game 5 against Fakey and Snowy, who were C3 and won. If Jakeyy and Erks are able to do some crazy stuff against Money Hala and Coslex, it makes me wonder how they might do against Hideaway and Zen. But we'll definitely have to kind of see. These are some big teams, and you know. These are also teams unusual that we don't really get to watch. So we got what, like, we technically have double Lance, I think, with Jakeyy and Erks, but then also you have Money Hala with Greatsword, which can kind of outrange it to a degree, but you also have Coslex, that's the most notorious Lance player of all time.
I will say, Money Hala, although, you know, very well known for his greatsword, he's also shown off how he has a lot of skill for weapons such as Spear and Rocket Lance as well. Actually, if I remember correctly, there was a set, Money Hala did pretty well with Orion against Wichivu. And so, based on that, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any greatsword from Money Hala and we see a different pick, especially if he's like trying to act more of a support for Coslex. Coslex, been a while since I've seen him play twos, but Rocket Lance, Allgrim, it kind of just go together with him. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of down 6.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see kind of how it pulls out going forward. We get the players hopping in right now, and should be rather interesting to see. We got, Erks is already in the chat. We're in the game already, ready to go. We already got Money Hala's locking into Poe, which is interesting too. And not seeing that greatsword pick from them, which is interesting. I like that.
Coslex with that beautiful 1v1 DreamHack Austin champion of 2018. I was there. I saw that happen, and let me tell you, the good old days. I can't believe this game is basically 10 years old now, and we're pretty much just like witnessing a new generation of players every other year coming up and demonstrating their skills. I'm pretty excited to see what we got kicked up this year, BCX as well, because you guys seen the news. You guys see the changes that are coming up next.
Yeah, and BCX is going to be a big thing. There's also CEO happening in a couple weeks where a lot of these players will be there too. So that would be awesome to kind of see. You guys, Coslex repping that CEO Dreamland avatar from when CEO was, or Brawlhalla was that CEO for the first time in 2019. So, you know, we see, not first time, but at CEO in 2019, and we're back there. We were there in 24. We're back here in 25. Should be a lot of fun, and these players are practicing for it. You know, Coslex and Money Hala are teaming to see how they would do, and we're going into our first game here between Money Hala and Coslex versus Jakeyy and Erks. And this is Small Fortress Alliance. There's a platform involved there too. They have to be worried about.
Oh. Well, it seems we're going into a reset. Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like this. Oh, Erk's disconnected. His character's a bot.
I see.
Okay, so the red team's hopping off right now, allowing for the blue team to be able to reconnect.
Probably a little bit of a mistake.
Styling a little bit. Okay, there we go.
I'm pretty excited to see what Money Hala is cooking with those gauntlets. I saw something interesting he was trying to do with that bot, and I feel like he definitely practiced for this.
Yeah. So we'll see. Right now we have them relocking in. They're going to go ahead and start off. And I just realized that we have 3 level 100 Lance players in this room.
I just realized that too. Yeah, there's 3 Rocket Lance, and then there's Wusheng or Poe. But I'm pretty excited to see how this is gonna go, especially when all players have Rocket Lance at the same time. Like, how is the movement gonna be, and what sort of combos are they gonna go for if the situation were to occur? Now, starting on Demon Island. Oh, Coslex going for that haymaker, still not being able to hit it.
Gosh,
Erks and Jakeyy already starting hard with that choose combo right there, picking up the weaponsmith combo as well.
Coslex couldn't even touch the platform. He's already in team gumbo. He's already in a red.
Oh my god!
On the Money Hala side air, leading into a possible KO. Oh.
That Grand Pump from Erks trying to confirm the wall against Monihala, not letting him touch again. Kozilek's incredibly damaged right now. Barely was able to not only come back into the stage, but also grab a weapon. Monihala and Kozilek's gonna have to do a lot to catch up in terms of damage. Erks and Jakeyy keeping it, keeping together, trying to stay with the control of the stage, being pushed out a little bit by Kozilek's and Monihala right now. That silent nair from Kozilek's. Oh, not being able to confirm with a recovery from Erks though.
Yeah, red team definitely still able to come back with some vengeance there. It's definitely doing a lot of damage on the Erks. Having Jakeyy already in the yellow. Kozilek tries to do something, but then Jakeyy gets that 2-piece KO. Now leaving Monihala's 2v1. I think Kozilek was expecting for Monihala to step in at a certain point, and Money wasn't there. Now Money's out of that first stock as well, and blue team has this lead. Look at them go, man.
Honestly, Jakeyy is looking great right now in terms of damage. He's a pretty healthy stock right now. They definitely were able to utilize that advantage and just take these stocks as quickly as possible. But oh, that sidelight nair into the neutral light, I believe, from Monihala. That was a pretty good game right there to utilize against Jakeyy.
Oh, neutral in the sidelight recovery. Oh, sidelight downlight recovery by Jakeyy. Uses all their options. Does get that side signature on Kozilek as well. We're seeing Kozilek kind of getting these weird positions and expecting, I think, Monihala to step in. And Monihala is trying to find those points, but he's not really been able to step in very well.
Oh, that drop Sayer from Kozilek's able to send Jakeyy out of the stage, and then the dare cancels out, sending Erks also. But the stock's difference right now in terms of damage is pretty big. It's gonna be pretty tough for red team to confirm with a double recovery, almost taking out, and that triple right there with the rocket lens from Erks. And once again, Kozilek is out by another recovery.
We're seeing Kozilek get outlanced, which I did not expect to see on our daily dose of Brawlhalla here. And we're seeing these guys go back and forth, and we're seeing Erks trying to do something with that lance on the Kozilek's. You're seeing a lot of really good control, and we're actually seeing the blue team kind of avoiding each other pretty well with their lance attacks. We're not seeing a whole lot of team damage. They're doing very well flowing around each other, which is allowing for these crazy attacks on the red team. And now with both blue team members basically having a stock lead over the red team, it's almost looking like it's going to be an Erks and Jakeyy game win for number one. The grab pound does come in and knock out Erks. The weapon throw misses that grab pound though. Kozilek's trying to pick up that weapon, gets the GC down signature. Does almost not KO Jakeyy, but Kozilek is out of that final stock, and blue team did almost 1,200 damage together on the red team.
I am astonished at what we witnessed right now. Just like you mentioned, I wasn't expecting Kozilek to get outlanced, but also just the synergy of Erk and Jakeyy, the way they were playing off of each other. You mentioned it, how they're using that spacing just not to hit each other, but at the same time, anytime any of them uses a specific attack, they are always there to back up each other and utilize those semi-T combos to just build up the damage or get the confirm or the opponents. Like Kozilek and Monihala are definitely going to have to change the way they're playing right now and try to get control of that stage if they want to break that synergy they got going on.
Well, and I think that's why we're seeing Monihala go over to that Mugi again as well, which I didn't realize was level 18. So we'll see Monihala on this Mugi. We'll see how he's able to use that defense. And I think that's a smart move by the red team because they know that Moni or Kozilek is going to get kind of beaten up a little bit in the beginning. And they kind of wanted it for it to be Monihala so that they could go ahead and take a little bit of a better advantage in the beginning.
Yeah,
and right now we're kind of seeing...
Tanking those hits pretty well, honestly, while Kozilek's got the weapon. It's looking a lot better than it did in the first game, but still, Jakeyy and Erks quickly just getting the control of the stage. That there into gravity cancel side six, sending Kozilek out of the stage. Jakey's trying to edge guard Kozilek, but so quickly switches up to Monihala, who's back on the great sword on the other side of the stage. That dissect to break the team combo intent from the red team as well. Oh, but recovery will be the end of Jakey's stock from Monihala.
And Monihala is able to go and take that KO, but you gotta be very careful now too of being on that stock. Kozilek's now getting KO'd. Monihala trying to use that great sword, but it's not working out right now. It has them currently in the rail that second. And now allows for the blue team to go and get that combo on the Kozilek, while Monihala is currently going down to his final. Blue team doing very well of adapting, of kind of re-jumping over to each other. And you saw Kozilek trying to tell Monihala to go to that side so they can do something, and it worked to a degree. Nice recovery from Monihala, saving his teammate and KOing Erks. But this is stuff that the red team has to do. They have to use those axes to go and get that control again. Oh, and we see Costas get KO'd there by Erks as well.
Right now, it was looking pretty even half a second ago, but Erks was able to confirm with that recovery. Now, putting themselves in a very, very much positive situation. Erks pretty much has the entirety of his second stock. He doesn't seem like he's worried right now in terms of damage. Jakeyy, though, getting sent out with a dare from Kozilek. Now on one stock, pretty much close to the red team situation, but still, the amount of damage that they're being able to output and the way they're just coming up from each other. Oh my god, the amount of nairs that I'm witnessing right now.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of really good range control from the blue team, which is allowing for Moneyhala not to really have an opportunity of approaching. Now you're seeing Jakeyy and Erks focus on Kozilek while Moneyhala is out of range of attack. Jakeyy definitely knows that there, and you saw Erks KO Kozilek. Now Moneyhala is unarmed, trying to go unarmed with a GC down signature. Erks goes off ledge a little bit too much, but Moneyhala does not come back to that ledge appropriately, and Jakeyy gets the spear dare.
Pretty easy way of, you know, finishing off that stock. Still, I'm pretty impressed. I believe that, you know, with the change of character, it was going to be a lot more different, especially because it's Moneyhala's space. But they were able to completely take over still and adapt to the difference of character. Even though there was a little bit more defense going on thanks to Imugi, they still completely ran through the red team defenses.
Yeah, and with that being said, now, I mean, now you get Moneyhala swapping over to that Kaya. That Imugi was just not... They weren't able to move well around with it, but now they gotta be careful because while they do have speed, they don't have a whole lot of damage. So we'll see how they are able to go ahead and take advantage of that. You know, Kaya being one of those doubles, you know, picks at the moment. It's really, really good. It's got spears, got bow a little bit, it has a little bit of range that can kind of out counter Jakeyy and Erk. So we'll see, but I mean, keep in mind, Jakeyy and Erk are up 2 games over Kozilek and Moneyhala on the winner's side. This is a big deal for the red team.
Not looking good right now, though. They're getting sent out of the stage, taking the control out of their hands in regards to just how much damage they're getting right now. Moneyhala, honestly, surprisingly, he's playing pretty well with the bow, taking out Erk out of the stage, confirming with that there. It might be it. There we go. First stock advantage for the red team already.
Yeah, smart move from Moneyhala to kind of let Kozilek do that damage build up on Jakeyy. But now we see Erk come back there, and they weren't able to get that KO on the Jakeyy as well. So now you're seeing Erk coming back, doing some damage over to Kozilek. Moneyhala with that bow, doing the signature the wrong way, does the weapon throw, and now there's a hit from Kozilek on his own teammate, which allows for Jakeyy to go and KO him. Now you see Moneyhala off that ledge, trying to keep that stock the best that they can, getting away with that signature. But now that leads for Kozilek to be able to get 2v1 because Moneyhala's having a hard time finding a way to approach.
You know, they're respecting each other's space a lot more this game. Moneyhala is trying to keep the distance. That was a really nice way to confirm the stock right there. Oh, the recovery going into the Sair, trying to confirm and take Erk out of the stage, but still not being able to. Erk now facing Kozilek, gets defended by Jakeyy, but the Sair from Moneyhala, it's almost it to sending him out of the stage. A lot of the characters that we're seeing right now have a lot of defense, so getting the stock option is not the best, but oh, that exhausted recovery, sending Moneyhala down of the stage and completely demolishing his stock. Oh, the end stick though.
Nice job by Moneyhala and Kozilek of being able to knock out Erks and keep Jakeyy down to the side a little bit. And now Kozilek with that dare on Moneyhala, or dare on the Jakeyy, allows for Moneyhala to get the KO on Jakeyy, but it does not KO because he doesn't go too far down. He didn't have the option to do so. And now you're seeing Moneyhala kind of throwing the players over to Kozilek's way so you can get these KO options with that lance.
Oh, that side stick ends up hitting Jakeyy. Not too well for the blue team, getting a little bit of damage between each other. Still, oh, the neutral into gravity cancel sidelight there from Erks. Nice. That was an interesting team's combo. Now the Nair into Sair goes for the weapon, it's not being able to hit it, but still there into recovery. That could have been the end of Moneyhala's stock. Too.
Yeah, Moneyhala's still on that second stock. I mean, that's good for the red team. It's allowing for the red team to have that advantage a little bit longer because when Moneyhala comes back on a clean stock, it's going to be a lot better. But he's also got to make sure that Kozilek does not get team combo very well. Kozilek's doing very well, getting that KO on Erks. Moneyhala's now down into his final stock by Jakeyy, and red team playing that very, very well. And Kozilek with that silent side air gives Moneyhala and Kozilek a game to their name.
Honestly, I feel like the Kaya was actually a very nice pick. If you see here in the replays, you can tell there's a lot more distance between the players. There's a lot more of respect in each other's spacing, and I feel like changing the pace in the game, especially due to the added defense that Kaya allows them to have, benefited them not only to space out the opponents, but also just to overall taking the lead.
Well, and I think too, it's like when it comes down to the blue team, they're very they're aggressive with their range. I think Cossack's really knows how to approach that. So you're seeing Monty Hollis sitting back and kind of trying to follow up over Cossacks because they were able to get those KOs. They got 4 of the KOs last game, but Cossacks did a lot of that damage. So for Monty Holly, it's like, hey, let me go and lead the blue team to Cossacks. Cossacks can attack them, but having to be very, very careful with how the blue team approaches.
Now, starting on game number 4, Moneyhala getting the weapon from the blue side, and Kozlik still struggling to get the weapon. Something that I've noticed in the past few games was a thing, but now seems to be the change. Finally, Jakeyy in the Rocket Lance trying to space out the red team and help Erks get a weapon. Still, the game change from last game seems to be happening right here. The space is a lot more different. There's not that much pressure from the blue team, and it's definitely changing the tides in regards to who takes the most amount of damage. Ensic from Erks sends Moneyhala up in the sky, though. Oh, that's there from
nice
Moneyhala.
Control from the blue team. Koslik's keeping an eye on Jakeyy while Moneyhala's trying to deal with Erks. Moneyhala, Koslik tries to go off ledge instead, and now Moneyhala gets launched in the air there by Erks as well. Both red team members in the air. Koslik's still alive with no weapon. Picks up Lance, misses the sider. Erks with a punish, does get the KO.
Right now, blue team has decided to probably play the same style right now and just space them out as well, respecting each other's space and trying to go for those punishes whenever they miss out on their attacks. Moneyhala, is able to make it back because Jakeyy missed that there, and Kostelik's choosing to lock into the Rocket Lance.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the main weapon we're going to be seeing him play. Last game, I think he did like 500 some damage with the Rocket Lance as well. So going into this game, we're going to see a lot of Lance range. You're seeing Moneyhala trying to step in and do some separation to blue team, which allows for the KO on Jakeyy, but it also allows for Cossacks to neutralize his own teammate, but he's able to focus on Erks a little bit, but is Jakeyy going to step in, and Moneyhala not going to be able to come in and save his teammate? He does! But
the ground pound!
But he's not able to come back. He's expecting Moneyhala with the ground pound as well, making things even.
Yep, even stocks right now, pretty much, even in health-wise. Kostelik's with 1 stock and Erks with 1 stock. It's gonna be defined by whoever is able to take out the opponent's teammate first. Moneyhala, though, coming up with that recovery, finishing up that team's combo between Kostelik and him. Jakeyy trying to help out Erks come back to the stage, but that recovery sending out Moneyhala. That there from Kostelik hitting him by accident, and that's gonna be the 2nd stock from Moneyhala, giving the blue team a benefit of 1 stock.
Moneyhala, you need to go ahead and save your teammate here. Now with Cossacks being low on that final stock, this is a very, very big deal for the red team. Focusing on Erks, but trying to keep Jakeyy at bay as well. Now we're seeing Moneyhala get team combo. Cossacks trying to save his teammate. Having that Lance Insider comes in. Jakeyy missing the down signature. Tries to do it again. Cossacks with the counter. Cossacks missing that dare.
No!
But Erks unable to touch. Now it's a 2v1 for the red team against Jakeyy. Will blue team 3v1 Cossacks and Moneyhala, or are we going to game number 5? That weapon throw saving Jakeyy just barely out of the red team's grasp of the 2nd stock, but that weapon throw lands as Jump Sire confirms. And Jakey's now down to his final stock.
I will say, though, maybe getting rid of his weapon was what he wanted. Spear is probably the best weapon to deal with this sort of situation. Kostelik and Moneyhala know that they're not in the spot where they can risk getting hit too much. And Jakeyy trying to probably just find the quickest way to get a confirm on Kostelik just so he can focus on Moneyhala. Still, they are playing very carefully. Jakeyy going around, throwing those recoveries, trying to space them out, not letting them have the opportunity to hit them with a 2 combo. Silent down there, but a save from Jakeyy sending him out of the stage. Will this be it for Kostelik? No, it's not enough.
That was a smart move coming in from Moneyhala. Even though he hit his own teammate, we see Jakeyy in the orange. There's a big opportunity for Jakeyy at 2v1 Kostelik. The Cider comes in, but Silent Deadly Feather lands for Moneyhala, saving his teammate now with a bow. Jakeyy now in the sweat beads. Didn't touch Moneyhala with that bow recovery. And Kostelik and Moneyhala with the weapon star. Jakeyy going for the Hail Mary side, saying Moneyhala, his teammate. The dare from Money. The double weapon throw. Jakeyy is out. We are going into a game number 5 between Monty Hall and Koslik versus Jakeyy and Erks.
Completely changing the tides from what we saw in the first 2 games of the set. Monty and Koslik bringing this back in an incredible fashion. Honestly, I was not expecting to see Monty utilize Kaya this way, but he's completely synergized with Koslik, following him up and also helping him to defend his stock right until the end to create that 2v1 situation. That was absolutely amazing from Red Team. And Blue Team, though, even though in a very tight spot, they're definitely trying to adapt themselves the best they can. I feel like, you know, losing that stock, just like we saw in the replay, to dodging into the corner of the map was a little bit unfortunate here for Erks, but I feel like we still haven't seen everything from Blue Team.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Team's definitely starting to have a rough time adapting with how Monty Hall and Koslik are really playing. You saw Jakeyy deal with this 2v1, which, I mean, he had the stockage, he had the opportunity of doing it, but he just couldn't find a way of really approaching it. All right, so now as we go into game number 5, the big deal for the Blue Team is going to be KOing, and Erks needs to stay alive to allow the Blue Team to go ahead and do that, it seems.
Now let's see, once again in Mos Eisley, the map that has had a lot of controversies because of their hitboxes. Jakeyy going in for the neutralite, still trying to get the weapon. Erks deciding to take the weapon of the axe, and switching quickly. Never mind, sticking with the axe. Now Red Team going into the advance, going aggressive from the beginning, probably because they know that they have a little bit of that momentum from last game.
Yeah, Red Team definitely trying to be a little bit more aggressive than they usually are, but they're going to get punished there by the Blue Team, because Blue Team's main thing has been the synergy when it comes down to the aggression in the beginning of their games. And we're seeing these neutral light into down signature combos. Jakeyy launching Monty Hall into a spear combo into a jump there by Erks, but Erks misses it. He Monty Hall with the punish, but it looks like Jakeyy might get KO'd. The weapons thrown by Koslik. Wait, it's a as well.
Really bad situation here for Blue Team. That ground pound sealing off the stock, but now Koslik is in a pretty tight situation as well, trying to save that stock. But the neutral light into recovery combo will be it, resetting the stocks pretty much to a neutral state. Both teams are going at each other's neck. They want to make sure to get the confirm on this match to go into the grand finals, but which team will be the one to take the lead?
Yeah, who will go ahead and take game number 5 to go into the winners finals? This is a lot of pressure on both teams, with Koslik and Monty Hall trying to do this reverse 3 on Jakeyy and Erks. For Erks and Jakeyy, they're trying to say, hey, we are here for a reason. But Monty Hall with that bow recovery does land on Jakeyy. We're seeing Erks now almost having an opportunity to get KO'd.
Oh my God.
By his teammate Jakeyy getting KO'd. Erks still alive, but with Jakey's having a rough time staying alive at the moment.
Yeah, Jakeyy definitely having a lot of trouble dealing with Monty Hall's bow, and also Koslik, those combos, that near end stick that took him out, now putting him in a very bad spot in his last stock. While the Red Team is still sitting down pretty comfortably, almost at the end of their second stock. Erks is not being able to get those confirms. That's Sayer hitting the 2 of them, and he's not able to punish with it. The Disc is not able to send Monty Hall completely out of the stage either. I feel like the stage is also going against their possibilities of getting the confirms.
Jakeyy having an opportunity of KOing Monty Hall, but actually allows for Erks to get KO'd there by Monty. Jakeyy with KO on the Monty Hall. Now having Koslik and Jakeyy. Team combo Koslik into the orangey part of that final stock.
That weapon does to avoid Jakeyy getting sent out into Koslik. So extremely smart. That second there goes in for the third.
He touched.
He was able to touch, but the damage is definitely visible right now. Koslik's not sitting so much comfortable as he was earlier right now. Jakeyy putting the tides of damage kind of in his favors, while Erks tries to find a way to open himself into the opponents.
Yeah, and you're seeing Jakeyy having to be very careful about his stock. Koslik's a jump side air, landing onto Jakeyy. Now Erks having the opportunity to make this go into their favor, going into the winners final. Will it happen when Red Team do this team combo? It looks like team combo's coming in. But the side lands on Koslik. He went too far. Erks still having lands. A silent center lands, but now it's a 1v1 between Koslik and Erks. The recovery lands by Koslik.
Down here. Goes for the weapon, does the recovery, sending him out.
Saves him. they're exchanging. It's down to wire. Your Cossacks without the
And the
advantage.
Saiyan
And
confirms.
Arcs going ahead and confirming that win for Jakeyy, and Arcs are going into the winners finals of Verdant Ruins, man. Wow.
What a tight
Woo!
set that was. That ending with the 2v1 situation that Erx was somehow able to make his way through, and then the 1v1 between Kozilix and Erx, pretty much two all-green mains going at each other's necks, trying to see who gets the win for the game number 5. That was a complete trade of hits. Like, whoever took the win was going to be the one that hit the hardest. Erk able to finally get that rocket lance and confirm with that Sair after Kozilix tried to hit him with the breakdance moves and a gravity cancel.
Jeez, man. And I think that really came down to how Cossacks played at the last set there. He tried to go and find a way of KOing Erx, but then when he got that unarmed recovery, it actually saved Erx. And that allowed for Erx to go ahead and take that advantage with the unarmed recovery. And as soon as he had that lance, we saw Cossacks kind of jump into that side there.
Yeah.
So very nice job by Erx on pushing that pressure, being able to adapt to what was given to him. And we're seeing Jakeyy and Erx go against Zen and Hideaway a little bit later.
Yeah, and also Erx mentioning, how he was going against pretty much his GOAT, his the person he looked up to in regards to Rocket Lance. It's good to see that sportsmanship from different pro players. I'm pretty astonished by the results. I feel like, for the first game 5 of the night, it was, at least for me, it was definitely something to witness. And moving on now, would you give me the pleasure of knowing what team are we going to be having in the spotlight?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is we just finished up Jakeyy and Erx versus Monty Holland Cossacks. We're going to go and report that on StartGG. But when we come back, though, we're actually going to be going to the elimination side top 8, and we're going to be having a matchup of Fakey and Snowy versus Jakeyy from Europe, PR2, and Hybrid facing each other on. I want to see how Jakeyy and Hybrid really do against Fakey Snowy, because that'll set a real good preset of how the rest of that side of the losers bracket will go, and maybe how the game will go against the winner of winner of that set versus Rise and Soul. So we got Fakey Snowy, Jakeyy, and Hybrid when we come back. We also have Experience and Shade versus Guichibu and Hexo. Glad to have those guys back as well. But with that being said, anything you want to say before we hop on out there to our first 3 minutes there, Mr. Nomad?
Definitely looking forward to see which one Hexo play out. I feel like that's one of the most interesting themes that we got for the night as well. But other than that, we'll see you guys in a little bit after the break.
Don't go away. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars Verdant Ruins, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AG Moore. I'm with Nomad. We've had an amazing couple sets here, at least for our block, and also just amazing sets in general for stream. And now it's coming down to we're going into elimination side top 8. We are now in the top 8 side of this bracket, and we've had some crazy sets in the winner side.
Yeah.
And now we get to have some amazing ones on elimination side. Nomad, how you feeling about our next set there?
Honestly, about the next set, I feel very excited. I think the dynamics that we've seen today have been very interesting. We had a whole Rocket Lens challenge face off pretty much, and now we're having a pretty much like hybrid to hybrid team situation where Fakey and Snowy, Jakeyy and say the least hybrid playing against each other. Two different teams with a partner who's from EU facing off each other, also very two well-renowned EU players. And I feel like besides the whole thing with the ping and the possibly challenge that it can be to play in a cross region, especially from that far away, I'm kind of interested to see just how well these two teams are gonna face off each other, and how is the team composition is going to be.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a big deal for these players, right? I mean, it's a big deal for EU, right? If you're an EU player, you're watching this set and you want to see Jakeyy and Hybrid prevail. Jakeyy and Hybrid, with Jakeyy being EU and Hybrid also practicing with Jakeyy for, majors like CEO, right? They've been practicing for a bit.
Yeah.
And this will be a big opponent that they'll have to face, Fakey and Snowy. That's a big deal to kind of deal with going forward. And it's going to allow to kind of see where they're at as a team before going into CEO. And they're going at Snowy and Fakey, man. Fakey's good, man. He's really, really good. So is Snowy as well. And we'll see what Jakeyy and Hybrid are going to really do. Yeah, Snowy's a world champion. Fakey's a Moose Wars champion. So is Snowy. Right, so Jakeyy and Hybrid definitely have a spot here of trying to find a way to show themselves before CEO.
Representing Legion, my boys at Legion as well, and Jakeyy in P2. I will say Hybrid is well known for being the ranked demon of a lot of people here in NA, and I'm definitely excited. I know that he's been prepping himself up for CEO a lot, and he's about to showcase for us what he is capable of doing with this Ulgrim right here. Now starting off, Blue starting good, honestly, building up that damage, even though Jakeyy struggling to find his first weapon. Now Red Team though going into the advance.
Now we're actually seeing Jakeyy having the issues this game. When we first saw Jakeyy and Hybrid on the winner side, we actually saw Hybrid having a problem, but now Jakeyy is KO'd there by the red team, and now you're seeing Hybrid be having the leading stock, and Jakey's having a little bit of a difficult time at the moment.
Yeah, Jakeyy honestly taking that NC probably wasn't able to see it coming. Oh, that crampon almost sending him out of the stage to Hybrid. But Jakeyy, no, getting hit by the crampon from Hybrid, almost taken out by accident. Hybrid goes for the gravity cancel side stick, but he's not able to hit it. The side stick from Jakeyy misses Fakey.
It does miss Fakey. Now you're seeing Fakey now with that cannon. You're seeing blue team trying to do team combo on Snowy, but then Hybrid gets punished, and then there goes Jakeyy of that second stock as well. And you're seeing Fakey being that aggressor for the red team there, and you're seeing Snowy follow up very nicely.
Snowy playing that axe incredibly amazing right now. He's moving so smoothly around, especially while hitting the opponents. Just constantly going back and forth. A neutral light though from Jakeyy, able to take Fakey out. the similarities on these names are definitely going to be a struggle for me. That's Sayer from Snowy. Hitting Hybrid though, that little read from Jakeyy is being able to separate them. Hybrid taking a lot of damage, and Jakeyy trying to do his best in his last stock right now. It's not looking too well in regards to his health. That side stick able to hit and sending Hybrid out of the stage.
Now we're seeing Snowy come in and being aggressive. It actually is hitting his teammate a little bit more by being too aggressive. He does get the KO on Jakeyy, but that's a big deal because now we see actually Hybrid going to knock out Snowy. You see Hybrid getting the axes, GC down signature. Tries the weapon starve Snowy, but Snowy comes in with the gauntlet neutral light. They're both weapon starve Hybrid. Hybrid gets ground pound KO'd.
W1 situation right here for Hybrid, and honestly, something that I'm seeing that they're doing the red team that is pretty nicely is the fact that Rayman is a character that has this signature kit that is pretty good to be utilized. And there we go, a 2's combo right there. Oh, but he's not able to capitalize with the N-Sig, failing to hit. Still Hybrid taking a lot of damage. He's in a pretty bad spot right now. Almost already red, and then that sidelight nair into recovery confirming. just to finish what I was saying though, the fact that they're using Raymond to capitalize on those signatures that he can just throw in the middle of the stage, and Onyx with such a high defense that he can allow herself to take those hits and still punish the opponents. They're definitely having amazing synergy right now.
Yeah, very nice control coming out of both teams there as well. And you know, this is a big deal for Hybrid and Jakeyy. They're like, okay, what can we change? I think a lot of it came down to how Jakeyy kept their stock in the beginning of the game. Red team maximized on that, and you had Hybrid as 2v1 situation, but it was just too much stock for the red team for Hybrid to really be able to rebuttal. So going game number 2, we'll hopefully see Jakeyy stay alive a little bit longer. That might help out the blue team. But we're also on Demon Island as well, where those floors are low. So I think Jakeyy and Hybrid have an advantage here that they can maximize on as well.
Ooh, the beautiful exchange right there with the unarmed. The gravity cancels delays, ground pounds right there, and now Jakeyy still unarmed but still hitting the opponents. He does not fear playing unarmed, I'll tell you that. Snowy pitching in a little bit of his own gravity cancel delay ground pound. Now going in for those 2 combos. They're just going back and forth of each other. That dare from Fakey almost confirming on Hybrid. Now he's trying to go back into the stage where the weapon does into the dare, and the weapon does from Snowy confirms, taking away his stock and putting blue team already in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, and that was not a good deal for Hybrid going off that ledge too. He went too far off ledge. He overcommitted where he needed to go and stay on platform. You know, he was kind of going for those heck marries there, not making sure that they're, you know, trying to figure out some way of getting that advantage over the red team. And blue team with that fantastic 3-piece combo there on the Snowy. Definitely showing some work there. Jakeyy teammating his own teammate with Fakey, but does KO Fakey in the process? Oh, Hybrid misses that follow-up option for the team combo as well.
Jakeyy right now, and honestly, popping off with those battle boots, showing off a lot more synergy with Hybrid and a lot more confidence when it comes down to hitting the opponents. They're moving them around and especially trying to take the control of the stage. Fakey is hitting with the cannon and a lot of Snowy's connections, trying to not hit his opponent so much, and Snowy trying to break the battle right now as well. Switching into the axe, but getting punished by the recovery from Jakeyy into another recovery from Jakeyy that is able to confirm his stock.
Dude, Jakeyy. And one thing I do have, Jakey's going off right now. Like if you're just looking at Jakeyy when we're watching this matchup, his movement is just kind of trying to adjust to the red team while also adjusting to his teammates like pre-fires, which work most of the time, but also has to be careful so he doesn't get KO'd.
Yeah, and just like you mentioned.
But Hybrid's still alive though. We do see Jakeyy down to his final. We do see Hybrid down to the final as well, and this is a big deal. Jakeyy has to stay alive. He can't be team comboed right now, or else it's going to be leading to a 2v1. And Hybrid's just not stepping in the right spots. He gets one attack, but it's not enough to make it make sense. There's no return on investment on the attack. Now we're seeing Jakeyy with those gauntlets trying to do something, man. But now you have red team with that neutral control.
Yeah, no, honestly, Jakeyy put himself in a really bad situation when Snowy was able to get him with the axe, building up the damage pretty nicely. Now Snowy on the gauntlet still, trying to probably support Fakey to get a little bit of a confirm or any of the 2 players and put themselves in a better situation to be won, to get the win. They're currently 1-0 in the situation, and oh my god, the ground pound accidentally taking out Jakeyy, but Hybrid is able to get Snowy out of the stage. That ends it almost, but the recovery from Fakey is able to put it back into the stage, and the Dowsing gonna be able to hit Hybrid, but still he's in a pretty worse situation than he was a minute ago. Now grabbing the rocket lens, but the nair from the cannon on Fakey, sending him out completely. There's too much going on.
Honestly, I think Hybrid could have done that. Like he could have done the 2-1, the 2v1, but he just had a rough time really being able to pick up his lance. And as soon as he picked up lance, the blue team knew it was going to happen, or the red team knew it was going to happen, and just countered out very, very nicely. So good job coming in from the red team. And if you're Jakeyy, you're pissed off at Hybrid the way you got KO'd twice and got knocked out of that final stock. But going into game number 3, this is a deal where, you know, Jakeyy was doing really, really good. I think Hybrid just has to be careful of throwing out attacks that are more pre-fires rather than actually knowing that they're going to land.
Right now, Jakeyy, we already saw that he was pretty fired up last game. I'm pretty sure that he's still got more in the open to show us off, but Fakey going off with the cannon, already building up the damage. Snowy with the gravity cancel delayed nair, catching him off and sending him off the stage as well.
Hybrid.
I mean,
Hybrid doing very nicely of saving himself, or saving his teammate there. But
oh, side sig.
Nice setup from Jakeyy. Jakeyy, look at the movement with boots, man. We do seem to be KO'd, but his momentum overall has been phenomenal.
Yeah, still being the first one to get sent out of the stage is definitely not something nice when you're in a character with not that much of an amount of defense. But oh my god, the nair into there right there from Jakeyy, almost confirming with the side stick from Hybrid. That was such an amazing play. Sadly not able to confirm, but still, that neutralizing into NSYNC this time actually working, sending Snowy down and then up.
Dude, I gotta give credit. The blue team's doing really well at some team combos, but now they gotta be careful because Hybrid, or say Jakeyy's out in the orange of the second stock.
The blue team, though.
Maximizing on that. Fakey unable to really get Jakeyy, but is able to KO Hybrid. That's what the blue team really wanted. They wanted for Jakeyy to go ahead and do that damage over to Snowy, and they're gonna try to get that KO onto him. We saw Fakey know that Hybrid was very nice sider to go ahead and knock his teammate out of that combo. Nice recovery, double neutral air from Hybrid. Silent neutral is going to go and lead it to a backward center, but then Snowy KOs to Jakeyy. Now we see Hybrid dealing with a 2v1 until Jakeyy comes back.
Honestly, although Jakeyy is taking a lot of damage and is currently sitting, you know, in the worst scenario in terms of stocks, he is kind of playing off the fact that he's also the weakest, and just to like throw himself and do as much damage and picking the opponents the best he can in order to allow Hybrid to get the confirms that he needs. And honestly, it's working right now. Snowy out of the stage, going into his last stock. Fakey on the bottom of the stage looking pretty grim as well, but the two combo combination right there from Jakeyy and Hybrid though. Jakeyy going after Snowy, he's trying to get that confirmed.
Yeah, Jakeyy, if they want to go in and win, they're gonna have to KO Snowy. That's probably what's gonna have to happen. Jakeyy's gonna have to be able to do that team combo on the Fakey, and Snowy's gonna have to kind of be able to do it. Fakey's control with those calls is phenomenal. Jakeyy is out, and now Hybrid's got 2v1, but the red team has these team combos that have been phenomenal tonight.
Still
and
not being.
Fakey's now is just being a powerhouse like he usually is. He's unlocking his inner self, and we're seeing it.
That neutral into NSYNC not being able to hit, but still pretty rough situation for Hybrid right now with the rocket lance. That recovery able to avoid the weapon dust, but still is not able to touch the stage, constantly getting sent out by Snowy and his gauntlets, and now that nair will be the one that sets the deal, giving the red team another win and putting the score in a 2-0 situation.
That's actually a 3-0 there as well, man. That was a big deal for. Yeah, it was a big deal for these guys, man. I mean, good job from Snowy and Fakey. I mean, they showed their defense. Props to Jakeyy. I have to give some credit to Jakeyy. I think he did phenomenal for being on NA servers. And I think, if he was from actually in North America and playing this North American event, I think he would have done like way, way better, which makes me can't wait to see him, and if he goes as CEO. So overall though, we still saw Fakey go ahead and win. Very nice job. Fakey popping off towards the end to make sure they do not go into game number 4. Smart move by them. They got 4 KOs, 469 damage done. And Hybrid and Jakeyy did well. I think Hybrid and Jakeyy might have gotten 1 game or 2 depending on a couple of different things, but overall 3-0. Good job from Snowy Fakey. They're advancing into further into this bracket, and Jakeyy and Hybrid, for them being a cross-region team, got 7th. That's a big deal.
Yep, that is one big deal right there. And also, just to mention about the match that's coming up, Wichibu and Hexo, a team that we've seen ever since last year, dominating honestly, and they stick together with this comp that they have with the Nyx Queen Nai. They definitely have a specific combo that I think everybody has seen already, with the NSYNC from Queen Nai confirming, and I feel like it's going to be a very interesting display of skill that we're about to witness over here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was a very nice overall control of the players. Also, shout out to Experience for changing his name. For any player that's on stream, we try to make the names the same as they are on Challenger mode. So thank you for swapping out to that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we like seeing players do that. But this upcoming matchup of Experience and Shade, there's a story to be told there. Because on the winner's side, we saw them lose to, I believe, Jakeyy and Hybrid, who actually just got knocked out.
Yeah.
Right. So Experience and Shade have been going through this elimination bracket and showing what they're made of, and now they're in top 8. props to them. I'm glad, very, very glad to see them.
Not only that, if they're able
And now
to
they're going.
Oh, so sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. But now they're going against another team that's notorious in Moose Wars as well, and in North America, Guichibu and Hexo. They were back on the elimination side. We didn't see them on the winner's side at all.
Maybe they just wanted the extra challenge. Maybe they just wanted to, go through the extra grind and show off that they're not only able to win this if they want to go through the winner's side, but also to demonstrate the strength of their comp. I will say it's kind of interesting to see them face up against Experience over here. Experience, a well-renowned twos player. A lot of people consider him one of the best on NA when it comes down to twos. And Shade, if I'm not wrong, from SIV, a pretty up-and-coming, well-known player who started to pop off, especially last year. I feel like from these two teams, a lot can happen. Hexo as well, a very recent addition to the pro list. He had amazing placements over in BCX, and honestly, it's going to be hard to determine what team is going to be the one that takes the lead and takes the win. And once again, just to remind everybody, this is losers. So whoever loses here is going to be out of the tournament. Whoever wins is going to move on and have a chance into that well-renowned losers grand finals, that opportunity to actually take the win of the tournament. So I'm pretty excited to see what can happen, especially will I see Hexo, there we go, running the Ascended Nyx skin, which by the way is a skin that's been given away right now by Moose Wars.
Yeah, we're giving away the Ascended Nyx as well. So if you guys are going to want to enter, we're giving away 3 of them on social medias as well. We posted about it on Twitter. I think I'll have Newly Boy going through that link in the Twitch chat for you guys. We'll announce the winners during tomorrow's 1v1 event as well. So if you guys entered that giveaway, we'll be announcing that probably right before top 6 as well. Like as soon as we get to have final block, I'll go and announce it. But overall though, I mean, that skin's really stinking cool. I'm glad to see Hexo finally playing it in tournament. I knew it was going to be Hexo. I knew it was going to be, I think, a couple other players really rocking that. I know Balloon Boy loves seeing that Nyx skin as well. So definitely a really cool skin to introduce.
Yeah,
but
it's...
But yeah,
honestly, the whole idea of the Ascension in Brawlhalla, especially now that we've seen things being moved forward to regards to like the story mode of the game and just everything around it, I feel like it's such a cool concept to finally have the final version of a character, especially with the graphic novel coming out now, and they're probably going to explain now so where the whole idea of Ascension comes from. So just seeing all of this developing is something that really feel it's going to bring a lot into the game. And now moving into the set itself, we got Hexo and Guichibu finally with their correct names. Also Hexo representing my boys and Legion, and Guichibu from Divine Gate against Shade and Experience. Yep, and Shade representing P2 as well, probably 2 that's been around a bit. We have a lot of organizations in Brawlhalla. We appreciate you guys going ahead and sponsoring these players to events and to making sure that they can be the best that they possibly can. And we'll definitely see how they do going into game number 1 with those skill sets, with those benefits that they're getting out of their organizations. And right now, Experience also in here trying to set in, also representing Heist. I mean, all these players are sponsored. And at the moment, we're seeing a lot of unique gameplay coming in from both teams, specifically of Hex and Guichibu, which are a lot more floaty players. Guichibu is more of a 1v1 style player, so usually when it's in doubles, you're seeing the red team separate the blue team to go and get some KOs, but Experience is playing Algrim right now and just KO'd Hex with that first stock. Yeah, Hex honestly looking to actually struggle a little bit when it comes down to making his own space in this stage. He was definitely struggling against Shade and his spear, and then Experience taking him out with that side stick. Hopefully the side might be able to change things for him. Now Experience though is playing out of his mind with this Guichibu. I mean, with this Algrim right now, completely decimating Guichibu's stock with that end stick. And now, oh my god, to finish up that combo with that exhausted recovery. Even though it took all of his options out, he was definitely able to KO Hexo and putting him in a really bad situation when it comes down to the stocks.
Yeah, you're seeing red team trying to do team combos. Oh, nice dare on there by Hexo.
But he saved him!
Almost KOs himself. Hexo saves him though. It's a big deal for for the red team, they would have been even.
They would have been completely even. They would have completely changed the tides of how the game was looking, but Hexo had to do that recovery if he wanted to come back into the stage. Though right now, it seems like they're finally starting to pick up their own pace in regards to the combos. Experience with the gravity cancel sizing, that was really risky, but Hexo was able to get out of there though. Witchabu getting hit by the Sarah from Experience though will be sent out to his last stock as well, putting the blue team on an incredible spot right now.
Yeah, you're seeing Hexo being aggressive, but the blue team's also aggressing Hexo, and you're seeing Guccibu being a slower character, having a rough time really adjusting to that. So now you're seeing red team really focus on team combos rather than going for the aggressive 2v1 style layout. And you're seeing actually Experience do very well against Hexo.
You do the weapon dust? Goes for a grab pound!
Off that ledge, but he's able to come back. It's one stock all. Experience gets too aggressive, but it doesn't matter because they have almost a 2-stock lead in Experience with the grab signature from Shade, and now it's a 2-stock for the flipping blue team.
Man.
And Experience, no matter what character we see him play, he is phenomenal what he plays.
Experience completely like going off with that Olgrim and showcasing his skill with the axe. He was feeling himself, especially in that last stock, the way he went completely without caring about his own his own health and just trying to get that stock even if it cost him his own. Honestly, I feel like red team gonna take a little bit just to adapt into the way that these two players are playing right now. Shade has an incredible synergy with Experience, and you know, just like you mentioned, they were kind of like playing floaty, trying to be divided. Now that they changed into trying to do the combos, I feel like the main struggle that they're going to have is to actually find a way to push the opponents into those combos, since they know exactly what they're going to be looking for. Now, in Demon Island, though, with a little bit of a change of map, will we see a change of pace?
Yeah, I mean, we're on Demon Island. It's a little bit of a different situation for KOing off the floor. So, but I think this technically benefits a little bit of the blue team because Guccibu likes to knock off the ceiling with his guitars, and it's harder to not KO like that now with them being on Demon Island. I think for Hexo it might be a little bit better, but Experience with Lance and
oh my god,
nice job from the red team though, KOing Experience, maximizing on his over-aggression, and you're seeing Shade following up very nicely though.
That was a beautiful conversion right there. Witchabu keeping an eye open for whatever Hexo was doing, able to confirm with that Ensig, and now honestly Witchabu looking very good with the spear, just building up damage against Experience, keeping him on the wall, which is a place where definitely his character is not gonna be doing as well in this map. That Disick though coming out and sending Hexo pretty far away, whose comb is down with a grandpa that is not able to get any benefit of, but still Experience looking pretty damaged right now. The Disick sending Witchabu out of the stage, still not being enough to get the KO, and the delay recovery from Hexo confirming on Shade as well. The tides are looking a lot different now in the second game.
Yeah, but as soon as Shade comes back, he does do a team combo with Experience. We see Guccibu try to step in there with a neutral signature, but barely misses there. We see Shade with that KO on them. Now you're seeing Hexo kind of dealing with the mini 2v1 while Guccibu is trying to regroup.
Oh,
the team combo comes in, but Hexo misses that recovery due to the falling movement of Experience. There's a lot of back and forth here. You're seeing Hexo trying to save his teammate a little bit, does very nicely, picking up that scythe now.
Oh, that ground pump from Witchabu, splitting the teams, not being able to allow them to have any sort of synergy. Oh, the delay into the other delay recovery is not able to confirm, sadly, but still, Shade getting a lot of damage right now. Oh, that was, I believe, a dare from the spear, sending Experience out of the stage. Still, he's able to come back and touch the wall thanks to the rocket lance. Hexo trying to confirm, though, trying to make sure that he doesn't come back into the stage. Shade playing his all against Witchabu, trying to keep him on the stage, but still he's able to come back and save Hexo, even if it was just for a little bit.
He was, but we saw Experience approach Guccibu off that ledge, and you know, off that ledge, it's a big deal for, you know, the red team. I mean, they're able to knock out Experience and get the KO probably there on the Shade here in a second, but they have to be very careful with having Guccibu against Experience, because Experience is just doing really, really well in a 2v1 instance against Experience.
Oh, that recovery not able to confirm on Shade, sadly, but the delayed recovery will be the end of it, though. Now, that combo right there with the neutral like hitting on the Disick from Hexo, putting Experience in a very bad spot when it comes down to his health. Still, it could change at any moment. Blue team was able to take the advantage for a second there and sit themselves comfortably with 2 stocks, so they're definitely able to turn things around if they wanted to. The sizing though able to push him into the end stick right now. Shade doing his all in a 2v1 situation against the red team. Trouble with the recovery though, confirming and ending the second game, putting a score up for the second or third.
No matter what it is, we saw this game, we saw Guichibu and Hexo pop off on those final stocks that they had in that game, right? We saw synergy that we weren't expecting to see. We saw Hexo step up, and Hexo, you had Guichibu step in the right moments on those final stocks. We saw that KO there by Guichibu, but look at these final KOs. We saw Neutral Light, they get a signature from Hexo. Yeah. Then we see Shade getting Dare, which allows for Guichibu to come back and do that falling recovery as well. And
honestly,
overall,
just
really good control, man.
The synergy between these two players compared to the first game, the way they developed themselves and just completely played off of each other. The synergy between the signatures as well, and also a combo that is not seen a lot, which is Sight and Katars working so well in their favorites. They definitely turn around the game completely for their own advice. And now with that a little bit of momentum, will they be able to keep the momentum and move on to winning this set? We're on Miami Dome. We have a little bit of a change of map once again with those soft platforms that are a little bit higher than the usual. This map definitely benefits Guichibu a lot more when it comes down to getting those KOs, though those walls are very thin compared to the last match.
Yeah, and that's a big deal.
Oh my god!
Guichibu! Nice bait coming in, KOing experience as well. Actually saving a teammate, but then also Hexo gets KO'd there by Shade. Smart move by Shade to go ahead and make sure that they're even.
Guichibu committed completely to that end stick, trying to make sure that it at least worked out. Oh, and there goes again the end stick, also punishing Shade for trying to stop him and sending him out of the stage, putting this situation on incredible benefit for Guichibu, which if he's able to actually utilize the stock properly, he might take a huge lead against the blue team.
Yeah, with how the blue team's playing, or how they tried playing for a second, it actually benefited Guichibu's play style. So I think blue team's starting to kind of swap away from that and trying to regroup. But when you have the red team being the way that they are, you're seeing now Experience also having a 1v1 against Hexo.
Oh, but the grab button is taking grab from Shade.
Man, I mean, blue team definitely showing their worth there. Nice recovery from Guichibu. Down like GC neutral light recovery. Oh my Guichibu!
And now gravity cancel delay recovery as well, and into another recovery. There we go, Guichibu sending Experience out of the stage right now. Guichibu is still sitting in his third stock, completely nonchalant, playing against these two players like if it was another match of Ranked. He is dominating this comfortably, sitting on his third stock right now, and Hexo, even though sitting on his last stock as well. Right now, Guichibu! Oh my god!
Hexo confirming the double KO. Red team getting another point to their name. And what did you just do, Guichibu? Oh, look at this replay.
My.
Let's pop it up real quick. Let's talk about it real quick while we're regrouping. We saw over control from Guichibu's neutral signatures, knocking out Shade's first stock. Then we see Experience trying to do something off flash. Shade with a grab pound KO. Okay. But then we start going towards the end of that second game, or that game there. Down
we
recovery,
did the gravity cancel.
gets the back recovery, it KOs.
But
and look at
this one. Look at this. He goes Nair.
He goes for it.
Sair. D-Light, Nair, down air, side air, into down air.
Dare. How do you come back up? Oh, he's KOing himself. And Experience. Oh, Experience tries to hit Shade, but then the dare from Hexo.
Hexo coming in and making sure they stay down there. Extremely smart, honestly. I feel like Shade would have been able to save Experience if it wasn't for the fact that Hexo came in clutch with that dare. Now, we have a little bit of a reset going on real quick. But I just want to make an emphasis on that last game, which was completely going off his mind whenever he was planning all of those setups. At the first stock of the match, with that falling up end stick, I don't know if he did it by accident and decided to move himself in a space where he wasn't able to get punished, or maybe he planned it. Still, the way that he was able to take Experience out like that and then start the snowball effect that was him saving those stocks all over the game, it was incredibly amazing just to see how he was outplaying Experience and Shade constantly in regards to what they wanted to do and breaking their synergy.
And man, I don't know, I'm stunned still, right? That last game was a lot. I mean, looking at the string that we saw from Guichibu, that's what we know them for in ones. And, you know, with experience being that aggressive, you know, Guichibu had to show that off a little bit to kind of set the mood a little bit more for the red team. Now, when it comes down to experience, you know, he's also on Augur. Now he's going back to Terrors. This is what we know him for, being an aggressive player. I think it's going to be really cool. And we'll see how Shade's able to adapt to that level of aggressiveness. But also experience can't be too aggressive because that's also his downfall. It's such a big blessing for him and such a big curse. Because it's such a big blessing because when he lands it, it's amazing. But sometimes he goes a little bit too far, too risky, where his teammate can't really come in and save him.
Honestly, it's going to be interesting to see if this Terrace is able to actually set him up into a game 5 situation. Hexo playing a very risky game of this stage, trying to gimp experience, taking away his options and also move him around. Guichibu tried to step in for a second, which led to them going back into the stage. Experience trying to find the spot for him to actually walk in. Guichibu is keeping a keen eye on them though. Oh, and Hexo with the gravity cancel, Seismic almost hitting, but the recovery is able to hit him from the below. Guichibu covering him so he can go back into the stage with an N6. Very smart play right there.
Well, we saw Guichibu do the off-edge neutral and it led into into a 2-piece from the red team, KOing both blue team members. And we're just seeing an overall control from this red team as soon as they're able to get things going.
Recovery to there.
Whoa! Experience trying to step in here a little bit. There we go. Starter comes in.
Shade getting completely deleted by that recovery into Nair from Hexo. Very well placed, knowing exactly the amount of damage that he needed in order to confirm. Now the rest of that come on the side from Hexo, trying to go for the cheeky gravity cancel side stick that, although not able to hit, still put experience in a very bad situation. Guichibu sitting comfortably still at 3 stocks, and experience trying to find his best to open up the space and attack as the best that he can, but still the blue team is in shambles right now, trying to find the synergy that they require.
Oh yeah, now we see Hexo knock out Guichibu. This is a big opportunity for the blue team to go and get a little bit of that disadvantage taken away from them. Smart move from Experience to go get the side air. Jade trying to step in there a little bit to follow up Experience.
There we go. Exhausted.
Does come in. Oh, but Shade's got to be careful because he is on his final stock. Even though so is Experience now, it's still a big deal. That 2-piece combo is doing strides for the red team. Now, if you're blue team, your goal is to KO Hexo, then go and KO Guichibu. Experience trying to do that, missing that side air.
Downer.
Gets dared.
Downer.
Double dare.
Triple dare.
He missed. He missed the touchdown. Shade stealing with a 2v1 because of how aggressive Experience was. And Hexo KOs himself.
But
Shade's
still,
able to come back.
Hexo very comfortable right now, even though he lost his stock. And still, that gravity cancel breakdown moves. Hexo seals the deal and gives red team the chance they needed to move on onto the bracket. When this set started, I called it. I said that this team right here, Guichibu Hexo, had a specific combo that we've seen all over the place in different tournaments, and there we go, right on the last game, showcasing the strength of such a combo. And also this interesting comp between Katars and Side, completely dominating 2 excellent players such as Shade and Experience. What a display of ability from Guichibu and Hexo.
Yeah, very, very nice job coming out of Guichibu and Hexo, showing their synergy, showing that it doesn't have to be a long-range weapon to go and show that overall control. And that Scythe, that Spear did very, very well against Experience and Shade, and actually was able to out-counter the aggressiveness that we saw from Experience, and also the aggressiveness that we saw a little bit of Shade, which is why we saw him get KO'd of that second stock as well. So overall, very, very nice job from Hexo and Guichibu. They're advancing further into the bracket. Props to Shade Experience on trying that team out, seeing how it was going to go out. And, you know, with Experience being that aggressive player, it's very, I think it's one of those things where, you know, with Experience going off that ledge against Hexo was doing very well with it, and Shade was dealing with Guichibu, so he was having a hard time really saving Experience in those different instances, so they had to be very careful. So props there to the Hexo and Guichibu on advancing forward. Props to Shade Experience on going through the elimination side run. I don't know, I think we can see more from that team going forward. It depends on what Experience wants to do, but that was still a really, really good game.
Honestly, I am pretty invested to see what was the team that was able to take the Guichibu and Hexo down to losers, and if they will be facing each other later on.
They are. They're actually facing him next. Well, not on stream, but they're gonna. Well, yeah, on stream, but they're not going to be facing them next set. Glitchabu and Hexo lost to Monty, Hala, and Koslix in Game 5, and now they're facing them in the elimination side as well, because Monty, Hala, and Koslix are down there. So when we come back from our break, we'll definitely be having them there.
It's gonna be an interesting matchup.
Dude, it is. And I think it's going to be a Game 5 and winners. I can't imagine what type of game is going to be the elimination side.
Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to watch it. But as of now, guys, I'm going to be heading out into a break here with my good old friend AJ. And honestly, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. I'm very thankful for being here tonight. And I hope you guys have a lot of fun with the rest of these sets. And I hope you guys really like my commentating tonight. Have a wonderful one.
Yeah, for sure. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Nomad, for showing up and casting here. We appreciate you. We appreciate you guys watching, so don't go away. We will be right back with another amazing set, such as Rise and Soul versus Fakey and Snowy. When we come back, don't go away. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars Verdant Ruins 2v2s powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I'm casting with Space Electronics for top 6. Space, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm feeling fantastic. It has been a minute since I hopped on for a Moose Wars, and we're back, and the bracket is as stacked as it possibly could be. We've had a long day of lots of matches, lots of fighting, lots of close sets, but we have finally come down to our final 6 teams. You want to explain those, AJ?
Yeah, man, we've been having a lot of really good sets. I mean, I was just casting not too long ago, so a lot of people kind of saw those matches between Hideaway Zen, Rise of Soul. We also saw Jakeyy and Urks. You know, we saw, and now we're going into the elimination side. We are going into top 6. A little bit later, we have Rise's Soul, Fakey, Snowy, Money Hala, and Costlix are the team in. We see Costlix back in the double scene, right? Gucci and Hexo. There's some really good North American teams as well.
There's a lot of really amazing North American teams and lots of exciting sets that we're ready to watch here. So our first match, we're going to be going down to the losers quarterfinals, correct?
I am checking with my guys. I believe I told Zen and up next. Let me see.
Yeah.
When pop up on the broadcast. Yep, up next. Rise and Soul versus Fakey Snowy. I told Zen 4 sets. That's right. So we're going to do. So Rise and Soul. I mean, what do you know about this base? Because I've already told my due diligence of each of these teams. What do you know about these guys?
So Rise and Soul has been a team that as of recently have been popping off, and people now know these two as a team to be very scared of. But honestly, in my opinion, I feel like these two have always been a team, like, for a while now, even beyond when they got second at Winters, that they have been just a scary team. Everyone knows, if you've played in community tournaments, you know that these two are forces to be reckoned with. And it was only an amount of time that they were going to get the fruits of their labor. So what happened during Winters for that, and the 4th during Springs as well. So they're consistent, and you know how they're an insane team. And obviously they're in here and they're going crazy, only taking 1 loss to the first seed of the tournament, Zen and Hideaway. So they're scary. It's a scary team.
Yeah, Rise and Soul are powerful as a unit. I mean, they were able to get 1 game off. There was a couple instances where they could have gotten a second game and gone into game 5, but Hideaway popped off. So overall, Rise and Soul are phenomenal in doing like team-based combos. And when it comes down to the team they're facing of Fakey and Snowy, they're also a powerful team. You know, they're usually teams that or players that we see with different teammates. Like Fakey, we're used to seeing with a variety of different teammates. Snowy, most notably, is teamed with Boomy and won the Winter World Championships. I'm sorry, the World Championships in 22 for doubles, right? So Snowy's a powerful player. So is Fakey. And they're trying out to see how they do together as a team. And now they're facing Rise and Soul, that upcoming doubles team has so much synergy together, and it's going to come down to, I think, the synergy of Rise and Soul and how the Fakey and Snowy really adapt to who's going to be the aggressor and who's going to be that support player. Because Rise and Soul are very team-based combo-wise. If Fakey and Snowy can separate them, have one aggressor and have a support player, that'd be good.
Yeah, that would be really good because, like you mentioned, they're a very strong team together. These two have team combos on lock. They have all of these combos. Like, they know exactly what to do, pass it to each other, and immediately get these knockouts as quickly as possible. But they're against Fakey and Snowy, two of arguably some of the greatest 2v2 players in North America. But right now,
as we say that though, look. Yeah, I mean, the red team doesn't care who they're facing. They're doing these team-based combos, launching Fakey Ari into the red. Keep in mind, the blue team just dittoed Soul and Rise, and these guys have been going phenomenal on these characters. So you're basically telling the red team what to really do. They've got double KO on the blue team right now. They are under control with the Wushang and the Rayman. They're telling Fakey to go back to Onyx.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
That was a good follow-up, though, coming out from Fakey to get that side take. It wasn't purely enough yet to get Soul out there, but that side take coming out from Snowy landing onto Rise is able to take them out, and Soul just decides to fall down and reset the stocks, and now the game is back to even. So Snowy, they may be sort of dittoing the picks that Red Team is doing here, but Snowy is known for his Rayman. People know Snowy's Rayman is a very strong character that he has in his picks. So I don't know. Maybe it will
I agree.
go well.
Well, and I think it's Snowy and Fakey are doing semi-decent there too. We do see a KO on Snowy. We see Fakey now with the Wushang as well. And I think, you know, this is a kind of weird pick for Blue Team. I think what they were doing is kind of having Snowy be that aggressor a little bit, while Fakey's kind of following up a little bit. So now Snowy and Fakey getting that dare onto Soul, double dare. You didn't see Rise really follow up, but does get KO'd by Fakey as well. And it looks like actually Fakey's being the aggressor and Snowy's being a support player. I'm just not used to seeing Wushang being that aggressive character pick.
Yeah, that's fair. Usually when we see Wushang in 2v2s, Wushang is very well used in 2v2s, but most people use it as like I can follow up with an N-Sig of any sort. Because both of the weapons, the N-Sig is obviously an amazing follow-up option. But Fakey has been going crazy, being the main aggressor on both Rise and Soul. And this is you could say this is a very close game. Both Rise and Soul are at similar damage, but Snowy is very damaged. That side take follow-up coming up from Fakey, almost taking out Rise. Does Rise have the option to come back? They did. But Snowy with the D-Sig and Soul with a D-Light recovery. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1 between Fakey and Soul. Who's going to take it here? Soul is very damaged. Fakey with a weapon throw, trying to go for the recovery. Just moving slightly around each other. And you can tell that they're both just waiting for one of them to whiff so that they can get the punish. That side air, bringing the damage closer. Forcing Fakey off the side of the stage, but he does manage to make it back, reset neutral, and they're both back. Oh, this is scary.
Yeah. Soul tried to bait him with that weapon throw into something, but was able to go and pick up that weapon. Does get that there. Weapon throw does go ahead and land. Soul misses that neutral, allowing for Fakey to have that spear opportunity. Fakey throwing the weapon. DC down lane recovery by Soul lands, and he outbeats Fakey with unarmed gameplay, and that has got to be some of the fastest unarmed gameplay I've seen in Brawlhalla coming from Soul.
That was fantastic coming out from Soul in that final 1v1 against Fakey with a 609 damage coming out from Soul. I also want to note, Snowy also did 613, even though he was the first of him and Fakey to get eliminated. So Snowy was also doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, I think Snowy in the beginning was doing a lot of damage for the blue team, and Fakey kind of stepped into that role a little bit of being that aggressor, which I think is kind of cool for the blue team because they're able to kind of swap it out mid-event. But, you know, now we see Snowy on the...
Yeah, Snowy on the Onyx. That's not unusual.
That's Fakey. That's Snowy.
Oh, that's Fakey!
And Fakey's on Onyx.
Wait.
But Rise is dittoing his Onyx?
That's what I was wondering about. Why are we getting Rise on the Onyx? I think maybe just mental games? Who knows, honestly. I don't know what goes on in the minds of these players. I'm not a good 2v2 player, so... We'll actually
mental's a big part of this game, man, but having that Onyx pick to ditto Fakey is rather interesting. Because I think Fakey's really good at being an aggressor. I wonder how Rise is going to really adapt to it. He might be able to pull it off. I can see him doing it because he's really good in ones. But he's got to be careful. He's got to save his teammate a little bit off that ledge because Fakey does a double dare and he's already out. Soul's down to that second stock already.
And the follow-up coming out from that and light from Snowy with that side sig already taking Rise down to red. And this is looking a much better game for Fakey and Snowy here to take a game against Soul and Rise and make the set even 1-1. We'll see. Fakey's crazy. What was that? What is he doing?
Oh, Snowy!
Is he dead?
Double
Is he
GC
gone?
down lane into dare.
He touched
Grab
him.
out from Fakey. That doesn't KO Rise.
Rise found the perfect moment to manage to touch the stage and get all his options back to come back. It's a miracle that he was managing to survive there, but this is still a very rough game looking like for Soul and Rise here. Man, Fakey's chasing them down. My God.
Yeah. Well, that's Fakey reminds me. He gives me a lot of like aggressive vibes of experience there too. Maybe it's because they've played in the past as well. I think he's been able to kind of play that role for Snowy, for his teammate there. But now we see Fakey just dominating Rise off that ledge. Neutral Light comes in. Snowy's going aggressive off that ledge for no reason. Oh, and Fakey almost KOs himself.
Oh,
Dare in the GC down lane, but Fakey with the reversal. Oh, so it's Fakey, so it's Snowy. But it's now a 2v1 in favor of the blue team because they knocked out Soul.
It's now up to Rise to possibly make this 2v1 possible, but you're against Fakey and Snowy, two very scary opponents. That was a weird ground pound. I don't know if anyone else saw that.
That barely hit him, and then the weapon throw, because he had so much like KO force with him, just confirmed him. There's no way for him to come back. So props to the blue team, props to Fakey on saying, don't try to match me like that. Don't ditto me. I think it was a smart move though from red team, right? Because it allowed the red team to see if they could ditto him and get into the minds of the blue team. They have that advantage. So maybe that was why they played it on the advantage side, because they know they could beat him on Rayman and Wushang.
3, 2.
Yeah, this is the pick that they're known for. The team, actually not really even, because when they got that second, it was with Kaya and Teros, or Kaya and Elgrim. But either way, they've shown earlier in this tournament that they can make work done with this Wushang and Rayman, but it seems Fakey and Snowy doesn't seem to let them be. Hold on, the end light to
side air.
Okay, hold on.
Soul, where are you? There you go. Soul's.
Oh, what a follow
there
up!
You go. There's
the
Soul.
D-Sig.
There's Snowy.
The ground pound. The Nair.
Oh no!
What a cover.
Saved by what? It didn't save him.
The Dare.
So what are you doing? You have to make sure you can KO him, but don't go too far into that combo.
So many people were. I thought so many people were gonna be done.
Oh, red team.
Oh no.
Snowy's in orange. Fakey's being tossed around like a toothpick. And now red team has this 2v1 opportunity to get Snowy to go and get a 1-stock lead. Maybe a 3-stock lead now. There we go. 3-stock lead over the blue team. Look at the synergy now coming out of the red team. It all came down to Rise being on that Wushang.
They finally fully figured out what to. Oh, the ground pound from Soul. Nice Nair. They're adding so much damage. They are not letting Fakey breathe here. It is 3 stocks each to the 1 stock each of Fakey and Snowy. Finally, Soul gets eliminated off the top of the stage.
Oh, that weapon throw somehow KOs Rise. Smart move coming from Snowy, throwing that off that ledge, allowing for Soul to get 2v1 here, but blue team unable to do anything. Soul steps in a very nice momentum. And I think red team definitely wins this game at this point. Look at the momentum the red team has. Silent coming in. You're seeing Fakey trying to do something with Cannon against Soul. Rise going off ledge, being risky.
Dude, this
side
is
air.
insane.
There you go.
Yeah, Fakey just jumps off the stage. Rise and Soul, man.
Oh my gosh, there we go. Jeez, okay. So currently 2-1 in favor of Rise and Soul, if I recall, man.
Yeah.
2-1 because we saw Fakey go over to that Onyx and they were able to rebuttal that. But now we're going into game 3. Rise and Souls, they got 4 stock on Fakey and Snowy. That's absurd,
bro. Ridiculous. This is a scary team to watch out for. Rise and Soul. But hey, Fakey and Snowy, we saw from the game before this, game 2. They're also a very aggressive, very strong, you cannot let your guard down for a moment team.
Yeah.
So Rise and Soul still have to put gas pedal through the floor. Like they need to make sure that they can confirm this last game and not let any guard down, because if they do, Fakey and Snowy easily can capitalize on it and take this next game, bring us to a game 5.
Well,
we'll see.
it's funny too because it's like a situation where, you know, this is my prediction of third and second facing each other right now, and my
fifth.
third is whooping the ass of my second.
Oh.
At the moment, it's happening like that, and we're seeing now Snowy and Fakey trying to take that neutral control away from the red team. It's a smart move to do. They don't want to over aggress though. They want to go back and kind of bait that into being a thing. And I think what's happening in the past was blue team was being overly aggressive and red team maximized on that and was doing team combos.
Right, and
Ooh.
now though, this game is a very close game. That side air smack onto Rise still is not done yet. The recovery coming out from Fakey takes off Soul for the first stock of the game. Rise almost getting that read onto Snowy to take that stock off of Snowy, but now Rise on the side of the stage trying to confirm the stock off of Snowy. He's still alive. The recovery from Snowy, unarmed, he is yet to pick up a weapon, and he's still doing so much work. Snowy, get that kick on to Rise, finally picking up the gauntlet. And Fakey off the side of the stage up against Soul here, trying to add more damage. The D-Light finally, oh no, oh no, those teams are...
Oh,
Those
the
combos
combo
are
coming in from the red
so
team
entertaining.
mid-air was absurd.
Dude, those combos are so entertaining. I love when teams do that. Just in the middle
Dude,
of the
Soul
air
doesn't
doing
even need a
combos, bro.
teammate. Soul's doing team combos in the air by himself in his own strings. He doesn't even need Rise. Rise just needs to stay alive. But Soul also has to be careful too, because Soul is in the orange like the other two blue team members, but if they want to go and take that advantage, he has to be careful of the stock.
Yeah.
Like neutral air, weapon throw. Look at Soul going for a 4-piece combos. He's pre-firing combos. He's not pre-firing attacks. He's pre-firing a flipping combo.
This entire set, Soul has been playing so confidently, and it has been catching Fakey and Snowy off guard so often. And that's the combo. That's the stock. Fakey and Snowy down to their tournament stocks right here. If they lose these stocks, they will be taken out by Rise and Soul. So it's up to them to bring this back. Can they do it? The Nair making the set even, leaving Rise to himself to possibly get knocked out by a team combo, but no, he manages to make it back. Soul lands back onto stage.
Soul is doing very well at saving his teammate off that ledge when they aggress, and Rise is doing very well at following up these team combos
But Rise
from
is not
Soul.
doing too well now.
But Rise, as I say that, he's on his final stock. Rise has to be careful of his stock. And
Then they immediately
Soul's
focus
being
on-
attacked. Rise needs to be pushing in a little bit more to put pressure on the Fakey. There we go. Smart move. Soul picks up Gauntlet. Cider comes in. Silent comes in. Weapon throw. Hits
side-
and almost KOs Rise. But this gives Soul an opportunity. But Fakey and Snowy do the team combo. Rise is by himself at 2v1. Cider comes in. And blue team takes a game to their name. We're going to game number 5.
Game number 5, and I would not expect anything less from these two teams. Unironically, some of the I was looking forward to this set. Coming into this commentary block, I was looking the bracket like, yeah, this set's gonna be good.
Dude, their team synergy though, even like blue team not really being a team for long and having that level of synergy is phenomenal. You know, I mean, we do see Fakey being that aggressor, but Snowy's been able to kind of pick up what he needs to follow up. But I mean, it's been very close. I think the last game we saw Rise had their stock, but lost it so quickly. He was at 3 stocks and randomly went down to 1. It was that quick.
Yeah.
So they had to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, they have to be careful if they want to keep this up. But now it's game 5. Any of these two teams could take it here. Like what AJ said, it's his 3rd and 2nd prediction.
Yeah.
And,
This is a big... Shoot, look at the team synergy from Rise and Soul though.
Dude,
Like
they're
going for
nasty.
4-piece combos like that so easily is absurd to me.
It's ridiculous how easy these teams can get combos like this. And I feel like Rise and Soul more so than like other teams.
Yeah.
That's
Soul
what
is
sets
mind
them-
reading Fakey.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's what sets them apart as a strong 2v2 team that's not
Sounds
just
like a-
two really good 1v1 players together.
Yeah, Soul was expecting Rise to be a little bit more aggressive, and Soul was going to follow up by keeping Snowy away. Dude, look at that. Look at the movement. Oh, goodness. We do see Rise with that Cider hitting his teammate, but also KOing himself. So you have to be a little bit careful.
Oh,
Oh,
good
that
down
dare
air.
came in. Nice weapon throw from Snowy.
Yeah, that was a good coverage from Snowy to set up for that cannon down air. Oh, this is a very... Oh, what a save! Oh, but it doesn't even matter. The decent coming out from Rise takes off Snowy's second stock. This game is still very much in... Oh, Fakey!
Wow! Fakey coming in, KOing Soul's second stock. Now Fakey coming in, trying to knock out Rise. Rise trying to take advantage of the over-aggression, but unable to do it. Soul with no weapon, trying to find out what to do. Fakey comes in aggressively again. Weapon guards that weapon spawn and makes sure that Soul can't pick it up. And now we see Soul in the red of the final stock. Rise is out.
In a matter of just a couple seconds, maybe a little close to a minute, Fakey and Snowy are now immediately much more in the lead than they were earlier in this game. It was looking a lot more in Rise and Soul's favor when they were like 3 stocks or 2 stocks. Now, Rise is in a 2v1 against Fakey and Snowy. Now, I will say, it's not impossible. He just cannot get hit with combos like that. If he does take out Snowy, some way, shape, or form take out Snowy and get left in a 1v1 against Fakey, it was possible. But the combos, you just can't stop it. Fakey and Snowy taking the 3-2 victory over Rise and Soul to move on into our top 4.
Yeah, very nice job from those players overall. I mean, the aggressiveness from Fakey that we saw allowed the blue team to win that. When they went ahead and KO'd Soul, or I'm sorry, they KO'd Rise and then KO'd Soul. Soul was down to that final stock, I believe, before
Look at
everyone.
how much of a lead.
that.
Look at how much of a lead they
Fakey.
had. But Fakey, dude, Fakey was a complete annihilating everybody this entire game.
Jeez. It doesn't matter who it is, man. With whoever Fakey teams with, he's just bombshells the opponents. It just doesn't really matter at all. Props to Fakey, Snowy on beating Rise and Soul to advance further into the bracket, being the up-and-coming team there. But man, did Rise and Soul have synergy that I'm not used to at all in doubles. That like these were my top 2 or top 3 predictions for a reason. And with that being said, though, we are going into another set there, Space. And who's that next set going to be?
Our next set is going to be the set of Guichibo and Hexo versus Money Hala and Kosalix. What do you think about this set?
Ooh, that's gonna be interesting because Kosalix, well, Money Hala, Hexo, and Guichibu hanged out at max mode, right? So they know each other pretty well. Kosalix is coming in here with Lance. That counters the heck out of guitars. I think this range-wise, red team might have it because Kosalix has Axe and Lance, and I think the one thing, I don't know. This is such a weird pick. There's so many different ways this can go out. I really don't know how this is going to turn out to be.
I will say, like, picks-wise, it does seem to make sense to think that it would go in red team's favor, but Guichibo and Hexo, they're playing Queen Nai and Nyx, and they did this exact same thing, spring championships, and they got third place.
That's true. We'll see. I mean, I'm not doubting either team here. I think they're really, really good. I think what we saw from Money Hala and Kosalix on the winner's side could definitely work here.
Also, this is a rematch, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Hold up. Is it?
I'm pretty sure this is a rematch.
This is
I
a
remember
rematch.
seeing a
It is.
Switch. Yeah.
It's from winner's side quarterfinals. We had that on stream between Fakey and Snowy versus Money Hala and well, hold up.
Between Guichibo Hexo. I'm pretty sure they did.
They might have had it earlier.
I think it was.
They did.
First round.
That was just the matchup that
round of
happened
top
before
32.
winners quarters. Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa! Kosalix is already out. With the first stock already.
As we were talking about the revenge match. Oh my God, that's not.
Blue team is phenomenal. They knocked him off the ceiling of Demon Island. That's the highest ceiling of all the maps.
The blaster
Dude.
recovery is a saving grace for so many team combos. Hexo just falls at that point. But
Yeah,
now,
I think he's like, okay, let me fall real quick. I know Gucci's gonna fall as well. Let me go ahead and have the opportunity of picking up a weapon.
but money's not letting him.
Oh, you see down lane to GC down sig comes in. Gucci does come in, throwing Money Hollow around a little bit, but Cossack's is so low in the final.
Yeah,
right there.
And Kosalix with this lance is trying to do a little bit of damage here, but that's it! He's done! The dare from the scythe into the Qatar and Sig, and all of a sudden, Kosalix is out of all of his stocks.
The fact that he got knocked out of 3 of his stocks with under a minute 30 is absurd to me. Within 30 seconds. Within 90 seconds.
Oh my god!
Oh, what?
Oh my god! Oh
He
my
can't use him
god.
like that?
Oh my
Dude.
god.
Dude, Hexo and Gooey are absurd to me.
This
Gosh.
is so fun. Hexo and Gooey are so much fun. Oh, okay.
They're just waiting for Money Hollow to either jump off or... There.
There, weapon throw.
Oh. All that hit though. There,
Oh.
clash. That's out.
Yeah, he's
That's
done.
out.
Done.
That's out.
That's it. Yep, we're good. Yep.
Hexo saves his teammate in the process too. God.
What was that game?
That was Cossack getting annihilated by Hexo. That's
The entire
it. Look at the
time,
replays.
yeah.
Oh, they
Sick.
did that team combo again on the
Yeah.
Cossack's first stock, and then
Double
they did the same
recovery.
thing again. What? It KO'd on the second one too? Dude, that combo is absurd. That's gonna get nerfed by after CEO. That's absurd. It works. It's a good combo for these guys. But then Hexo goes off the edge. Look at him.
Oh my
Yoink.
god. Oh my god. What?
Oh god.
The entire game, I feel like Money Hollow wasn't a part of it at that point.
Money Hollow, it wasn't that. He just didn't know where to step into that combo, and Cossack's kept impulse jumping up into it. Dude, Money didn't really. I mean, he did well at rebuttaling once they were back on the platform, but once they were in the air, Money just didn't know what to do.
But either way, they're coming back. Money had to reset for a little bit. So maybe it was lag issues. Who knows? Either way, we're coming back. Same character picks. I don't know if it's the same map. Same map.
3, 2,
Game 2, Guichibo and Hexo up 1-0. Now, we've seen... I was talking about this beginning of the set. It doesn't matter what type of team comp it is. No matter how unorthodox and ridiculous it looks, Guichibo and Hexo have the Queen Eye Nyx team comp locked. They understand exactly what to do.
Well, and Hexo is a phenomenal scythe player as well, whether it be in 1s or in 2s. And you're seeing Guichibu, known for his guitars, and now playing that Nye that has a lot of defense. So, you know, you can still have Hexo hit him a little bit, and Guichibu still be alive. Sidelight Dare lands from Guichibu as well. But the team combo that these guys have is phenomenal to kind of see. Cossack misses that side air, and Hexo punishes him for it. Look!
Oh, that's
Guichibu
all
neutral
the
there.
there. What an option.
Oh,
not the
Money Hollow
clash.
saving
Oh
Cossack.
no. Oh, this
Oh,
is
but
very
not
bad
saving
for
himself.
Money. Okay.
No, it was a smart move because Money's still alive. But as I say that Cossack is trying to save his teammate with the weapon throw. Smart move from him, allowing for Hexo to kind of focus on Cossack. We do see Cossack get KO'd to the first stock, but I mean, this is a lot better of a game than the first one.
Indeed it is. It's a lot closer of a match here. All they need to do is get Hexo's first stock out here, and then the game would be pretty much even. But we'll have to see if Guichibo is going to let Money Hollow breathe on this second stock. Money Hollow getting that recovery onto Guichibo. Now Guichibo's trying to get a bit damage on the second stock. What a combo. The down air on that side leading to that Qatar ending.
Oh! DC usually into downlight as well, KOing Cossack of that second stock. Now Money Hollow having an opportunity of getting KO'd of that second. Money Hollow.
Oh!
KO
he's
his own
done!
teammate by mistake.
Oh!
Oh, they're both unable to come back, and now Money Hollow has to do a 2v1 against Hexo and Gooey.
the 1 stock of Money Hala against the fresh 2 stocks of Hexo and the red 2 stocks of Guichibo. And it doesn't even matter because they have these team combos on lock like they always do. I also like how a lot of that combo was kind of stacked. Oh, what a GCD.
That was a smart. Money's recovery it hit, didn't it? I thought he would have a jump.
I
That
think
was a
he was
smart move.
out of options. I thought he was going to
Yeah.
get a chase dodge there, but I don't think he had the options to be able to do it.
Yeah,
And
that's
do you
true.
see what Money Hala is picking now? In this,
No,
in
I
this
don't.
lobby
Let's
right
check it
now?
out. Was it a Mugi again? Oh, it's Arcadia.
We got Arcadia. The
I guess it's a smart
Greatsword.
move, defense and having the range of the greatsword, maybe.
I feel like this would be a good option because we know Money Hala is really good on that greatsword. So,
Yeah.
considering they're fighting, it may not be the most orthodox 2v2 pick,
Yeah.
but at the same time, they're fighting the most unorthodox 2v2 team of all time. So,
That's very, very true.
yeah.
You know, you have an unorthodox team versus the unorthodox team. And I think it just comes down to players having mastery of those different weapons as well. I mean,
Yeah, but-
that Kai pick was smart earlier. Why is it not working? Well, last time they had to deal with a range issue. Now they have to deal with a control issue.
Yeah. So maybe with this greatsword, Money Hala could do a lot more to try and bring this back.
Yeah, look.
And Money Hala is already starting off the top of the stage, trying to get these attacks onto Guichibo. Cosmic's on the side of the stage with this lance, getting the sideline dare, Sair attempt.
Oh, dare weapon throw, the weapon throw, Money Hala getting dared by Exo to ground bound, and blue team has this huge lead already.
For a very strong start that looked like it was coming from Cosmix, all of a sudden immediately gets turned around for the blue team here, and Guichibo now is possibly the next to get taken out here, but will he be able to? The
Yeah,
sideline
nice job
nair
from my team.
recovery coming out from Money Hala. I think he went with the Arcadia because we saw the Kaya earlier, we saw the Poe in earlier
Oh.
sets. So maybe he wanted the spear. The spear is the common factor here. And you know what?
And also, he might
as
want a
well
different
go
signature
with the
set.
greatsword, you know? True.
That's
Wait,
what
is
blue
Hexo
team's
done?
using.
Hexo has no options. Hexo!
Oh,
They
okay,
brought this
that-
back. They're bringing this back.
I don't. They're bringing it back a little bit, but it's like a half stock disadvantage still for the red team. Money Hala and Cossacks have to keep their stocks for a long time. And if blue team keep on doing his combos, it may not look like that at the moment. Because look at Hexo.
Good block.
Whoa! What's the what the reversal on the Money Hala off the ceiling with that neutral air, and now a signature for Guichibo KOs Cosmix. Money Hala has to deal with this 2v1 once again. Cosmix just cannot stay alive. Blue team knows that, and they are showing their dominance with these team combos against Money.
The dare, the instinct, the recovery. Hexo and Guichibo ending the set in a team combo with fashion. And taking the 3-0 victory over Cosmix and Money Hala. Man, that was a
Dude.
set.
That was a good one too, because that final game, like the final knockout, was a guitar half pipe, which is dare side light into down light, which led into like this phenomenal like neutral signature into recovery combo from the blue team. So these guys really, really knew what they were doing. They were able to follow up on each other. And I think when it came down to this, I mean, Money Hala and Cosmix were trying to do something, but Cosmix kept on getting focused by the blue team so much, and Money Hala just couldn't find a way of adapting. And they were trying to split up the blue team, but blue team kept on coming back.
Dude, Money Hala was so close to taking Hexo off the top of the stage there, but he missed that Ensig and that Nair to immediately turn that around. Man!
He backdashed downward, and Guichibo was ready for it. He got good grief. But props though over to Hexo and Guichibo. This is a reason why they are known for being one of the best 2v2 teams at the moment in North America. We saw it here. Money Hala, Cosmix getting far in this bracket there. We haven't seen Cosmix in forever in a top 8, so glad to have him back. And even while having carpal tunnel, still being able to play in the top 8 is absurd to me. as well. So glad to have him back. Glad to have him with Monty Hollow. That was a cool team there as well. I think Monty is trying to find teammate. I don't know if Raid's going to CEO, but that's usually who Monty Hollow teams with.
Oh yeah.
But we might see his team back in CEO. We'll see. But Quichibu and Hexa, we're seeing as a team, man. That was absurd.
That was an amazing showing from Guichibo and Hexo, taking that set victory and moving on to our top 4. We're down to 4 teams, guys. We're down to 4 teams, and on the winners side, we got Zen and Hideaway going against Jacoby and Urx. And down in the elimination side, we got Fakey and Snowy going against Guichibo and Hexo that we just saw.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, we got to take a quick break, run some ads, get some water, take a bathroom break. Come back. We'll be back soon. See y'all.
I'ma keep it real with you. 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 I'ma keep it real with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Moose Wars Verdant Ruins 2v2 tournament, sponsored by Brawlhalla, brought to you by this guy that's sitting next to me right now, Mr. AJ Moore. And we're finally into our top four. We've got 4 teams remaining, 4 or 5 sets remaining, and the matches are only getting more and more intense, but as we finally decide on a champion.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, we have some crazy sets coming up. We have some crazy teams that we have in this tournament so far. We've seen amazing gameplay recently. Also, last set was absurd from Hexo and Quichibu that we saw. But you know, we have teams that have their own personalities, right? We don't get to see a whole lot of them. One thing we did see, this is for a future team. We saw when Fakey and Snowy played, I believe it was loser side of top 8. We kind of saw the personality come out of Fakey and Snowy. So I'm gonna see if Prod has a screenshot there, but we took a screenshot of the Brawlhalla chat. Let's check this stuff out real quick. We had Jakeyy saying, "You guys got crap Wi-Fi, or what? The teleporting is crazy against you lot." Snowy says that's the Snowy special, and then Fakey says, "Sorry, I'm in the hood." And then Jakey's like, "All good." So the personality of these players, we don't get to see a whole lot of on broadcast, but we get to see a lot in the Brawlhalla chats, and this is one of those moments that we do see. And it kind of shows the personality of Snowy. Snowy's more of a troll style guy, and so is Fakey as well, who's able to go off of it. But you know, there's banter going back and forth between the Brawlhalla players, and I love to see it. Gotta love to see it there. And now we're going into the top 4 of this event. We have Hideaway and Zen, who had a legendary run previously, and also has a legendary run now, who are currently in the upper final. And we also have the up and coming players. We have Hideaway and Zen are going against Jakeyy, Erks. And Jakeyy and Erks have been a monstrous team in this event. We have not seen them top 8 in the Moose Wars until this event. They beat Jakeyy and Hybrid. They beat Hala and Coslex. And now they are going against seed number 1, Hideaway and Zen. And I want to see how the double Lance does against Hideaway and Zen, because it's a unique play style that we don't get to really see a whole lot against this team.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting set. Erks and Jakeyy, I got to give y'all props. Y'all have been on a demonic run, haven't lost a set yet. You like what AJ had mentioned, they came from a win against Hala and Coslex, from a win against Jakeyy and Hybrid, and I think you forgot to mention the set before that, they came on a win against Future Bubble and Markimu in order to make it onto stream itself. And they're doing it on a pick that would get a 1500 to punch a hole through their desk. So
he's not wrong. Yeah. Most people, when they face like long range weapons, they tend to have a rough time, especially at the lower ranks. So yeah, Space is right. I mean, we have the range style of this team that a lot of people having a rough time against. Hala and Coslex were starting to deal with it a little bit, but now we're going to see how these players really do. And I think we're just waiting for I think we're just waiting on Erks. They're going to hop in. There he is. I mean, double Lance, I want to see how it does against the Taros and the Kaya. The Kaya worked for Hala. We do have the Taros for Hideaway that has long range. So this can counter that style, but the synergy that we saw from this team of Jakeyy and Erks with Lance, how close they were of hitting each other. They practice just close range gameplay probably more than I've seen anyone. They're both level 100 Lance mains. So I don't know. This is gonna be a good one, Space.
I'm excited for this one, and I was looking at the placements of a couple of these teams. Zen and Hideaway have all obviously been, as of recently, like a very established team. They came off of the second at Spring Championships. Jakeyy and Erks, neither of them were able to play 2v2s with each other or a teammate. But the last time that they did play with each other was actually a Moose Wars. Primal
Uh-huh.
Dawn 2v2s. They got top 9.
They did.
So
And I don't think we really got to see them a whole lot on stream though either. I think they came from the elimination side. So they're a team that has been doing very good recently. So with them going and doing well in Primal Dawn and so on and so forth, it'll definitely be cool to kind of see how they do against first seed. And right now we're seeing that range gameplay from the red team kind of strike quite hard. And look at the red team already KOing Erks, and Jakeyy still alive, is able to space up a little bit. It's getting a little bit too aggressive, and Hideaway is able to punish that.
incredible job coming out from Hideaway to get that cider off the side of the stage. Good recovery. We were all scared for that Teros Ensig to immediately take that stock off. But the team combo coming out from Jakeyy and Erks, taking Zen off the top of the stage and the cider to separate the two of them. This is their game plan. Their game plan is to separate the two of them so that they can get these 1v1s. What a save coming out from Zen. Did y'all see that? That was ridiculous.
But Jakeyy getting that neutral air KO there on the Zen. We do have Hideaway still alive. Jakeyy and Erks not really pushing it. They do go and get that KO. It allows for them to get this 2v1 combo. There we go.
Ooh.
Almost getting the follow box with the downlight, but then Hideaway coming in to save their teammate. Now we need to see the synergy from the blue team the most that we've ever seen them. They need to show that synergy. They need to be together. Red team knows that, and they need to be able to somehow get back.
Yeah, this is looking very rough at the start of this first game. The D-Sig drops there, but now they get the double team combo.
Okay.
And it was exactly what they were looking for, to get a little bit more damage on to Zen and Hideaway here. But now, Zen and Hideaway, Erks on the side of the stage, the Ulgrim Lance on hand, getting that D-Light. Hideaway on this hammer on hand, getting more and more damage onto both of these players. Trying to add more. The weapon throw! The D-Light rebound! And Jakeyy is out of his stocks completely. The double, the ladder. Zen is styling on these teams.
Yeah, he is for sure. But we do see Erks get that follow-up option afterwards. But then Hideaway is just coming in, man, and showing his overall aggressiveness against Erks. And you're seeing Zen try to follow up. Nice ground pound by Erks.
Ooh.
Oh, misses that ground pound, but Hideaway almost getting AO from it. Zen trying to do the same thing again. Is not able to touch, and Hideaway was the off-edge control over the red team. Red team thinking game number 1, but blue team was starting to adapt a little bit after we saw this first stocks.
Yeah, that was a very strong showing from both of these teams. It may have been Zen may have been styling on Jakeyy and Erks.
Yeah.
But honestly, we got to give them props because we saw the double team combos that they were coming up with. The regular team combos, the separations, the damage that they were doing. They still managed to get Zen and Hideaway to those final stocks. But I think the main key there was Hideaway, honestly. You saw how much work that he was doing. Obviously, that Teros high attack is very good at dealing damage and dealing damage fast. So
yeah, I think if it was a 2v1 situation, we'd see a dominance from Jakeyy and Erks, because they were doing, we saw Zen styling a little bit on Jakeyy, but I think after that back, we saw Erks and them kind of just KO Zen down to that final. With Hideaway, he was able to save his teammate from getting KO'd on a lot of different instances. So rather than being the aggressor, Zen was the aggressor, which we did see, I believe, in the winner's side, where Zen was the aggressor for 1 or 2 matches. And then we saw Hideaway be that aggressor. But overall, I mean, these guys are powerful flipping players. And I think Hideaway and Zen don't have just range control, but they also have that center control. And Erks and Jakeyy really need to take that neutral control and separate the red team.
Yeah. You speak on a good point. I feel like if they do separate this red team, that they will be a lot more successful in their separate 1v1s as they would be, as compared to how they would be if Zen and Hideaway were playing together, getting follow-ups, getting team combos on these two, because that was essentially what happened last game. Jakeyy and Erks were trying really, really hard to separate the two, but Zen and Hideaway were doing really well to keep them together and get a lot of damage together.
Well, and one thing I do want to bring up, Zen was styling on Jakeyy, right? So I don't know if the one-on-one would have been the best option for that team. I think separating them in the sense of them being in the center and each red team member on the left and the right and keeping them spaced out is huge. Now it's hard to do because team combos can happen when that's kind of like that situation happens, but for them to be able to do damage build up, that's going to be the position that they're probably going to want to be in, or doing these 2v1s on one red team member while the other one's in the red being launched into outer space somewhere else across the map, right? So we're going to game number 2. We're on small fortress of Lions. Let's see what happens in the second game.
As we start off on the second game, the same picks from both of these teams, and now both Jakeyy and Erx, both with Lance on hand. The GC D-Light to Sair attempt coming out from Hideaway, possibly get more damage on to Jakeyy there. And now, Erx and Jakeyy, you could see what they're trying to do. You can see a lot of these Lance snares being thrown out. So now,
yeah, for sure. Now dude, it's a lot better of a game now, though. Jakey's starting to show his gameplay a lot better. I don't know if he was lagging the first game, but he's doing a lot better. And he's following up with Erx pretty nicely. Oh, Hideaway, though.
That was a good follow-up coming out from Hideaway, getting that D-Sig to get that knockout to Erx. But now the game is pretty much even. Hideaway trying to get this damage onto Axe, then getting that recovery off the top of the stage, leaving Erx in the 2v1 to possibly get hit by a team combo. But no, Erx manages to survive. Jakeyy comes back onto the stage, and Hideaway is taking more damage than he really should be at this moment if he wants to still stick onto this game. The ground pound, the dare, does he have the option to come back? Good on Zen to cover Hideaway's recovery there. The down air to take Erx off.
Nice move from Erx, so double recovery does go ahead and land. I mean, I think Erx is being a little bit too aggressive in different instances, and he's got to be very careful with throwing out the jump ground pounds because people can see them falling down pretty quickly. I think red team's used to facing that. So now with Erx, his main goal is to be fast, to be efficient, picks up the lance, gets a side air, and then we see Jakeyy trying to follow up Erx, and Erx is just going crazy at the moment, allowing them to do what they need to do.
Yeah, but
oh,
it'll be up to Erx if he can make it back onto the stage. The recovery from the weapon throw. Wow, what a combo. Loki a clip coming out from Jakeyy there. That nair coming out from Hideaway finally takes that stock off of Jakeyy. Game is even. One stock's all. Good follow-up from Hideaway. Getting a second stare, taking Erx off of his last stock, leaving Jakeyy in the 2v1 against Zen and Hideaway. And dude, Hideaway is not letting him get away with anything.
Well, and I think that comes down to what Jakeyy did with the spear down. Like, it led into him being KO'd, and Erx couldn't come back. And now you're seeing red team have this formidable 2v1 situation and take full ride with it as they go into game number 3 with currently 2 games in a row in their favor.
Man, it doesn't seem like the set should be 2-0 in the favor of Zen and Hideaway, because both of those games were relatively like even games. You could say,
yeah, but check these replays. I mean, it was even, and then we saw Erx get KO'd where Jakeyy tried going in for that down late, and as soon as Jakeyy was in a 2v1, they had a problem, right? So I think it just comes down to finding ways of getting your teammate out of these team combos, kind of expecting what Zen and Hideaway are going to really throw out, and see what they can do.
Yep.
Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. Jakeyy comes in.
Jakeyy is getting hit by a lot of these axe moves. He needs to like move back a little bit, I feel like. But in a way, if he does that, then Erx will start getting a lot more damage. It's looking rough for blue team right here. But oh, the N-Sig was so close. All right,
lots of back and forth.
Zen and Hideaway adding more and more damage onto Jakeyy. The dare. Jakeyy already on red. The D-Light Sair, that might be it for Jakeyy on his second stock.
No, he's able to touch, but we were having the problem with Erx being knocked around and kept away. Red team taking full advantage of that with Jakeyy now being down to that final stock. Erx trying to make amends with the axe, and Jakeyy just trying to get the lance, get the KOs. Erx, nice job Getting that KO onto Hideaway, but Erks gets KO'd by Zen. Sidestick comes in, does KO. Jakeyy and Erks having an opportunity here against Hideaway.
Oh,
but
no.
Erks gets too aggressive.
Oh no, the
so
NSYNC
Jakeyy.
caught Erks there. Oh
led to
no,
that,
they
though.
had the opportunity for a double team combo there to possibly bring this back, but Jakeyy and Erks really need to watch out. Jakeyy specifically really needs to watch out in this moment. Not the weapon throw, it caught him off guard. Good
Nice save
recovery
from
though.
Jakeyy, though.
Good save. And the ground pound.
Okay, this is
Stock-wise,
possible.
blue team is in the
Jakey's
lead.
got to keep his stock though. His goal is to stay alive. He can't be aggressive against the red team. Erks. Oh, Jakeyy getting KO'd by Zen. Oh, that was so mean coming out of the red team.
All right, Erks down to the 2v1 against Zen and Hideaway. You saw Zen there just waiting for Erks to make a mistake so that he could start this team combo. Erks is not
Who is this
letting
team?
him.
He's going
Trying
for
to
the
go for the
same
ground
ground pound. It's just not landing. He's got to stop throwing it out.
Man,
Oh.
I think he might have given up at this point.
No, I don't think it's a give up. It's a smart option, but I think it's how he's going about things. It allows him to go to a different position where he can get Zen with no ways of approaching him. But now he's got Axe. Stopsider comes in from Hideaway.
That's
Oh, and that Stopsider just goes ahead and KOs the blue team. But red team was down to the orange of their final stocks. Zen and Hideaway will go ahead and go into the grand finals of this event, beating Erks and Jakeyy. But blue team definitely kept their lineup pretty well against this team.
They definitely did. First couple of games, that last game may have looked a bit disastrous towards the end, possibly, but
Double KO, man. That
Honestly,
replay, man.
yeah. I'm excited to see how they do in the elimination side because, like the bracket shows, it's a double elimination bracket, and that was winner's side. So Jakeyy and Erks still have a chance. If they take this victory in elimination finals, they could have the rematch against Zen and Hideaway. But first, we have this elimination semifinal match to go to of Fakey and Snowy versus Guichibo and Hexo.
I think what we saw that last game, though, was Jakeyy was unable to uphold a certain level of damage or keep their stocks. And I think that led to what happened to the blue team, right? So I think red team does very, very well focusing on someone specific. If you're looking at the stats for the Orion, which was Jakeyy, 76 damage on Lance, 92 on Spear, right? So it's a big deal. Erks did pretty well in that situation, but Jakeyy just had a rough time. So when the blue team goes to the elimination side, their thought process is, okay, what can Jakeyy do to stay a little bit live longer? What combos can we accomplish? How can we separate these different teams? And if these guys come back in grands, Team 1, they had to win 2 sets against Zen and Hideaway to win. So big deal to kind of consider. They have some time to think about it because we have to go into our next set, Mr. Space, which is going to be who?
Guichibo, Hexo versus Fakey and Snowy. Two of the two players that sort of paved the way for the 2v2 meta, and two players that absolutely do not follow the 2v2 meta.
That's a good way of saying
Yeah.
it. I mean, yeah, you're right. Guichibu and Hexo don't have that meta pick for their team. You got Queen Eye and you got Nyx. And it's a mix-up. Right now, the meta tends to be one heavy character and one support player, where, for example, it's Wushong or Rakaya or Onyx Taros or whatever it is for an aggressor. And Fakey, Snowy tend to choose that. Snowy tends to choose more Axe, so more like Rayman is what we've been seeing them play, and they're known for playing Rayman. That's what they won with when it came down to 22 for the World Championship. And they're pulling it out again. It's working nicely. Now they're going into Guichibu and Hexo. I want to see the styles clash, and I want to see how Guichibu and Hexo go about it. because if they go about it in the way that I think they do, they're gonna show a level of synergy that we really haven't seen from that team. So we'll definitely see. But how do you think about this phase? It's gonna be cool, man. I can't wait.
I like what you mentioned, how it's gonna be like two like clashing like weird metas facing against each other. And Guichiro and Hexo, they've teamed together for a while at this point, I feel like. And they've figured out exactly what to do with these combos. So
yeah,
it doesn't matter what sort of meta they had or what sort of meta 2v2 is in right now. If they know exactly what to do to get these games, win these sets in tournament with this Queen Nai and the Nyx. Now, Fakey and Snowy, I'm seeing their legend picks. I don't know if they're going for it, but I'm seeing the Kaya coming out from Fakey, which I'm very excited to see.
Well, and that's a smart pick from Fakey. He's 1100, Kaya pick. I think he's trying to either be a very big aggressor or kind of seeing what he can do to support. I think Snowy might be the aggressor because he's got the speed stance on. So he's got the Dawson Rayman skin. That's what he's known for playing. I'm wondering if he might go the aggressive way but also Fakey has done very much so with that Kaya. So, you do have meta versus non-meta, and we're seeing that now. We see the damage stance from Hexo on the Nyx. Let's see how game number 1 turns out in this space.
As we touch down on Demon Island, Snowy and Fakey. Fakey managing to grab that first weapon. Guichiro on the other. Fakey is...
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're off real quick. They're going to reset.
Yep.
I don't know if it's who fell off or who's not in game, but we can't figure that out. I think
I just saw
think
Fakey
someone
start walking
disconnected
off the stage, so I think it was him. I don't think it even was him just falling off like knowingly. I think he just lagged a little bit there.
Yeah. So we'll definitely see, but they're relocking in though. They're ready to go. I mean, it happens every so often. You'll try to get in there and it's like, oh, bye-bye, controller, see ya. But going to this next game though, it's gonna be really cool to kind of see how these styles really do at, going against each other. I love the blaster combo with Guichibu's guitars. It's a signature involvement based combo, which involves Guichibu's half pipe into neutral signature, and that's where we saw that blaster coming from Hexo. It was more so a string that Hexo followed up on, is the best way of describing it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he went for the side air, but he does really kill it really, really well at adapting to what Guichibu throws at him.
That's true. You're right about the combos thing, because at the end of the Guichiro and Hexo's last set against, I forget who it was. I want to say it was Money Hall and Costlix. That last combo, they ended it with style, and it was just a half pipe from Guichiro into an end sig and then a recovery from Hexo to take that stock. So I feel like that has been the main basis of a lot of their combos. But as we're going into this game, it seems Fakey and Snowy either way. I was gonna say Fakey and Snowy taking the lead, but Gooey getting a dare, delay, dare, and sig. Fakey's done, and then Snowy getting that side sig onto Hexo. The game is even.
Yeah, Gooey did a lot of really good dominance with that guitar combo. It was like a 5 or 6 piece that led into that KO option too. So, Gooey was doing very well. The down signature does come out, it does knock out Snowy. We do see Guichibu get KO'd as well. And now it comes down to Hexo on giving that advantage to the red team a little bit by not getting hit as much by the blue team. Kind of sitting back and seeing what the blue team really does to approach. And now we're starting to see the synergy there. That they're separating the blue team, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing a good job at separating the blue team. But one thing I wanted to mention is I feel like Guichiro, when it comes to 2v2s, is the way he plays 2v2s sort of the way that he plays 1v1s. Everyone knows that Guichiro is crazy at getting these strings, even though they're usually not true with these guitars. And in a 2v2 setting, when everything is way more chaotic, you can't pay that much attention like you could do in a 1v1 where you're focusing on one person. I feel like that benefits Guichiro in a way, because if Guichibo goes for these strings, there's more. Oh no,
Hexo.
but there's more of a chance for Guichibo to be able to land these strings. Because they need the player he's hitting, he needs to focus on not getting hit by that string one, but also the other teammates there.
Oh. Yeah, and right now you're seeing synergy-based combos that are KOing, which does go and get that recovery on the Fakey, but that team-based combo that we saw from blue team, you know, and you're right. I mean, these players are more 1v1 players, but I think they have a rough time dealing with these team-based combos. They're doing their own team combos whenever they can, but you need to land some more for it to make sense.
Oh,
Fakey,
done.
Fakey. Gooey!
No!
Because teammate trying to save him, and blue team takes game number 1 to their name, taking advantage of that team synergy and using those team-based combos to those advantages.
That was truly an unfortunate NSIG coming out from Guichibo. I like the thought process though. Hexo was there being like, you need to come back onto stage, but he didn't think that it would knock him out as well. But
yeah,
either way though, they just got to move on, head on to this next game. Fakey and Snowy up 1-0 over Guichibo and Hexo here. And was that a close game? I wasn't paying attention to like the last part. Would you say that was a close game?
I think a lot of it was just blue team was focusing on one of the red team members and doing team-based combos. The red team had a really rough time rebuttaling, and now we're seeing Fakey going unarmed against Hexo. He's gonna get punished for that here in a second. Derek comes in, ground pound, Snowy hits his teammate. Oh,
very hard to go off stage against Hexo. The side
on the Fakey. Snowy trying to save his teammate. Oh, Guichibo not hitting anyone.
Oh no!
The dare from Snowy. Oh, it's Hexo.
Wait,
coming in from Hexo.
Snowy's done.
He's gone.
And the NSIG from Guichibo takes off Snowy. This is a very strong lead coming out from Guichibo and Hexo here onto Fakey and Snowy. Now Guichibo trying to move in, trying to take this position to get this damage onto Fakey and Snowy and possibly extend their lead. Hexo with this scythe on hand. Guichibo managing to get a read onto Snowy to get more damage. They're struggling to find these knockouts onto Hexo. But the recovery, another recovery coming up from Fakey, nearly taking off Queen Eye off the top of the stage. But luckily Queen Eye got that defense. So
yeah, but Hexo goes off ledge. He goes in for these different attacks that shouldn't really work. And he's got to be very careful. He's going for these attacks that are not going to oppose any reaps of benefit there, and you know, now we see Guichibo kind of dealing with that 2v1, and he's able to do it because he's got that defense. But Hexo's got to be very careful of what he's doing. He does KO his teammate unintentionally, of course. Does get that sider on the Fake, gets the dare. Guichibo trying to get the follow-up options as well, but I mean, red team is still having a huge lead over the blue.
This is an incredible lead and a very strong game coming out from Guichibo and Hexo here. The D-Sig taking off Snowy, nearly taking off Fakey off the other side of the stage. Good dodge though coming out from Fakey. Oh no, not the recovery. He was almost there. Had that recovery landed from Hexo, Fakey would be down to last stock. But now Guichibo trying to find this opening onto Snowy to get this damage. Snowy getting that sidelight recovery to take off Hexo's. Hexo's stuck.
Nice.
Oof.
Downlight, recovery. Smart move from Guichibo. Now Snowy's dealing with this 2v1 situation from the red team. Sidelight into double neutral.
Oh no!
Trying to get the recovery. Recovery for Snowy. Almost gets KO off the ceiling. Guichibo is now in the air for some reason from Fakey. Fakey missing that signature just barely on the Hexo, but allowing for Hexo to stay alive.
Oh, the NSIG
coverage out. Snowy might be dead here. Oh, Guichibo trying to hit Fakey, but missing both. Both red team members are out of the stock, and Guichibo now has to deal with a 2v1.
For a game that was looking so strongly in Guichibo and Hexo's favor, all of a sudden, just a couple mishaps, and immediately Guichibo is down to the 2v1 against Fakey and Snowy. A doable 2v1 if he could possibly take out Snowy. I could see a Qatar NSIG possibly taking him out. But I don't think they're going to let it happen. Side air! That does the job.
Oh. Uh-oh. He touched. He touched, but weapon throw into side touch lands. Oh! Gucci was able to get back to that ledge, but Fakey says otherwise. Neutral the silent down.
D-Light, recovery.
Wow!
Perfect. Just
Yeah.
perfect. Could not get anything better there.
Dude, I gotta see that on replay because that was he read the jump, the impulse jump as well, and just really control every single option Gucci had. And looking at these replays, I mean, we saw Cider from Hexo knocking out his own teammate there, but then we see also Snowy the Neutralite, the down sig from Gucci lands, but then ultimately it was the blue team that won. And then going down to the final stocks, we saw a double KO of both red team members, and it was absurd. So now we're going to this next game with 2 games, I believe, going to Snowy and Fakey. This is a big deal for Hexo and Guichibu.
It's now or never for Hexo and Guichibu to take this, at least a game, to possibly bring this back in their favor. Could they do it? I don't know. It seems Guichibu was trying to focus on Fakey, but while that was happening, Snowy was putting work onto Hexo. The sidelight nair into the spear side air from Fakey and Snowy. Guichibu and Hexo, I feel like they're starting to lose their footing. They need to get back into this as quickly as they possibly can. The end sig!
Yeah,
That's
sure.
a very good start!
Hexo! Very, very good start.
Oh,
and
no!
Fakey gets saved by Hexo. He gets too aggressive.
Trying to go for the ground pound because he thought that it would be possible. But the Ensig managing to knock out Snowy off the side of the stage, even though it was meant for Fakey, but Fakey off the side of the stage, that down there saved Gooey. Yeah.
Jeez. All right, there we go. Nice signature miss though from Fakey. Now you're seeing Hexo kind of throw Snowy around to oblivion there with that scythe. Oh, hits his own teammate by his mistake there. We do see Gooey knock out Snowy, or Fakey at the first stock. No, Hexo has to be very, very careful. He is in the orange of that second stock. He doesn't want to over-aggress where he gets punished, so he's got to let Guichibu come in and be that aggressor. And we're starting to see that a little bit now, but Guichibu's got to be careful of not over-aggressing as well.
He's got to be careful, but Guichibu doing what Guichibu does best in getting these strings. I didn't even realize that was Guichibu's first stock that he just lost there. So
yeah, that's why you want Guichibu to be that aggressor, even though he's low on that first stock, especially with how low Hexo is. He has to be careful. Now that Hexo is the same range as Snowy and Fakey, he could be a little bit more aggressive, but he did get punished for trying to do that.
Yeah, we'll see. Guichibu could get a lot of work done here. It was sweat beating for a little bit. Fakey had an opportunity to possibly gimp him off the side of the stage, but no. Guichibu almost getting knocked off to the top of the stage by Fakey's recovery. That was a very large chase there. So we're trying to go for a side sig. Good recovery coming out from Guichibu, taking that stock off of Fakey and taking the stock off of Snowy as well, getting the double knockout. The game is a lot in the lead of Fakey and of Guichibu and Hexo, my bad. So
I mean,
can they take a game? Can they finally take a game against Fakey and Snowy?
Can they is the real question. I mean, I think they definitely can, but I think also it just comes down to Hexo keeping that final stock alive. And we're seeing Fakey and Snowy trying to beat out Hexo. They're done. Team in North America, and that is a double knockout from the red team, like double KO from Guichibu, and we just saw Hexo go rampant off that ledge.
That was insane coming out from Hexo there. We were just talking about how Hexo needs to play carefully. Be careful on the side of the stage. He doesn't care. He does whatever he wants in a 2v2 match. And he gimps the both of them to take that last bit. And that ground pound from Guichibu to end it off. Guichibu still had 2 stocks there. That was a pretty solid game from Gooey and Hexo there. But Fakey and Snowy still are up 2-1, so they just need to take one more game and they'll be up. But now momentum could be in their favor now, in Gooey and Hexo's favor.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we're currently seeing some overall gameplay here. We're seeing Hexo trying to focus on the Fakey. We're seeing Guichibu trying to keep Snowy in the sky.
Yeah,
there's a lot of Oh, but now we're seeing Fakey with Spirit Helicopter ground pound, and Hexo's unable to come back because what he was doing was he was giving too much space in the air against Fakey, and Fakey was able to follow up because he had the time and the opportunity to. So now we're seeing Hexo trying to get some risky stuff off ledge. Knowing the situation, he knows that they have to go for something risky to be able to get it, while also trying to make sure he doesn't knock himself out for a second stock.
He's got to be really careful here if he wants to add more damage. It's looking a lot worse for this game right now. But, oh, dare into another dare, into a third dare. Is Fakey done? The fourth one, that's it. And the game is even yet again, leaving Snowy in this 2v1 while Fakey makes it back onto stage. The Sair into the Katar dare. The Quadra dare to take Fakey off the stock. And now, Fakey and Snowy, that D-Light Tear catches both of them, adding more damage. All of a sudden, game is in the lead of Guichimo and Hexo yet again to possibly bring this back. The dare though coming out from Snowy, trying to go for a D-Sig, take off that stock. Very rough option there, but he's still alive. Good on Hexo to be able to bring that back. Queen Knight defense still surviving until that Fakey ground pound landed onto Guichimo. Guichimo the first one to go down to last stock. Fakey next, Hexo third, and now it's just Snowy on 2 stocks remaining.
Yeah, Guichimo is going to try to go and get that KO with the recovery. He's expecting Snowy to somehow jump a little bit. Cider does go ahead and land. Now Fakey trying to save his teammate off that ledge. They're trying to, the red team pushing the red team off that, the blue team off that ledge there. Trying to get Fakey down there because that's where they thrived last game. Keeping the blue team off that ledge in a 2v2 situation is huge for red team. That's where they thrive so much. But for a blue team, it's getting that neutral, taking the overall control of the stage over the red team, and red team just really has to punish it.
It really is. It's down to the last moments here. Could Guichimo and Hexo take this game, bring us to a game 5, or will Fakey and Snowy close it out with a 3-1 victory? It's trying to look rough for Hexo here. Hexo needs to watch out as 3 sweat beads, but he manages to touch the ground before getting hit by that axe and light. And now Fakey's trying to get damage too. That Ensig takes Snowy down to red too. Guichimo the most healthy on the field right now, even though it's not even that healthy. The D-Sig sidelight into Ensig coming off from Guichimo.
2v1.
Down to the 2v1, but it's a very doable 2v1. Everyone's very damaged and only a couple hits away from getting knocked out. Can Snowy do it?
Down sick.
Will they end Guichimo and Hexo's run? Or will Guichimo and Hexo bring this to a game 5? The story is still alive. The reverse 3 is still possible.
Woo. Absolutely. It is still alive and well. Hexo and Guichimo have been able to adapt to the style of Snowy and Fakey as well. And it all came down to really taking that stage control away from them, bringing them off that ledge to get those KO options. And it also came down to Hexo staying alive on that final stop. We saw games in the past where Hexo was getting knocked out early and Guichimo would have to follow up, but that's a completely different situation. And as we go in this game 5 situation, this is where it needs to matter. They need to do that similar game again, but it also comes down to what map they're choosing. And Space, what map are they choosing?
I must say Small Fortress.
Small Fortress? It might be Small Fortress.
Maybe.
Maybe Demon Island, though, because the ceiling's so high.
True.
And Queen 9 neutral sig and Blaster. Well, no, because that combo still worked on Demon Island.
Yeah. They're going to Small Fortress of Lions. I feel like this would be a good map for the Scythe of Hexo with that slamp down the side of the stage, you know? But
yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree. Fakey also does well with that slant. I realized that too. When we were in the last couple games, I think the first or second game, he was doing really well with it. He was able to kind of bounce people off that slant of the stage a little bit too. So I think it's definitely beneficial to both teams.
Yeah, but as we touch down on the stage for game number 5, this is to decide who is going against Jakeyy and Urx in the elimination finals and confirm at least a top 3. Who's going on the podium today? Will it be Guichimo and Hexo with their Queen Nai and Nyx or will it be Fakey and Snowy?
Oh, that was close for Jakeyy, almost letting that neutral signature on Hexo's recovery on one of the blue team members. We do see Hexo losing that first stock though to Fakey. Jakeyy definitely trying to keep that stock alive. And now you're seeing blue team just really focusing on Hexo at the moment.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
Hexo.
even with that being said, because they're focusing on Hexo, look at how healthy Jakeyy is right now.
Well, yeah, I agree, but
If
it
they
doesn't
take
matter
out
how
Hexo,
healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, it just comes down to Hexo keeping his stock, though. He's got to keep that alive. That's what he got. That's what the blue team took advantage of on Jakeyy in the past games, was Hexo being so low. So now we're seeing red team kind of keeping things in the air. Jakeyy getting that down light. Oh, having an opportunity. Neutral light. He can go for neutral signature. He almost would have gotten that KO. Hexo coming in to help his teammate out.
Oh, that's it! What a combo coming out from Gooey and Hexo!
Fakey just knocked out Hexo off the ceiling, and then they go and KO Jakeyy.
That's insane. The game is pretty much even if they can manage to take the stock off of Fakey. Will they be able to do it? Fakey's doing very well to keep his stock for as long as possible. Fakey is the key of this moment.
I think it's the key to a degree, but in the full game, it comes down to Snowy and Hexo. They're both on their final stocks. They have to be careful. Whoever loses that first stock, it might be actually Snowy to Jakeyy. If that's the case, red team has a huge opportunity of KOing the blue team and advancing further into this bracket. This is a big deal for the red team. KOing Snowy, Hexo staying alive. That's the vital part of this game.
The very big part. Could Fakey and Snowy possibly take off Hexo, because Hexo is trying to get really damaged? The N-Sig coming out from both Fakey and Jakeyy to take off damage on both Snowy and Hexo. This is very, very scary. The N-Sig! Oh, the N-Sig coming out from Snowy takes off Hexo. And all of a sudden, it's a 2v1 between Jakeyy versus Fakey and Snowy.
It's
Will
possible,
he be
man.
able to do it? It is very possible unless something like this happens.
Unless something
no,
like that
the
happens,
platform.
indeed. Snowy, weapon starving Jakeyy right now.
It was just as you said. It all came down to whether or not Hexo could live, and that is it. Fakey and Snowy are moving on to the elimination finals to fight against Jakeyy and Erks. Man, Jakeyy and Hexo put on such a fight, but at the end, Fakey and Snowy clutch it out.
Yeah, and Jakeyy and Hexo almost reversed them. You know, they had the opportunity. I think Hexo just was having a rough time really rebuttaling and had a hard time keeping that stock. Both Snowy and Hexo were in the same situation, but since the red team wasn't able to knock out Snowy in a fast enough time, blue team took full ride advantage of that. And you saw red team going for it, but blue team was able to do very, very well with it. And that came down to Fakey stepping in where he needed to, where Snowy wasn't going to get KO'd, and also Snowy moving the way he needed to get away from those options from the red team. So props to blue team on maximizing on everything that was thrown out to them. And they are advancing further into this bracket, and they are facing a team I did not expect to say in 100 probably years before this event. Jakeyy and Erks in the elimination final. That's absurd. They top 3.
That's crazy, yeah.
So I don't know. This is a big team to beat, though. I mean, this team. I wonder. I think Fakey and Snowy have the opportunity of facing the double lance. I think there was also a meta with double lance in the past that these guys have faced before. So they kind of know the matchup a little bit. But I think that really comes down for the upcoming matchup between Fakey and Snowy. It comes down to Jakeyy for the opposing team. Jakeyy has to keep his stock. He needs to find a way and make sure that the blue team isn't going to maximize on that, right? But before we get into that, though, I mean, that was huge. And we need to go to a little break where we're going to go ahead and give away a Moose Wars avatar on stream and let Twitch ads run as well. But That being said, though, Space, is there anything you want to say before we come back and watch this amazing set on stream?
After this break will be the last 2 or 3 sets of the tournament. We have 3 teams remaining. You do not want to miss out. We're almost done, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back soon.
Yep, we'll be back soon. Don't go away. Also, just so you guys are aware, 1v1 signups are still open for tomorrow. Register for that during the break. Don't go away. We'll see you in a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars, Verdant Ruins 2v2s powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore, I'm with Spaceatronics, and we are now down to the final 2 to 3 sets in this doubles bracket. And this is going to be a very interesting thing to see how these players really go about things. We kind of see a brand new team in top 3 going against Fakey and Snowy and Space. This is a big deal.
We got 3 teams remaining. Fakey Snowy versus Jakeyy and Urks. Winner of this set going to fight against Zen and Hideaway in the grand finals. We're down to 3 teams, and it's going to be a very interesting couple of sets. And I remember you mentioning this before we went on to break, but Jakeyy and Urks in top 3?
Yeah.
Wild, man. That's why I love these tournaments. These community tournaments are amazing ways for these up-and-coming players to show that, hey, we're a team that can actually like really do well. There's a very good chance that we could possibly do well in a major tournament. This is what community tournaments are for, where you can see the possibility of these teams popping off. We saw it with Rise and Soul. We saw it with all of these teams that have been on top of their game recently. Way back in the day, they started off with these community tournaments, and because of that practice and their placements, people knew they're going crazy, and now they are going crazy.
They are going crazy indeed, and now these players are locking in. They're ready to go. We have double Lance of Orion and Vulcan from Jakeyy, and
we have Cannon
Urks
from Snowy. Yes,
we have the level 100 Zal from Snowy. This is what Snowy was known for playing in the past before playing anything like Onyx or playing Rayman. This was what he got known for. So now with him having that level 100 Zal, he's going to see how we can use that cannon and the axe range to counteract the double Lance.
Yeah, but we'll see against Urks and Jakeyy here, playing this double Lance pick here to see how it does against Snowy and Fakey. It seems Snowy and Fakey both had to go through 2 unorthodox meta teams in a row, because we just saw them fight Guichimo and Hexa. So this is a real showing from Fakey and Snowy to show that, hey, it doesn't matter who you pick, it doesn't matter how wild of a meta you could be playing, we still have we still know how to play against all of them.
Jeez, okay. Oh, Jakeyy almost getting the KO on the Fakey.
Did you see
okay,
that, though?
Fakey getting the KO onto Jakeyy, but on this Urks, and then Jakeyy gets KO by Fakey off the ledge.
Wait, AJ, I need to know,
Yes.
did you see that weapon throw cancel the
I did.
spear and sig? What?
Yeah, it came out of nowhere and it worked like a charm. It worked for Fakey because he had a jump advantage over his opponent, and he could take advantage of that a lot better. Urks now with the KO onto Fakey, but now Snowy's axe, he's trying to out-axe Urks, and Urks is actually starting to beat him a little bit.
Oh, the end sig, that's the end of Snowy's stock there. All of a sudden, the team combo going for the double D, like the end sig, into the end sig, into the end sig, into the end sig.
And then Fakey just comes in, launches Jakeyy into the red and KOs him. And then Snowy focuses on Urks, but Urks with no weapon can't really counteract very well because Fakey is currently dealing with him. But Jakeyy going off that ledge actually saves Urks from getting KO'd directly, but Jakeyy got really rebuttal hard against Blue Team there.
That was an incredible showing. Jakeyy managing to catch Snowy's landing, but deciding not to fully punish against it. The recovery from Urks, taking off Snowy's stock.
Snowy
with these
Jakeyy!
weapon throw combos, taking so much damage on Urks and Jakeyy here.
Dude, Jakeyy needed to step in at that point in time. Urks was doing the best that he can. They
the
all
four-way clash?
just clashed.
Yeah.
They all forges clashed, and Blue Team takes that advantage. We have Jakeyy out, Urks getting KO'd by that team combo. What? Okay. Let's look at replay space.
Going crazy that entire game. 640 damage coming out from Snowy throughout that entire game. It didn't even look like it was much on Cannon at all. It was an axe showing entirely from Snowy here.
Dude, Snowy went absolutely like he went crazy onto Arcs. I think during the second or the third stock that he had, and then we saw Jakeyy get KO'd in this downlight sider combo, doing very nicely coming out of Fakey and Snowy. And you know, when it comes down to how Snowy's playing, he's being very aggressive. He's doing very well with it. And Fakey's been able to support that and also gimp a little bit off that ledge, including that weapon throw that you brought up earlier, Space.
Yeah.
And as we go into game number 2, we're on Demon Island. I want to see what the red team can kind of do with this Demon Island choice.
At the beginning of that first game, it was looking a lot better for red team. With their combos, they were doing a lot to the start of that game, but Fakey and Snowy were able to bring it back towards the end of that last game. But now, as we head into this game 2, Jakeyy lands that side air onto Snowy, forcing Snowy off the side of the stage. The Sair landing onto Fakey from Urx, and the Sair landing onto Snowy from Jakeyy. The first 2 stocks gone are Fakey and Snowy at the hands of Jakeyy and Urx, and it's looking better to start off. What a follow-up coming out from Jakeyy. Good weapon.
Yeah, he was
throw
going to
up
be
covers
risky.
recovery, and Jakeyy is just adding more and more damage, not even with Lance. The spear is doing the work here.
Yeah, it is, and I think we still see Jakeyy losing that first stock to the blue team there, or to Fakey. But now with these both red team members being on a clean second stocks, it's going to allow them to do more. And Urx is one of the only players I think on the red team that can really rebuttal that cannon. And I think Snowy focuses on Jakeyy. They're screwed, and Urx knows that. He KOs him. Fakey now focusing Jakeyy. Urx trying to help his teammate a little bit, but actually getting a little bit in a rough situation. And now you're seeing Jakeyy not finding a found a really good way to go ahead and almost get KO.
Dude,
on
this
Fakey.
spear is insane. What is Jakeyy doing? He doesn't even need the lance. This spear has been what Jakeyy has been using the entire game. But as I say that, he decides to switch over to this lance. Okay, I don't know if he should stick on with this, but it's certainly doing a lot of work. He grabs the end light. Urx trying to follow up with the side sig. Oh, the side's coming up from Jakeyy to land onto Fakey to cancel him out.
Jakeyy able to go and get back, but Snowy launches Urx on the other side of the map, trying to get the KO, gets cannon there, misses the weapon throw barely. Urx unable to come back, and it's one stock all, but keep in mind, both blue team members are so low. It's possible, but Jakey's got to stay alive if he wants to go ahead and be able to make this go into game number 3 in a better situation.
And they're focusing hard. They're focusing him so hard. He's already on red. I feel like he started his stock 5 seconds ago. But the ground pound finally coming out from Urx, landing on to Fakey, and the slide charge D-Sig. Jakeyy and Urx take a game against Fakey and Snowy, bringing the set 1-1. We have an even set, ladies and gentlemen. Jakeyy and Urx want that grand finals. They want that run back.
Yeah. And I don't blame him. And I have to give credit to Jakeyy. When they're facing their opponents on the stage, they're doing very well with the spear. They swept the lanes a little bit, but the spear is what's getting them. And you brought that up as well, Space. And, you know, going into the final stocks, we realize the blue team knows where Jakey's at. And I think if Jakey's able to keep that stock a little bit and kind of be that bait, Urx can come and follow through and get these KO options. But he needs to make sure that Urx is able to do so. I think going off the ledge is very risky for Urx, especially with how much stock he had left on that final. Then as we go into our third game, it's 1-1, and we're on Western Air Temple. And I want to see what these teams kind of do, because we're not on Demon Island anymore. You can't knock off the ceiling or the floor very easily either. Oh, jeez.
These combo off the side of the stage. I also want to note, Snowy made the switch over to the Rayman, deciding the cannon was no longer the pick here. I mean, hey, I understand, because the axe has been what was popping off the last 2 games that he was playing with it, so maybe the gauntlets could be doing more work here. Jakeyy and Urx both with the lance on hand, but Fakey landing the D-Sig and then the ground pound to get damage onto Urx. The weapon throw almost landing onto Jakeyy, taking that stock off, and now Fakey being the aggressor, trying to add more and more damage. Get the skip off of Urx! But Urx makes it back. The 360 hitbox of that axe recovery, making it back. And now Fakey and Snowy starting to look a little damaged. Wow, that was clean. The D
Yeah, they're-
pickups there.
Dude, look at Snowy and Fakey focusing on Jakeyy though. I mean, we're seeing Erks a little bit, but they're really focusing on Jakeyy. You're seeing them really go in. Now you're seeing a little bit of focus on Erks. Erks is able to get the KO, and so is Jakeyy on the Snowy. And that's a good thing for Jakeyy. Jakeyy is able to make sure that he did not get knocked out so early as much as they could have. And I think now Erks is trying to keep Fakey alive, but Jakeyy cannot get below Fakey like that because Fakey has been doing very well at punishing him for that.
Fakey off stage with his bow has been ridiculous. Genuinely, all of these dares, these ground pounds, he goes for these random D6s, the spear down air. Erks does not have the options, or so I say! I should stop talking. What a call out! What a follow from Erks and Jakeyy taking out Fakey's stock.
Oh my gosh, nice job coming in from the red team, building up this damage on the Snowy. If you're Jakeyy, you gotta stay alive right now though. You cannot let the blue team KO you if you want to go ahead and win this game. Erks with a cider on the Snowy, Snowy down to his final. But Jakey's gotta be very careful. They gotta do team combo right away.
No! Not the Lance ground pound onto his teammate, taking off his final stock and putting him in the 2v1 against Fakey and Snowy. Axe on hand. Will Erks be able to do this, or will Snowy start just find a team combo, find a start, side light, end light, the end sig almost landing, and
oh, he touches twice.
Pogo's trying to go for more. It's looking rough.
He wants that lance.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier that Jakeyy was focusing or doing a lot better on spear, but I think with Erks, you're right, it's the lance that he goes for that does the work, but the D-Sig takes the stock.
That could have been their game, no space. It could have been the game. I think the way Erks was being too aggressive with that ground pound has worked sometime. It worked the first time, but I think after that first time, usually you have to be careful of landing the second time, because usually second time it's usually the KO on someone bad or on yourself, right? Because if you miss that, it has a lot of recovery frames. So going into the next game, that's something that Erks is going to have to be careful of, and Jakey's going to have to be more wary about their stock, because they did get low pretty early their space.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did. So it's up to Jakeyy and Erks, because Fakey and Snowy with that last game are now up 2-1. One more game, and then Fakey and Snowy make the elimination run to go up to grand finals, and we'll be fighting Zen and Hideaway. Unless Jakeyy and Erks have something to do here, and if they could possibly take him out.
I mean, I think it's possible. I think it comes down to how Jakeyy and Erks synergize with their main weapons, and also don't run into the stinking combos. Blue team going crazy. Oh, Jakeyy.
More!
Look at them go. Look at them go. On the Fakey. Erks wasn't even in that combo. What was going on there? Jakeyy almost getting knocked out as well.
Snowy getting more and more damage onto Fakey and Erks, onto Jakeyy and Erks. But man, they are not letting Jakeyy breathe at this point.
They are not, and now we're seeing Jakeyy already in the orange. You're seeing Jakeyy miss that neutral light, allowing for Fakey to go and have a lot more neutral control away from the red team. Now we're seeing Snowy trying to do some nice down signature from Jakeyy. Down light misses, allowing for Snowy to get the punish. Snowy doing very well at reading those whip attacks from the red team. Oh, and Erks misses that neutral signature. It goes the wrong way.
Yeah. The sideline there, though, coming out from Snowy. They're separating out into the 2 1v1s, and the blue team wins both of them. Jakeyy down to last stock. Erks down to 2 stocks. Both Fakey and Snowy still on their first.
Oh, yeah, this is looking a little bit okay. There we go. All right, so it's a 1-stock lead for blue team at the moment. Nice double KO coming in from the red. They're able to rebuttal a little bit, but this is a 1-stock disadvantage that they have to come back from, and it's going to come down to Jakeyy. Jakeyy has to step in the right places to support Erks whenever he can, but he can't over-aggress. So we see a neutral light there. We're also seeing Erks not going and like attacking the opportunities that Jakey's giving them. We saw neutral light come out and Erks didn't really follow up. He just wants to do more of a 1v1, but now when he does it again, we have Snowy in the red of that second stock, and that's huge. Oh, Jakeyy almost knocking out his teammate though. That's be careful.
Jakeyy was trying
Erks.
to do a good work there. Now Erks also
Yeah.
needs to watch out, but he was doing a good job standing back, all getting the bear and lights, nairs, whatever it could be. The D6 still not enough. The weapon throw to block the team combo from downtown.
Oh, the weapon took a block it again. The opposing team did it.
Oh no.
Erks, he just gave up that advantage that they had by.
Oh, what a save.
Oh, boy, he didn't. He saved his teammate in that faction. Silent dare, grab pound. Oh, he didn't throw the grab pound out though.
Trying to go for an unsig, the down air, the spear down air takes Jakeyy off, and now same as last game. One stock
dude.
all 2v1 from Erks onto Snowy and Fakey, and it's looking like Snowy and Fakey will be moving on, but who knows?
Yeah, now we're seeing a lot of edge-based gameplay from Erks. He doesn't want to over-aggress and get punished for things. We get a falling cider from Erks, a dare jump ground pound misses. Fakey misses that down light, which gives Snowy the opportunity to kind of push.
Miss it. It just dropped. Yeah.
Jeez. Oh, Fakey hitting that on his teammate. Erks gets down light side aired. This is a situation where Erks doesn't want to be below Fakey. And the spear dare in the weapon throw lands, and there you have it. Fakey and Snowy are going to grand finals, baby.
Our final match has been decided. On the
Indeed.
winner's side of this bracket, not having lost a set yet, Zen and Hideaway are still here, but to represent the elimination side of the bracket, making a crazy run through this bracket, Fakey and Snowy are in grands.
It is all down to the grand finals. We have Snowy and Fakey coming in from the elimination side to prove that they deserve to win this tournament. You have Hideaway and Zen going from the winner's side, proving that they won on the winner's side. But can Fakey and Snowy come in with their trolley style and their team synergy that they've built over the past couple months and really take it against Hideaway and Zen, the seed number one, the team that is at its peak right now? Can they do that? That would be this would be huge to consider, especially going into the mid-season championships for Brawlhalla World Tour. It's very considerable to consider for the Moose War series, right? So Fakey, Snowy coming in, facing Hideaway and Zen in grand finals of Verdant Ruins to see what happens on Demon Island.
All right, first match on Demon Island Grand Finals is officially underway. Team comps are pretty similar, only difference between being the Rayman on one side, Taros on another. So we'll see how they'll be able to bring this back. The Cider, though, coming out from Hideaway, getting that damage onto Fakey. Now, the D-Light Cider again getting more damage onto Fakey. Man, this Taros does so much damage that a single D-Light Cider is so much damage that it does pretty much like stock, like signature damage at that point. But now the side sig accidentally landing onto Snowy. Fakey trying to cover that side air, but Hideaway getting that side air on to Snowy after a messed up GCD sig. Now, Snowy trying very hard not to get caught in a team combo with both of these players. Nice dare, trying to go for a recovery from Fakey. And Light still not enough to take off Hideaway off the top of the stage there. The dare from Snowy into the recovery from Fakey, and then the Light onto Hideaway. And the stocks are now even. Snowy needs to watch out though, because he is already on this orange damage, and he needs to make sure he doesn't get eliminated very fast. But he keeps throwing out these random signatures that they're doing a very good job of covering.
Yeah. And I think that's one thing when it comes to the Snowy. Sometimes when he's the aggressor, he does need that support player like Fakey to step in. And it's worked in the past. We've seen Snowy and Fakey team together in the past. But it comes down to Zen and Hideaway really maximizing on Snowy and seeing if they can get the upper advantage. And so far they are, with Fakey going down into the red of that second. Now we're seeing Snowy dealing with these 2v1 style situations. But Fakey actually comes back and does a really good rebuttal, even though being very low. And even though not being knocked out just yet, Snowy has been able to do a double recovery on both red team members with one recovery.
It's been working, but now that was a good combo from Zen and Hideaway, getting that D-Light Sair into Bow D-Light Sair onto Snowy. They're getting a lot of damage onto Snowy. I can't tell if they're trying to focus Snowy. I feel like in a way they're trying to do it, but at the same time still like keeping like heat of Fakey still there.
Oh!
But man, who knows? With the ground pound taking off Hideaway there, and the ground pound almost taking off Zen off the side of the stage. Wait, no, now they're focusing Zen. Now it's Fakey and Snowy that are focusing. The ending! Zen's out!
But now this is a huge opportunity for the blue team, though, Space, because now it is a 2v1 situation. If they land a team combo, they can turn this into their favor. It is all down to how they control this opportunity. We have Hideaway already in the orange, and you're seeing Fakey and Snowy trying to find a way against Hideaway. And Hideaway's trying to knock off that ceiling. He tried knocking out Snowy off of that, but he's having a rough time KOing. Now we have a 1v1 between Fakey and Hideaway. And Stop Siren lands! And Hideaway gets a double KO, and red team takes game number 1.
Damage.
750 damage from Hideaway, but not just that. 6 KOs. 6.
He got all of it.
All of them.
AJ, I think this entire block that we've been casting, that was the first actually won 2v1 that we've seen.
Ooh, okay. So now we have, let's see. I don't know. I mean, dude, looking at these replays, man, we just saw blue team had the opportunity to rebuttal that, but Hideaway is that aggressor for the red team. Zen's also really good at filling that role, but that's what Hideaway's role usually is.
Oh no!
Seeing that now with Fakey almost getting KO'd by Hideaway, and Zen already, he's already in the orangey red.
Fakey already getting damage way too much that Snowy needs to do a lot to possibly bring this back, but even with that side air almost takes out Snowy too. Trying to go for a D-Sig. That was good cover from Snowy to bring that back possibly. Nice end light into a side light. Man, Fakey's doing his best to try and bring this back, but the Nair,
nice.
as Fakey was recovering Zen, the Nair from Hideaway manages to take that stock because of the split second of stun that Fakey had there. Nice recovery though coming out from Snowy, takes that stock off of Hideaway, and the Sair coming out from Fakey takes that stock off of Zen. And the game is very close. Both of these teams are so good at what they do. It's genuinely so impressive.
They definitely are good at what they do, and we're starting to see that team synergy from both teams really show off, and that's the power of 2v2s. And we're seeing that with now red team having this half stock advantage over the blue team. You're seeing Snowy trying to focus on Zen, Fakey focusing on Hideaway, which allows for Zen to go ahead and KO Snowy. We're seeing this pressure from the red team on the blue team to a point where they're having a rough time really being able to do damage build or KO options, and red team knows that. So now we're seeing a signature KO coming in from Zen onto Fakey. Then we're seeing this 2v1 pressure on Snowy where he has no opportunity to approach, and now you're seeing the combo onto Fakey, and Fakey's still alive. But we do see Hideaway go down to that second stock, or that final stock, but There's a 3v1 versus Fakey.
Fakey needs to do so much if he needs to bring this back, and he is chasing Zen down right now.
Yeah, he just gave. Oh,
Oh,
he didn't give up.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I feel like his
So he didn't give-
controller gave up on him, maybe. I have no
It
idea.
wasn't. I think he was trying to bait him off the ledge to kind of get a KO option. Maybe he was expecting a whiff. He was expecting to throw out that dodge because that would have been one of the only ways for him to KO. But at the same time, he didn't want to give up that mental fortitude. There are players that can, or some players, what they'll do is they will risk the KO option in these 2v1s to make sure that they have a better mental going into the next set, because this final set or these final games take so much mental toll. And these guys have been playing nonstop, especially with Snowy, especially with Fakey. They've been running the elimination side. Zen and Hideaway just played winners finals. That's all they really had to do. They were able to recover. So we'll see what happens. We're getting into our next games here with Hideaway and Zen currently up to over Snowy and Fakey in grand finals of Verdant Ruins. And this is we're on Demon Island. We don't have the KO options on the ceiling like we would do on different maps. And you're seeing the aggressive style of the red team really showing right now.
Now we'll see if this switch coming out from Snowy onto this Onyx this time will be able to do much, because this means the axe is no longer on hand for Snowy. But this could be it. The N-Sig accidentally from Zen takes that stock off of Hideaway. Good cider coming out from Fakey to possibly get this damage on to Zen. Going deep for that ground pound to try and make sure that Zen doesn't go for the punish there. But the N-Sig though coming out from Zen, throwing the weapon up. And Fakey just barely misses the wall.
Oh, that sucks. But
Yeah.
Snowy is on this Onyx though. He is off of other characters, off the Rayman. We see the K. Oh, ground pound. Oh, the weapon.
That's it?
Hideaway's
That's it?
gone. That's second.
The double weapon throw to take off Hideaway stock, and that was perfect for blue team. They could take a game here now if they manage to take off Hideaway stock here. But it's looking a lot better for blue team this game as compared to the last few. But we'll see. We've seen Zen and Hideaway take stocks in a matter of seconds.
It comes down to how Snowy plays off this. I think with his character pick, he definitely has the opportunity. Fakey's doing very well as momentum. We do see Hideaway KOing Snowy down to his final. It all comes down to how he does on that Onyx and how he's able to support his teammate. You're seeing Fakey trying to do something, trying to distract Zen, put that pressure so he doesn't approach Fakey. But now we're seeing Hideaway kind of stepping in that aggressive role, putting that pressure on Snowy. And keep in mind, both Hideaway and Snowy are in the orange. They both have to be careful.
They both really need to be careful, because even though they got that stock off of Hideaway at the start, they finally take that last stock off of Snowy, and it is now a 3-stock to 1 2v1 for Fakey to stay in the game. If Zen and Hideaway win this, then the tournament is over and we have a crowned champion. But will they be able to do it? The side air takes off. Wait a minute now. The side air takes out Hideaway's last stock. So now it's a 1v1 in a Kaya Ditto match. And guess who's the level 100 Kaya here?
See, but here's the thing too. Fakey has the advantage, but I think this really is going to set the preset of who's the better Kaya player in doubles. I think that's what the community is going to view it as. Because it's a 1v1. This is for grand finals. Fakey needs to step in with that bow. He needs to do that damage buildup in this situation to go ahead and make sure they go to game 4. But Zen comes in with that bow recovery. A neutral comes in. He tries to get this follow-up option. And last sider comes in. Fakey is just getting a little bit too close. He's not doing much. He's not throwing attacks out that need to land. And now we're seeing Zen in the orange. Now Fakey in the dark red. Now we have Zen on Spirit. Silent comes in. Jump Sider comes in. He needs to pick up the weapon. Zen knows that. Oh, but tries to bait it out. The Spirit from Fakey comes in. Downlight Sider comes in. He's down to the wire with Zen in the orange. Silent. GC.
The D-Sig!
ladies and gentlemen, and Fakey wins that 2v1 in style to make sure they go into a game number 4. Snowy better get this man a pat on the back for that. Look at that.
What an actual
Ooh.
goat, the gameplay. Oh my god. Fakey with this Kaya, you cannot sleep on Fakey's Kaya here. Man, the dodges too. Zen was fishing that ground pound so often.
Wow.
Trying to get it. The side air finally takes off Hideaway. That was low-key the turning point there. The recovery there, and then down to the 1v1. Look at that dodge. That dodge was the deciding factor.
Shh. It all came down to his movement towards the end. And you saw Zen. He made one critical error in that final KO, or that final situation, that 1v1, where he didn't punish Fakey for picking up that weapon and allowed for Fakey to do that. So now as we go into game number 4, you're gonna see Snowy really understanding that he just 2v1 the PR1 or the Seed 1 team. They can do it. If Snowy can keep his stock and keep up with Fakey, they have an opportunity of going into a game 5, and they need to really show that here.
It all comes down to this. Can Fakey and Snowy go off of the momentum that they just got from that 2v1 off of that last game and possibly bring this back? They're starting to, but Zen chasing down Fakey off the side of the stage. Hideaway finishing it off with that side air. It's now up to Snowy to survive. This is what they need. If Snowy is able to survive here, then
but
it's
Fakey needs to survive
possible.
too. Fakey beat.
The side
Almost
stick.
got KO'd off of that. Yeah, nice job coming out of that. But we saw also Snowy not on the cannon, and I think that would have given him a little bit of an advantage there.
Oh no!
Oh, shoot!
No!
Snowy needs to save his teammate. Oh, Snowy, what just happened?
He got hit by the Fakey's weapon. I feel like he could have made that back, but I think the weapon sent him down too far where he couldn't make that back. But either way, this is a closer game than the last game was before that 2v1.
I think it's because Hideaway is starting to not fill into that role as much, and I think Snowy is starting to challenge it a little bit. Because look at him, Snowy's approaching Hideaway in a way where Fakey can deal with the 1v1 against Zen, because he knows he has that mental, but then Hideaway just comes in and gets to stomp side air twice, knocks out Fakey, and now we see Snowy KO'd. Now, if you are Snowy, you have to be very careful about Hideaway, and you gotta be careful about Zen. Hideaway, but can blue team be able to get this KO on the Zen here? Fakey almost get a neutral, but this is Demon Island.
That's the end light, that's the knock. It's last stock
comes in
here for game 4 of this set. If Zen and Hideaway manage to win this out, then it's Zen and Hideaway that will be your Verdant Ruins 2v2 champions. But it's up to Fakey and Snowy to bring this back, bring us to a game 5. Will they be able to do it? Fakey's starting to get damaged a very good amount here. D-Light Dare into a side air coming out from Snowy. This cannon is doing a lot of damage, but he gets caught off. He got caught off guard with that side sig. Snowy is already out, and he has to redo what they had last game. And it's looking a lot more of an impossibility. Zen and Hideaway with that side sig to get that victory. 761 from Hideaway. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your Verdant Ruins 2v2 champions are Zen and Hideaway.
Yeah, very nice job coming in from that team, even with the pressure of Fakey and Snowy. Even with that 2v1 kind of going a little bit south in game number 3, they kept their structure. You saw Hideaway really pop off in that game number 4 with 761 damage, showing that aggressive play style, and Zen was able to live off of that against the blue team. And, you know, you saw a couple different opportunities from the blue team where they could approach, but overall, Zen and Hideaway are your Verdant Ruins champions for a reason. And Fakey and Snowy, for them, you know, coming back and being a team, getting second is huge.
Yeah, and they've shown through multiple games, the past multiple sets, we saw how even though they weren't recently a team, they went their separate ways, had their different teammates, they still came back together and were able to put on a show and have a sort of team synergy. Even though they hadn't played for a while, they still had that synergy from when they did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. And I think when we're looking at this bracket overall and seeing how Hideaway and Zen did win, there was a lot of storylines that were told, though. You know, when it comes down to these players that played tonight, this is something I think we're going to be looking back to for a while. Because when it comes down to the winner's side quarters, we had Rise and Soul come in, we had Grimrian, which is Jakeyy, and we had Erks get third, the first third place in any event. And doing that here in a Moose Wars, I'm glad to see him. I'm glad to have them have that opportunity. We had the team of Monty, Holla, and Kostelix back, right?
Yeah.
We also saw teams, you know, like Jakeyy and Hybrid, who were practicing for CEO, setting a storyline to see if they could get a good placement at the midseason championships. You know, we saw a lot of really good runs. We saw Guichibu and Hexo do phenomenal tonight as well. This was a really good stationary point for doubles going into CEO in a couple weeks, and is going to tell the tale of when these players place, how they got there. And community events like this helps them get there. So props to them and showing their worth. And what a way to do it with someone like Space Electronics as well. Space, this was an awesome top 6 part of the event, but also doubles event as well.
This entire event has just been absolutely fantastic, so entertaining to watch. All of these teams that showed up on the stream were absolute top tier, amazing teams to watch. And man, Zen and Hideaway taking it all may not be too much of a surprise. They were seed 1, but man, they put on a show. They put on a clinic.
Yeah. And I think too, like, I love this doubles event was very unique too, because we had unique styles come out of the woodwork. We had the double Orion that we don't really see a whole lot in this meta from Rise and Soul. We had the Monty Holland Cossacks meta of, you know, Olgrim and Kaya. You know, we had Jakeyy and Hybrid come in going crazy with the Tezca and the Olgrim.
Yeah.
We saw different styles. It wasn't just what people classify as the meta. There was a variety in it. And that's what makes these events great. So shouts to all the players that came in. Shouts to the viewers that were here as well. But we are not done for this weekend, Space, because we have a 1v1 event happening tomorrow with Verdant Ruins, which you guys can set up for on moosesports.com as well.
Yeah, the Verdant Ruins has not finished yet. We still have more tournament action. 2v2s may be done, but now it's time for the 1v1s, and that will be happening. You see it on the graphic tomorrow, May 25th at 2 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you sign up. Also register for CEO if you haven't already. I don't know if it's too late. It might be too late, but man, it's looking good for esports. 2v2s at the very least has been looking really entertaining.
Yeah. Doubles was fantastic to watch. I'm glad to see these players do it. And, you know, when we go into this event tomorrow for ones, it's going to set a storyline for a lot of these players going into the midseason championships and also going into other lands that are happening over the next 6 months. I am aware of outside CEO, there are BCX, and there are 3 different community lands that are going to be happening as well. So, you know, when you see these players at LAN and online, the online presence builds what the players do at LAN, and when they pop off, man, it's awesome. So we want to see who the Verdant Ruins champion is, to see who's going to be able to say, hey, for this month, I was the best player for the entire esports scene. So that being said, though, have a wonderful rest of your night, Space. It's always an honor to cast with you, my friend. Hopefully we could do it more. And with that being said, though, have a wonderful rest of your night, Space. Do you have anything to say before we go ahead and take our leave?
Thank you all for watching. We appreciate all of you. I want to also give a massive shout out. Obviously, he didn't even talk about it. Mr. AJ Moore here. Thank you so much for hosting this event and all of the staff behind the screen. My goat Sandwick doing production right now. All the mods, all the Twitch chat mods, all the bracket mods. Shout out to everyone that helped make this happen. Obviously, AJ can't do all of this himself. So it's obviously the entire team that makes a Moose Wars a Moose Wars. So we all appreciate you all for watching, and obviously all of the viewers. Thank you all for watching. This has all been amazing, and we'll see you again tomorrow for singles. Have a good one.
Yep.
Peace out.
Peace out, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you during the Verdant Ruins 1v1 event. Have a good rest of your night, guys.